Dobra.
dwójkę i tak dalej.
Dobra.
To musisz wyłączyć mikrofon. Dobra.
Dwójka, dwójka, angielski, dwójka, dwójka, angielski.
Never got your number. Am I reading into your smile? Or am I reading between your lips? Was that a spark? Am I imagining this? Maybe you got somewhere to be, and I'm afraid of what the answer will be. So instead, I watch you leave. Maybe my soul may die, I don't know. Maybe I don't have a soul. What if I saw you on the train last night and I just walked on by? What if I never let you in? Now you're with somebody who did. All of this miscommunication, indecisiveness, be patient. Not the type to take a risk, but now I'm worried I regret this. It's a fear of rejection, it's a hope for redemption. Maybe you got somewhere to be, and I'm afraid of what the answer will be. Instead, I watch you leave. Maybe my soul may die, I don't know. Maybe I don't have a soul. What if I saw you on the train last night and I just walked on by? What if I never let you in? Now you're with somebody who did. All of this miscommunication, indecisiveness, be patient. Always second guessing. Always second guessing. Always second guessing. Always second guessing. Maybe my soul may die, I don't know. Maybe I don't have a soul. What if I saw you on the train last night and I just walked on by?
Wait, let me do that again. I might run from you right out of the blue, leave you with no clue, come right back on cue. I might run from you, now that's nothing new, like what lovers do, we can rendezvous. Sentimental type of mental coming from the penitentiary. Yeah. Cup was half empty till I put you in it, overflows for me. I could be the one you need, yeah. You could be the centerpiece, yeah. Wanna be up over me, yeah. But I prefer you underneath, Happy endings, never ending happy, that's the pessimistic me. Yeah, cause I might run from you right out of the blue, leave you with no clue, come right back on cue. I might run from you, now that's nothing new, like what lovers do, we can rendezvous. Kinda love it, kinda hate it when you say you wanna stay with me. Yeah, find it hard to believe it, even I would walk away from me. If I could be the one you need, yeah. You could be the centerpiece, yeah. Wanna be up over me, yeah. But I prefer you underneath, Happy endings, never ending happy, that's the pessimist in me. Yeah, cause I might run from you right out of the blue, leave you with no clue, come right back on cue. I might run from you, now that's nothing new, like what lovers do, we can run. I might run from you right out of the blue, leave you with no clue, come right back on cue. I might run from you, now that's nothing new, like what lovers do, we can rendezvous. Half of me is
ruina, kompletnie rozszabrowana w środku, resztki gruzów.
Przed wojną obserwatorium znajdowało się kilka metrów przed granicą polsko-czechosłowacką, a od marca 1939 roku polsko-węgierską. Równo 85 lat temu doszło do otwarcia tegoż wspomnianego przedwojennego obserwatorium. W części, która jest wyremontowana, widać wyraźnie, że gmach wraca do swojego przedwojennego wyglądu.
Mamy dzisiaj naprawdę bardzo ważne wydarzenie, ponieważ pierwszy bardzo ważny podsumowujący etap w ramach realizacji programu Interregu Polska-Ukraina. Mówimy dzisiaj o tym, że faktycznie dawne marzenia wszystkich, którzy były zawsze zakochani w białego słonia, zaczęły się spełniać, ponieważ potężne prace wykonane, co dotyczy renowacji samego obserwatorium, odnowienia ważnych elementów jego działania. No i najważniejsze jest bardzo dobra wiadomość dla badaczy, zainstalowana już meteostacja, która będzie faktycznie jednym z najwyższych meteostacji dla ukraińskich, polskich badaczy, ale oczywiście, że takie wyniki jej działalności jest o wiele szersze. Następny etap to jest teleskop, obserwatorium, powrócenie do tych koncepcji przedwojennych, które pełniła niedawno obserwatoria Uniwersytetu Warszawskiego.
Jesteśmy w miasteczku Werchowyna na Ukrainie, a jesteśmy tutaj dlatego, że w dniu dzisiejszym, 29 lipca 2023 roku, przypada 85. rocznica otwarcia Obserwatorium Astronomiczno-Meteorologicznego Uniwersytetu Warszawskiego na górze pod Iwanem. Przy renowacji obserwatorium, a teraz, kiedy, jak widzicie, jakby powiedziano przed wojną, nieznanymi wyrokami opatrzności, obserwatorium rzeczywiście staje na nogi.
І Польща, дякуємо вам.
Дякуємо, щиро дякуємо.
Дякую поліцейській соціальній асоціації Польщі за надану нам допомогу, які ми допомагаємо біженцям, воєнним і всім. Дуже дякую.
Вітаю вас на Попівані. Ви знаєте, що це є гарна обсерваторія, яку побудували поляки.
Gdy miałem okazję być w roku 2001 tutaj na górze Pop Iwan, gdzie jest usytuowany Biały Słoń, czyli obserwatorium astronomiczne, obraz tego miejsca był zupełnie inny niż dzisiaj. Wtedy była to ruina, kompletnie rozszabrowana w środku, resztki gruzów.
Przed wojną obserwatorium znajdowało się kilka metrów przed granicą polsko-czechosłowacką, a od marca 1939 roku polsko-węgierską. Równo 85 lat temu doszło do otwarcia tegoż wspomnianego przedwojennego obserwatorium. W części, która jest wyremontowana, widać wyraźnie, że gmach wraca do swojego przedwojennego wyglądu.
Mamy dzisiaj naprawdę bardzo ważne wydarzenie, ponieważ pierwszy bardzo ważny podsumowujący etap w ramach realizacji programu Interregu Polska-Ukraina. Mówimy dzisiaj o tym, że faktycznie dawne marzenia wszystkich, którzy były zawsze zakochani w białego słonia, zaczęły się spełniać, ponieważ potężne prace wykonane, co dotyczy renowacji samego obserwatorium, odnowienia ważnych elementów jego działania. No i najważniejsze jest bardzo dobra wiadomość dla badaczy, zainstalowana już meteostacja, która będzie faktycznie jednym z najwyższych meteostacji dla ukraińskich, polskich badaczy, ale oczywiście, że takie wyniki.
Dzień dobry, dzień dobry.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today is the third day of the conference on the Europe of Carpathians in Karpacz. Today is a day which is going to stand out from the others because we are going to spend the time talking about Ukraine. Soon, we are about to begin the first panel titled Reconstruction and Transformation of Ukraine. Presentation of a project. Yes, Ukraine needs a strategy not only to rebuild from the war distractions, but also for the transformation of the country in order to prepare the foundations for the future integration of the country with the West structures. Together with Ukrainian NGOs, we have prepared a whole strategy of reconstruction and transformation of Ukraine. It is based on a complex approach, which covers a wide scope of economic, social, and institutional issues. The goal of the strategy is to transform Ukraine into a more stable, more developed, and more sustainable country, which is based on the rule of law, democracy, economic freedom, and social justice. Here, in front of you, we are about to present the project, which is going to name the priority questions related to the plan of reconstruction of the war distractions, of institutional reform, of economic transformation into more open economy and more innovative economy. Additionally, the use of military industry potential for both military and civilian goals. Also, to make sure we take care of the veterans and those who suffer of the war. Culture and unity plus national identity. Today, I'm here with you. My name is Natalia Atamas-Paniv. I am in the board of the Club of Europe of Carpathians, and I represent Cultural Association and University of Europe of Carpathians. I give the floor to my colleague now. Thank you very much. Besides for similar scopes of my professional duties, I want to underline that I am responsible for the conference in Warsaw, the governmental conference,
Stałą konferencją,
which is a conference that has been analyzing support to Ukraine and has been taking place as of February this year. Today we are going to have fourth conference in the afternoon. We are going to have several interesting presentations which will be important, beginning with 1:45 p.m. We are going to discuss the views on the war, the state of Ukrainian economy, Polish architectonic projects of rebuilding Ukraine. Then we are going to have a debate with participation of extraordinary specialists such as Daniel Fried, such as Great Britain ambassador of Ukraine, and we are planning to finish it like Hitchcock would, with a presentation of a very big report regarding Wagner Group. Right now, let me come back to what my colleague said about the current presentation, which is about to begin. Yes, we speak about the politics, about economy, about transformation of the military, about the war. And here in front of us, we are about to see a presentation of Mr. O'Hari, who has been the fighter who has been showing us for years that no matter what's happening, probably what's most important is the social transformation of social mentality and the way how society approaches topics. Probably it's correct that nothing is going to work out in Ukraine unless we transform the society. So this is the transformation which we are going to discuss. Yes, so here is the coordinator of Civilian Initiative of Transformation Ukraine and Center for Transformation, the moderator Mikhailo Karev, and our panelists are Mr. Stetsky, coordinator of Civilian Initiative Transformation Ukrainicy, and Oles Doni, coordinator of Civilian Initiative Transformation of Ukraine, the head of Center for Research on the Political Values. Alexander Ostapenko, a coordinator of Volunteers sector of the Civilian Initiative Transformation of Ukraine. Oleksiy Halaka, coordinator of the sector of Fighters and Veterans of Transformation of Ukraine. Taras Ivanov, member of board of the coordination board of Fighters and Veterans of Transformation of Ukraine. Gentlemen, during this forum, there is not many projects that have 1 hour for presentation, so here we are giving you the floor. The floor is yours. First of all, I want to thank the organizers and all those who support us, who came to the meeting today. We want to present our vision of transformation of Ukraine. So, now, let's take a look at the display. We have planned that we are going to present a presentation in front of you first, and then every coordinator of a sector is going to present his part. We would like to hear your comments, maybe some questions, should you have any, of course. Second slide, please. Well, actually, I can switch the slides, so it doesn't matter. So I would like to pay your attention to the fact that right now we are focused on survival, on defense, on transformation. And after that, we will start reconstruction and rebuilding. Here I would like to say and underline that is a basic question. We have to survive, we have to win, we have to set our country in the right direction for the transatlantic cooperation. Our initiative is a global project. We see our project as participation of free participants. The society is the first one, our government and opposition is the second one, and the third one is the West. So our goal is to coordinate our activity around the plan, around the activities that we are planning, and implement the project. A very important element of our vision of our project is a coordination platform which has been created by the leaders of the seven, so G7. They have created a special instrument thanks to which we may discuss a global project in order to implement it later on. I would like to inform that we are working in 3 directions: USA, Poland, and Ukraine. In Ukraine, we have created a network of institutions, and I would like to inform you that we create a joint working group, Ukraine, Poland, and USA. The technology and creating the group foresees using Polish model of country development and the best models, which worked out, which were implemented all over the world. I would also like to stress that our vision was created by a Polish group with the head in the person of Jerzy Kwieciński. His team consists of people who worked on strategy for responsible development. In Ukraine, our coordinators are members of working group. Same case in the USA, where we are cooperating with Atlantic Council, with the Institute of National Efficiency. So the first question is survival. Every single day you see what's going on in Ukraine. The war is ongoing and there is more and more destruction. To survive, for the people to survive, for the country to survive, this is the very basic task we have. Our concepts that we have worked on the basis of which we are going to work on the plan and the strategy foresees a survival program. So this is a very urgent issue. We are very thankful to G7 leaders who created such a platform. The first path is financing. We are receiving huge amounts of money simply in order to survive, for our country, for Ukraine to survive. We have an association in between the parliaments that has been created in between Ukraine, USA, and Polish parliament. We are going to add up another institutions to it. So this leads me to the topic of the possibilities of development of social society in Ukraine. We have our coordinators who are going to tell you about it in detail. We have started creation of an association. Of civil associations. We've launched an education program, including all the global trends, including all the good practices. We are organizing conferences on Zoom platform, and we are training our coordinators. Right now, it is a network of civil society councils. Those are our coordinators here on the display. I don't want to tell you too much in details. They will present themselves by themselves. I only want to say that we've managed to include the most important sectors of civil society in Ukraine. First of all, those are our veterans and fighters. We have to remember about them, and we have appropriate coordinator who is in charge of it. There are entrepreneurs, volunteers. A very important part of our project consists of leaders of the church. They are present in our society and they are actively participating in our project. We have defined a new role to be played by the Ukrainian society. To begin a transformation on the basis of the vision we have taken into account the recommendations. Another task of ours is to become to play a significant role on the way of Ukraine to social cohesion. We are also working on creating a Ukrainian Academy of Transformation, which is going to be a hub of education in the time of transformation. We are introducing new studies such as transformation of the countries. What's important is the mentality of the Ukrainians, the professional qualifications, and personal abilities and skills. So how should we create the right climate for business? As right now, we are somewhere far, far away. If we want to solve such a situation, then it is going to be impossible to speak about reconstruction. We want to use the best practices. We want to constitute business as the foundation. We are looking at the example of Poland. We, of course, are going to introduce certain improvements. So we have our proposals for business. We've started cooperation in the scope of support for veterans. This is a pilot phase project based on a project from the USA. Our goal is to work on a joint vision for transformation of Ukraine. I would really like to thank you, ladies and gentlemen, very much for being present here today. So now I would like to present you our coordinators. Some are with us in an online form. Right now it's not easy to travel from Ukraine, but they have managed to dial in today. So I want to give the floor to Odwiedź. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for inviting me to the conference. Thank you for being here. The forecast in between fascist Russia and Ukraine equals to more or less 15 years. Why does it matter? Why long-term war is in favor of our project? I will try to explain it to you. Poland has made it. Both Ukraine and Poland were more or less at the end of the 80s in a very similar situation. I will not have enough time for an in-depth analysis of all the successes of Poland. Those are cultural aspects, the role played by the church. But there are two I want to touch upon. First is elite rotation, the exchange, which happened after the 89, after the round table of 89, and there was a counter-elite, and the fact that it was managed to transfer the power in a peaceful way. In Ukraine, it has not taken place. I've been on the leader of a revolution in the 1990. It was 1 year in Ukraine. In Poland, the exchange of elites has taken place. In Ukraine, unfortunately, not. What has happened in Ukraine, though, was incorporation of the counter-elites and oppositions to the existing communistic elite. And therefore, Ukraine has not managed the revolution fully. And we've had certain hiccups after that for tens of years. Later on, we've had Orange Revolution, Euromaidan. This was a chance that we wasted in the 1990-1991. We have not exchanged the elites as Poland did. So this is one of the reasons for the lack of success in Ukraine compared to Poland. We've managed a lot, but if you compare us to Poland, we have not managed also a lot. So this was a big achievement on the side of Poland, and that makes a difference. During the next decade, Ukraine has been trying to exchange it. What else? Radical changes which are very well visible in Poland because of the fact that Poland has become has joined NATO in 1999 and in 2004 joined EU. This has not happened in Ukraine. There are attempts, but not finished with success. Right now we have very popular thoughts that Ukraine is going to become a member state of EU and NATO. Realists know that it will not happen within 2 or 3 years. It's simply not realistic. But from the point of view of propaganda, those are very popular ideas. Why am I beginning with the 15-year-long war?
If the war is a long-term war, then instantly it is impossible for us to join the EU and NATO. It is obvious that Ukraine will have problems to join the structures formally. It's a different analysis, saying that 2-3 weeks, 2-3 months, it was just taking from thin air. It is also developed on the basis of the lifespan of the leader of Russia, the vapor that's killing us. If we take a look at the age of the President of the United States, 70, 80. If we think about this average age, then it turns out that he might live for another 15 or maybe 30 years, maybe just 1 year, but as long as he is alive, the war will be continued. He wants to get the fame of a hero. They say that he burned Artemis. So he wishes the fame of a hero. As long as he lives, Ukraine won't have a chance to join the EU and NATO. And that was something that drew Poland forward. It inspired it to have internal reforms. If we don't have such a mechanism available, then we need a different mechanism. And that's why we have this program for the transformation of Ukraine. It is important that we include civil society in Ukraine and that we have the same mechanisms, criteria similar to the ones that helped Poland introduce changes. When we proposed this program in Washington, Daniel Fried, who is well known in Poland because he used to be the American ambassador to Poland, he said there was a need to create a network of intellectual structures a network of institutions that will be civil society institutions that will help to change the power, the authority. Now, we organize a coalition of NGOs. These are internal mechanisms which don't use in Ukraine yet, but we need them. We don't need to wait for the last occupying force to leave Ukraine. No, we need to reinvent ourselves. Together with NATO, with the USA, with Poland, we want to create internal mechanisms. Thank you very much, Oleś. Now we will listen to Alexei Wahaka. He got injured on the front line. He received an award for it. He's still fighting. He organized the Council of Soldiers and Veterans. Alexei, please. Thank you very much. A warm welcome to all of you. Mihailo is our boss. And we are here together with my colleague, and we represent the Council of Soldiers and Veterans. And it's an important part of transformation of Ukraine. So who are we? We are soldiers who fight for Ukraine. We are experienced in fighting on the front line. We also associate those who used to fight and are now civilians. We were in Bakhmut, so we know more than others what it means. We are supported by Poles, Lithuanians, Latvians, and Americans. The affairs of veterans are extremely important for us. There's this Council of Veterans, however, this structure is quite obsolete. There are new challenges that we need to face, and therefore we need to solve problems at this level. It is also important that we support families of these soldiers, especially once fighting is over. So we've started this program. We support our country from outside and from inside, and we support our brothers so that they don't go astray. We have very many helpers, assistants, people who support us financially. We also tell people about them so that they serve as paragons of fighting for society. We also want to use the experience of our Polish colleagues from the other side of the Atlantic. Let me now give the floor to Taras Ivanov, a colleague of mine. Taras, if you could speak more slowly, because it is difficult for interpreters to work. Thank you very much. Thank you to the members of our team. Well, as the Hali has said, we're going to use the experience of our partners from the United States, from the countries of NATO, which have dealt with such issues for quite a long time, the affairs of soldiers. Now, the majority of those who currently defend our country well, Ukraine has always wanted to be part of the European community. And people defend us, but they also need to be defended. Their rights need to be defended. Their families need to be defended. So our organization will be focused on soldiers and veterans. So we will defend our defenders, those who currently give their lives for our freedom. We are only at the beginning of our path. However, I am convinced that Ukraine deserves being together with other countries of the world who are part of the North Atlantic Treaty. So it deserves to be a member of this group. So this is something that we are currently working on. Thank you very much to all those present here. Glory to Ukraine. Thank you, Taras. Let me emphasize this extremely important role of these boys, not only in protecting our country, but also by saying that their work is highly advanced. They have already created a program board, and they serve as a paragon for other organizations when it comes to effectiveness of their work. Let me also say that two of our active members of our initiative, they lost their lives. Volodymyr Czepowy and Serhiy Nitsky. They used to be members of our organization, and they died while defending our country. So they gave up what they had the most precious, namely their lives. And let's remember that they had the same dreams as ours. Let me now ask the coordinator of the sector responsible for volunteers, Alexander Yurkov. Good morning. I represent the section of volunteers and entrepreneurs. It seems that in everyday life, entrepreneurs and volunteers, if they're not antagonists, then they work simultaneously, at least. But during the war, we are all volunteers and we are all soldiers. I represent a foundation where volunteers provide assistance to civilians, to those who are on the front line. They send us whatever we receive from our partners, so tons of humanitarian aid. So over 300 trucks filled with medical devices for medical services which are on the battlefield, and also equipment for civilians. We also have medical forces that go to the areas which are shelled by Russians, and they provide medical assistance there. Another issue is this school of drone operators. We train soldiers. Over 300 people have been trained by our school in operating drones. And these initiatives are continued. Now, when it comes to the transformation, unfortunately, we have a technical issue. My apologies. We have problems with connection. We believe that responsible business in the system of Ukraine transformation should follow the best world practices. So we use the example of Poland, which has undergone this path. Well, Ukraine is currently a participant of this process. So our group will try to participate in the transformation of our country as actively as possible. Thank you very much, Alexander. Let me emphasize the fact that when Alexander organized his part of our initiative, we said that it would be impossible for a Ukrainian businessman not to be a volunteer. If there's a Ukrainian businessman, and he's not a volunteer at the same time, then there's something wrong. When we were in Washington, well, what Alexander said was received with great emotions there, because what they spoke about, it was very concrete. It is difficult to imagine what they do to defend our country. I'd like to thank them for this. Let me now give the floor to Taras Stecki. He is our coordinator, a well-known person in Ukraine. He's fought for our independence. He was a member of the highest council of Ukraine. It is amazing that, well, he's still young, still honest, so he can transform Ukraine. I'm the head of a sector that collaborates with political parties and NGOs and the civil society entities. I collaborate very closely with Oleś Duny. If I were to speak about our tasks in just a couple of words, I would say that first and foremost, we wish to receive from the main political players, from political parties, understanding of what this project of transforming Ukraine is about. We also want to turn them into allies of our transformation. So we want to create this network that will propagate this idea, popularize it. Another task is that we influence Ukrainian authorities and push it so that our project is implemented. Without the authorities, such transformation projects would not be possible. Now, the project of transformation on its own is understood by this common plan of Ukraine and the West. And we want to use here the example of Poland, but also of other countries. And this triangle, Ukrainian authorities, civil society, and Western analysts. So we have a concept, but this detailed plan of moving from a concept to a plan, well, this is the stage we are at. We also have certain difficulties, mainly related to political parties. Well, the political life is frozen because there's the war. So the activity of political parties is no longer there. We just focus on the parliament, on establishing certain acts, and this is happening during closed meetings. But without parties, it is impossible to organize such, develop such ideas. So we need to collaborate with the leaders of parties, different fractions, and we want to convince them so that they understand our idea. Now, when it comes to civil society, it is active, and during the war, it is even more active, but it is also very diverse. And I believe that right now it is even more diverse. But we also need advocacy at an international level. And we need to include the civil society in our idea of transformation. It is important that we create a coalition of NGOs representing different areas. This would be a great success if we manage to do it. A last piece of comment from me. In order to understand this transformation process in Ukraine, we won't be able to do things in an order. We need to do things simultaneously. We need to win this war. We need to do well economically. We need to carry out reforms and transformation. And we can't do it once the war is over, because we don't know how long it will last. So we have to do it while the war is on. So we need to be active in geopolitics, but also on the front line. And most probably this war won't be over soon. So we need to do 3 in 1: fight, survive, and modernize and transform our country so that we meet the criteria of the EU and become a country that in the future could be a member of the EU. Once we join, when will we be able to join the EU? Well, we don't know. It doesn't depend on us only, but it is an important task for us so that we are a state that will be able to carry out internal politics using European standards. Now, the role of civil society is extremely important with this regard. Thank you very much. Thank you, Taras. In our project, it is important that the political experience of our colleagues, for example, Taras, could be combined with the experience of our volunteers and soldiers. We also want to establish a section of youth politics. Let me now give the floor to Marian Marecki. You know him all very well. He is the former Ukrainian ambassador to Poland. My apologies. Mr. Markian is responsible for... Mr. Kolczkowski, Polish ambassador to Ukraine. Yes, everything is right. Now, when it comes to this discussion and the origins of this project, we were wondering whether this diplomatic part should be part of it. And it seems that currently, when Ukraine is in war, we won't be able to survive without Western help. Ukraine wouldn't be able to face the enemy were it not for support from the West. I believe that this international part is extremely important, not for our future victory, but also for transformation and rebirth, revival of the Ukrainian state. This idea has a huge potential. Currently, there are tens or even hundreds of ideas for the reconstruction of Ukraine once the war is over. We often speak about this new Marshall Plan, which is discussed in different European institutions, in the EU, in the United States, but we're speaking about other mechanisms. The question is, to what extent could we use them as part of our initiative? To what extent could we use this informal diplomacy so that this transformation program is efficient and effective and ends up with creating modern Ukraine? We all know that all these diplomatic efforts could be official or supported by public Ukrainian diplomacy. Well, society these days has great influence on the decisions that are made. Even yesterday, an important event took place. Yesterday, Ukraine joined the 3 Seas initiative. Diplomats remember well how, our path to it, from being treated not very seriously, from being ignored, then these pleas to be accepted. We discussed it in scientific circles. There were 3 different versions of possible participation. it seems impossible to everybody. Then there was this idea of this 3Cs initiative plus Ukraine. And there was even this period when we were called a participating partner. And yesterday, was the day when something we didn't expect happened. We are a member just as Germans are. Now, Europe hasn't had such a project when it comes to its geopolitical importance so far. Yesterday we talked about the future of the Visegrad Group. For us, the experience of this group is the most important. However, what is important that all our experts we know that every country has its own experience, but to combine all these experiences, well, it's not easy. However, we have to do it. We have to create our own model, and this would be the task for our public diplomacy. Well, let's call them civil ambassadors. They need to convince the rest of the world that Ukraine can be a serious partner and that it has a plan to transform its own country. And it was said here that we could create this youth section. Previously, we also talked about universities. And it seems to me that this project of transformation will work for decades. But we need to start from organizing a network for educating young people. So we need specialists who will be able to transform our country. Thank you very much for this initiative. I believe that we have great opportunities for success. This is what Odwiedź has said. We want to show in 30 years' time not only that there's the Ukrainian country, but that countries don't need to be skeptical anymore. Well, in Ukraine, there's corruption among the state authorities. We all know that, but we need to change it so that Western countries believe that the Ukrainian state may be democratic. And diplomats should be responsible for convincing Western societies that the role of Ukraine in the future world is important. And whether it's this armed front country, or maybe we are part of the Western world and we jointly counteract this threat of the Russian Federation. We won't be able to win this war without Western support. We won't be able to rebuild our state either without the joint effort of the Western world. Thank you very much, Markian. Let me say that the great majority of diplomats are actually Markian's students. Well, we are supported by our American friends, the Kyiv universities support us because knowledge is extremely important, and I also want to thank Poles for their support. An important element of knowledge is this effective transformation that took part in Poland. Now we are combined by an idea, the best examples of transformation, and Poland is the best example with this regard. Let me thank Mr. Kwieciński. We'll have the best project. He's going to say a couple of words in a moment about it. I also want to thank Mr. Marek Kuchciński. You have created this forum, Europe of the Carpathians. It has contributed greatly to our project. I also want to thank Polish ambassador to Ukraine, Mr. Kluczewski. It all started with you, if you remember well. I also want to say that we have Mr. Jarosław Romańczyk with us today, who's done everything he could when it comes to the Polish-Ukrainian relationship. We are also developing this formula of cooperation. And to end with, let me give the floor to a member of our organization. When we started our initiative, I asked Mr. Tombiński, who was in Ukraine, Jerzy Kwieciński. The floor is yours. I'm going to speak Polish, although I understand very well what my colleagues are saying here. Well, let me start with the following. This thinking in Ukraine and this movement aimed at entering Euro-Atlantic structures, namely NATO and the EU, well, it's nothing new. It started 20 years ago after the Orange Revolution, and Mihailo sitting next to me, well, he's this Mr. Europe in Ukraine. He prepared and funded with his own money this very good and first strategy of Ukrainian integration. And it was prepared by the best expert in integration at the time, Alan Mayu, together with Paweł Sanecki, who is deputy minister in Poland, responsible for Polish accession to the EU. He was also responsible for the association process. And then he was the Polish commissioner. It shows that it was happening 20 years ago, but unfortunately, Ukraine chose a different path at that time. So these were the declarations, the beginnings, and then Maidan changed it. Then we started working jointly as part of a non-governmental movement, and we shared our Polish experience in entering Euro-Atlantic structures. And Mikhailo had this non-governmental movement at that time. And I was very pleased with the fact that in this highly politicized Ukrainian society, non-governmental organizations were also built. And I must admit that at that time I inspired my colleagues to create the institution Foundation Transformation for Ukraine that would start working on it. And I believe that all that we started 10 years ago and is now continued has a great opportunity to success. Another asset here is great collaboration with Americans. Day before yesterday, Ambassador Mark Brzezinski said that this difficult situation, not only for Ukraine, but for the entire region, for the region of Central and Eastern Europe, is a chance for the transformation of this region. He spoke about the transformation of the entire region, including Ukraine. So this is something that Mikhailo mentioned. What makes our initiative stand out? It wants Ukraine to enter the EU, to enter Euro-Atlantic structures, to transform Ukraine so that it can be part of the EU, and also dealing with corruption, let's say it clearly. Now, economic transformation and getting to such a level of development as there is in Poland right now. Thank you very much. Our session is over now. We have agreed with the speaker Kuchciński and together with Mr. Kwieciński that we will organize a similar session in Warsaw called Transformation of Ukraine. Our American partners and Ukrainian partners and Polish partners will participate in it. Thank you very much for your kind attention and see you in the future.
Пане Марek, можна вас на хвильку для фамілійного здjęcia?
Marek, can we have a photo with you? Thank you.
Tysiąc kilometrów unijnej granicy, tysiące lat historii, przenikania kultur, języków, tradycji i tysiące pomysłów na wspólne przedsięwzięcia. Wiele z nich dla mieszkańców pogranicza zamienia się w rzeczywistość za sprawą programu Polska, Białoruś, Ukraina. Dziedzictwo historyczne i przyrodnicze, ochrona zdrowia i bezpieczeństwo, dostępność i granice to w ostatnim czasie nasza największa wspólna troska.
Podpisanie porozumienia o współpracy pomiędzy Euroregionem Karpackim, Polska, a Sekretariatem Konwencji Karpackiej na rzecz koordynacji rozwoju zrównoważonej turystyki w Karpatach. Konferencja Europa Karpat. Ramowa konwencja o ochronie i zrównoważonym rozwoju Karpat, konwencja karpacka, jednoczy 7 krajów karpackich z Europy Środkowej i Wschodniej. Polskę, Słowację, Czechy, Ukrainę, Węgry, Rumunię i Serbię.
1000 kilometrów unijnej granicy. Tysiące lat historii, przenikania kultur, języków, tradycji i tysiące pomysłów na wspólne przedsięwzięcia. Wiele z nich dla mieszkańców pogranicza zamienia się w rzeczywistość za sprawą programu Polska, Białoruś, Ukraina. Dziedzictwo historyczne i przyrodnicze, ochrona zdrowia i bezpieczeństwo, dostępność i granice to w ostatnim czasie nasza największa wspólna troska. W tych dziedzinach program wsparł kwotą przeszło 180 milionów euro, blisko 170 projektów realizowanych przez ponad 400 instytucji po obu stronach granicy Unii Europejskiej. To ogrom wspólnej pracy, zaangażowania i doświadczeń, które łączą ten niezwykły obszar w sercu Europy.
Вітаю вас на Попівані. Ви знаєте, що це є гарна обсерваторія, яку побудували поляки.
Gdy miałem okazję być w roku 2001 tutaj na górze Pop Iwan, gdzie jest usytuowany Biały Słoń, czyli obserwatorium astronomiczne, obraz tego miejsca był zupełnie inny niż dzisiaj. Wtedy była to ruina, kompletnie rozszabrowana w środku, resztki gruzów.
Przed wojną obserwatorium znajdowało się kilka metrów przed granicą polsko-czechosłowacką, a od marca 1939 roku polsko-węgierską. Równo 85 lat temu doszło do otwarcia tegoż wspomnianego przedwojennego obserwatorium. W części, która jest wyremontowana, widać wyraźnie, że gmach wraca do swojego przedwojennego wyglądu.
Mamy dzisiaj naprawdę bardzo ważne wydarzenie, ponieważ pierwszy bardzo ważny podsumowujący etap w ramach realizacji programu Interregu Polska-Ukraina. Mówimy dzisiaj o tym, że faktycznie dawne marzenia wszystkich, którzy były zawsze zakochani w Białego Słonia, zaczęły się spełniać, ponieważ potężne prace wykonane, co dotyczy renowacji samego obserwatorium, odnowienia ważnych elementów jego działania. No i najważniejsze jest bardzo dobra wiadomość dla badaczy, zainstalowana już meteostacja, która będzie faktycznie jednym z najwyższych meteostacji dla ukraińskich, polskich badaczy, ale oczywiście, że takie wyniki jej działalności jest o wiele szersze. Następny etap to jest teleskop, obserwatorium, powrócenie do tych koncepcji przedwojennych, które pełniła dawna obserwatoria Uniwersytetu Warszawskiego.
Istotą zrównoważonego rozwoju państwa jest to, aby wszystkie miejsca w kraju były w sposób w miarę jednakowy skomunikowane.
Dzisiaj naszym wielkim zadaniem jest budowa infrastruktury, która będzie służyła każdemu Europejczykowi i gospodarce, poczynając od codziennych dostaw, a co jest dzisiaj tak niezmiernie ważne, na logistyce wojskowej skończywszy. Wszystkie te wyzwania mają jeden wspólny infrastrukturalny mianownik. Jest nim transeuropejska sieć transportowa, sieć TEN-T.
Via Carpatia będzie łączyła i ułatwiała współpracę i porozumienie i także zapewniała bezpieczeństwo.
How to improve our connectivity, how to have alternatives both for people, for businesses, and at the same time for military purposes, for our troops to be able to move freely. So the agenda is there. We are developing it, and I'm really quite optimistic given the results, what I see, what we already managed to deliver.
Potrzebujemy bezpieczeństwa, rozwoju gospodarczego, turystyki, przyjaźni, wszystkiego, co warunkuje spokojne, dostatnie i nowoczesne życie.
Jesteśmy w miasteczku Werchowyna na Ukrainie, a jesteśmy tutaj dlatego, że w dniu dzisiejszym, 29 lipca 2023 roku, przypada 85. rocznica otwarcia Obserwatorium Astronomiczno-Meteorologicznego Uniwersytetu Warszawskiego na górze Pop Iwan. fundacji obserwatorium, a teraz, kiedy, jak widzicie, jakby powiedziano przed wojną, nieznanymi wyrokami opatrzności, obserwatorium rzeczywiście staje na nogi.
Karpatami to jest fajnie, że one się nazywają Zielone Karpaty. Pięknie, fajnie, super zielone, ale to stwierdzenie faktu. Ja bym chciał, żeby były Karpaty czyste, żeby nie było plastiku, żeby coś takiego zrobili, żeby tu ludzie nie zostawiali, w ogóle żeby nie było, zlikwidowali plastik. Dowiedziałem się niedawno, że Nowy Jork wprowadził zakaz plastiku. Można? Można. Ruanda też, taki mały kraj afrykański, w ogóle nie wolno wjeżdżać z plastikiem. Można, można.
Tysiąc kilometrów unijnej granicy, tysiące lat historii, przenikania kultur, języków, tradycji i tysiące pomysłów na wspólne przedsięwzięcia. Wiele z nich dla mieszkańców pogranicza zamienia się w rzeczywistość za sprawą programu Polska, Białoruś, Ukraina. Dziedzictwo historyczne i przyrodnicze, ochrona zdrowia i bezpieczeństwo, dostępność i granice to w ostatnim czasie nasza największa wspólna troska.
Podpisanie porozumienia o współpracy pomiędzy Euroregionem Karpackim, Polska, a Sekretariatem Konwencji Karpackiej na rzecz koordynacji rozwoju zrównoważonej turystyki w Karpatach. Konferencja Europa Karpat. Ramowa konwencja o ochronie i zrównoważonym rozwoju Karpat, konwencja karpacka, jednoczy 7 krajów karpackich z Europy Środkowej i Wschodniej. Polskę, Słowację, Czechy, Ukrainę, Węgry, Rumunię i Serbię.
1000 kilometrów unijnej granicy. Tysiące lat historii, przenikania kultur, języków, tradycji i tysiące pomysłów na wspólne przedsięwzięcia. Wiele z nich dla mieszkańców pogranicza zamienia się w rzeczywistość za sprawą programu Polska, Białoruś, Ukraina. Dziedzictwo historyczne i przyrodnicze, ochrona zdrowia i bezpieczeństwo, dostępność i granice to w ostatnim czasie nasza największa wspólna troska. W tych dziedzinach program wsparł kwotą przeszło 180 milionów euro, blisko 170 projektów realizowanych przez ponad 400 instytucji po obu stronach granicy Unii Europejskiej. To ogrom wspólnej pracy, zaangażowania i doświadczeń, które łączą ten niezwykły obszar w sercu Europy.
Вітаю вас на Попівані. Ви знаєте, що це є гарна обсерваторія, яку побудували поляки.
Gdy miałem okazję być w roku 2001 tutaj na górze Pop Iwan, gdzie jest usytuowany Biały Słoń, czyli obserwatorium astronomiczne, obraz tego miejsca był zupełnie inny niż dzisiaj. Wtedy była to ruina, kompletnie rozszabrowana w środku, resztki gruzów.
Przed wojną obserwatorium znajdowało się kilka metrów przed granicą polsko-czechosłowacką, a od marca 1939 roku polsko-węgierską. Równo 85 lat temu doszło do otwarcia tegoż wspomnianego przedwojennego obserwatorium. W części, która jest wyremontowana, widać wyraźnie, że gmach wraca do swojego przedwojennego wyglądu.
Mamy dzisiaj naprawdę bardzo ważne wydarzenie, ponieważ pierwszy bardzo ważny podsumowujący etap w ramach realizacji programu Interregu Polska-Ukraina. Mówimy dzisiaj o tym, że faktycznie dawne marzenia wszystkich, którzy były zawsze zakochani w białego słonia, zaczęły się spełniać, ponieważ potężne prace wykonane, co dotyczy renowacji samego obserwatorium, odnowienia ważnych elementów jego działania. No i najważniejsze jest bardzo dobra wiadomość dla badaczy, zainstalowana już meteostacja, która będzie faktycznie jednym z najwyższych meteostacji dla ukraińskich, polskich badaczy, ale oczywiście, że takie wyniki jej działalności jest o wiele szersze. Następny etap to jest teleskop, obserwatorium, powrócenie do tych koncepcji przedwojennych, które pełniła niedawno obserwatoria Uniwersytetu Warszawskiego.
Istotą zrównoważonego rozwoju państwa jest to, aby wszystkie miejsca w kraju były w sposób w miarę jednakowy skomunikowane.
Dzisiaj naszym wielkim zadaniem jest budowa infrastruktury, która będzie służyła każdemu Europejczykowi i gospodarce, poczynając od codziennych dostaw, a co jest dzisiaj tak niezmiernie ważne, na logistyce wojskowej skończywszy. Wszystkie te wyzwania mają jeden wspólny infrastrukturalny mianownik. Jest nim transeuropejska sieć transportowa, sieć TEN-T.
Via Carpatia będzie łączyła i ułatwiała współpracę i porozumienie i także zapewniała bezpieczeństwo.
How to improve our connectivity, how to have alternatives both for people, for businesses, and at the same time for military purposes, for our troops to be able to move freely. So the agenda is there. We are developing it, and I'm really quite optimistic given the results, what I see, what we already managed to deliver.
Potrzebujemy bezpieczeństwa, rozwoju gospodarczego, turystyki, przyjaźni, wszystkiego, co warunkuje spokojne, dostatnie i nowoczesne życie.
How to improve our connectivity.
Tysiąc kilometrów. Tysiąc kilometrów unijnej granicy. Tysiące lat historii, przenikania kultur, języków, tradycji i tysiące pomysłów na wspólne przedsięwzięcia. Wiele z nich dla mieszkańców pogranicza zamienia się w rzeczywistość za sprawą programu Polska, Białoruś, Ukraina. Dziedzictwo historyczne i przyrodnicze, ochrona zdrowia i bezpieczeństwo, dostępność i granice to w ostatnim czasie nasza największa wspólna troska.
Podpisanie porozumienia o współpracy pomiędzy Euroregionem Karpackim, Polska, a Sekretariatem Konwencji Karpackiej na rzecz koordynacji rozwoju zrównoważonej turystyki w Karpatach. Konferencja Europa Karpat. Ramowa konwencja o ochronie i zrównoważonym rozwoju Karpat, konwencja karpacka, jednoczy 7 krajów karpackich z Europy Środkowej i Wschodniej. Polskę, Słowację, Czechy, Ukrainę, Węgry, Rumunię i Serbię.
1000 kilometrów unijnej granicy. Tysiące lat historii, przenikania kultur, języków, tradycji i tysiące pomysłów na wspólne przedsięwzięcia. Wiele z nich dla mieszkańców pogranicza zamienia się w rzeczywistość za sprawą programu Polska, Białoruś, Ukraina. dziedzictwo historyczne i przyrodnicze, ochrona zdrowia i bezpieczeństwo, dostępność i granice. To w ostatnim czasie nasza największa wspólna troska. W tych dziedzinach program wsparł kwotą przeszło 180 milionów euro, blisko 170 projektów realizowanych przez ponad 400 instytucji po obu stronach granicy Unii Europejskiej. To ogrom wspólnej pracy, zaangażowania i doświadczeń, które łączą ten niezwykły obszar w sercu Europy.
Вітаю вас на Попівані. Ви знаєте, що це є гарна обсерваторія, яку побудували поляки.
Gdy miałem okazję być w roku 2001 tutaj na górze Pop Iwan, gdzie jest usytuowany Biały Słoń, czyli obserwatorium astronomiczne, obraz tego miejsca był zupełnie inny niż dzisiaj. Wtedy była to ruina, kompletnie rozszabrowana w środku, resztki gruzów.
Przed wojną obserwatorium znajdowało się kilka metrów przed granicą polsko-czechosłowacką, a od marca 1939 roku polsko-węgierską. Równo 85 lat temu doszło do otwarcia tegoż wspomnianego przedwojennego obserwatorium. W części, która jest wyremontowana, widać wyraźnie, że gmach wraca do swojego przedwojennego wyglądu.
Mamy dzisiaj naprawdę bardzo ważne wydarzenie, ponieważ pierwszy bardzo ważny podsumowujący etap w ramach realizacji programu Interregu Polska-Ukraina. Mówimy dzisiaj o tym, że faktycznie dawne marzenia wszystkich, które były zawsze zakochani w Białego Słonia, zaczęły się spełniać, ponieważ potężne prace wykonane, co dotyczy renowacji samego obserwatorium, odnowienia ważnych elementów jego działania. No i najważniejsze jest bardzo dobra wiadomość dla badaczy, zainstalowana już meteostacja, która będzie faktycznie jednym z najwyższych meteostacji dla ukraińskich, polskich badaczy, ale oczywiście, że takie wyniki jej działalności jest o wiele szersze. Następny etap to jest teleskop, obserwatorium, powrócenie do tych koncepcji przedwojennych, które pełniła niedawno obserwatoria Uniwersytetu Warszawskiego.
Jesteśmy w miasteczku Werchowyna na Ukrainie, a jesteśmy tutaj dlatego, że w dniu dzisiejszym, 29 lipca 2023 roku, przypada 85. rocznica otwarcia Obserwatorium Astronomiczno-Meteorologicznego Uniwersytetu Warszawskiego na górze Pop Iwan. Obserwatorium, a teraz, kiedy, jak widzicie, jakby powiedziano przed wojną, nieznanymi wyrokami opatrzności, obserwatorium rzeczywiście staje na nogi.
Z Karpatami to jest fajnie, że one się nazywają Zielone Karpaty. Pięknie, fajnie, super zielone, ale to stwierdzenie faktu. Ja bym chciał, żeby były Karpaty czyste, żeby nie było plastiku, żeby coś takiego zrobili, żeby tu ludzie nie zostawiali, w ogóle żeby nie było, zlikwidowali plastik. Dowiedziałem się niedawno, że Nowy Jork wprowadził zakaz plastiku. Można? Można. Ruanda też, taki mały kraj afrykański, w ogóle nie wolno wjeżdżać z plastikiem. Można, można.
Podpisanie porozumienia o współpracy pomiędzy Euroregionem Karpackim Polska a Sekretariatem Konwencji Karpackiej na rzecz koordynacji rozwoju zrównoważonej turystyki w Karpatach. Konferencja Europa Karpat. Ramowa konwencja o ochronie i zrównoważonym rozwoju Karpat, konwencja karpacka, jednoczy 7 krajów karpackich z Europy Środkowej i Wschodniej. Polskę, Słowację, Czechy, Ukrainę, Węgry, Rumunię i Serbię.
Вітаю вас на Попівані. Ви знаєте, що це є гарна обсерваторія, яку побудували поляки.
Gdy miałem okazję być w roku 2001 tutaj na górze Pop Iwan, gdzie jest usytuowany Biały Słoń, czyli obserwatorium astronomiczne, obraz tego miejsca był zupełnie inny niż dzisiaj. Wtedy była to ruina, kompletnie rozszabrowana w środku, resztki gruzów.
Przed wojną obserwatorium znajdowało się kilka metrów przed granicą polsko-czechosłowacką, a od marca 1939 roku polsko-węgierską. Równo 85 lat temu doszło do otwarcia tegoż wspomnianego przedwojennego obserwatorium. W części, która jest wyremontowana, widać wyraźnie, że gmach wraca do swojego przedwojennego wyglądu.
Mamy dzisiaj naprawdę bardzo ważne wydarzenie, ponieważ pierwszy bardzo ważny podsumowujący etap w ramach realizacji programu Interregu Polska-Ukraina. Mówimy dzisiaj o tym, że faktycznie dawne marzenia wszystkich, którzy były zawsze zakochani w Białego Słonia, zaczęły się spełniać, ponieważ potężne prace wykonane, co dotyczy renowacji samego obserwatorium, odnowienia ważnych elementów jego działania. No i najważniejsze jest bardzo dobra wiadomość dla badaczy, zainstalowana już meteostacja, która będzie faktycznie jednym z najwyższych meteostacji dla ukraińskich, polskich badaczy, ale oczywiście, że takie wyniki jej działalności jest o wiele szersze. Następny etap to jest teleskop, obserwatorium, powrócenie do tych koncepcji przedwojennych, które pełniła dawna obserwatoria Uniwersytetu Warszawskiego.
Z dziką przyrodą. Kłajpeda to nadbałtyckie miasto pełne uroku i historii. Stare miasto urzeka malowniczymi uliczkami, kolorowymi kamienicami gdzie wspaniałe freski i detale wnętrza z pewnością zachwycą miłośników sztuki. Naszym ostatnim przystankiem w Polsce jest Przemyśl i jego okolice, które są skarbnicą historycznych i kulturowych atrakcji. Zamek Kazimierzowski, położony na wzgórzu, wznosi się dumnie nad miastem, zachwycając zarówno architekturą, jak i widokiem na panoramę Przemyśla. Rynek z imponującą wieżą jest sercem miasta, gdzie tętni życie, a z wieży rozciąga się widok na malownicze zakątki. Zamek w Krasiczynie to klejnot renesansowej architektury, przyciągający swoim urokiem i kunsztownymi zdobieniami. Podróże w czasie kontynuują się w zamku w Łańcucie, perle architektury polskiego baroku z przepięknymi wnętrzami i ogrodami. Sanktuarium w Dukli, miejscu pielgrzymek, emanuje duchową atmosferą i wspaniałymi widokami. Muzeum Ropy Naftowej w Bóbrce to ciekawy przystanek dla miłośników nauki i historii, gdzie można zgłębić tajemnice polskiego przemysłu naftowego. Kontynuując naszą podróż Via Carpathią, odwiedzamy Koszyce. Malownicze miasto na Słowacji, które oczarowało nas swoim urokiem. Wizyta w katedrze świętej Elżbiety była podróżą w głąb religijnych tradycji tego miejsca, gdzie architektura łączy się z duchowym pięknem. Przechadzając się po urokliwych uliczkach Starego Miasta, przenieśliśmy się w czasie, odkrywając fascynującą historię tego regionu. Ulice wypełnione warsztatami rzemieślniczymi to prawdziwa kopalnia lokalnej kreatywności, gdzie można zanurzyć się w atmosferze słowackiej kultury i sztuki. Przemierzając dalej naszą trasę, wjechaliśmy do Węgier, gdzie zobaczyliśmy zamek Szaroszpatak. Mistyczne miejsce, które przenosi nas w czasy dawnych dynastii, odsłaniając historię kraju. Następnym przystankiem był Debrecen, gdzie plac Koszut przyciąga uwagę monumentalnością i symbolem narodowej dumy, stanowiąc serce miasta i centrum życia społecznego. Wieża wodna oraz park to wyjątkowe połączenie natury i historii, gdzie z wysokości można podziwiać piękno okolicy. Natomiast Wielki Kościół reformowany jest znakiem nie tylko religijnej tożsamości, lecz także wizualnym świadectwem umiejętności architektonicznych. Jadąc dalej, zdecydowaliśmy odbić nieco od zaplanowanej trasy, aby zwiedzić jeden z najbardziej malowniczych i bogatych w skarby regionów Karpat – Marmarosz w Rumunii. Sapanta to miejsce, gdzie kościół i kolorowe cmentarze są nie tylko wyrazem wiary, ale także unikalnym zapisem kultury ludowej. Deseti, choć droga prowadzi krętymi ścieżkami, nagradza podróżnych niezwykłym urokiem przyrody i spokojem. W Budestii kościół to mistyczna przestrzeń, w której wibrują tajemnicze historie przeszłości. Barsana, kompleks skalny, jest wyrazem głębokiej wiary i umiejętności lokalnych rzemieślników. Rumunia dzięki tym unikalnym miejscom pozwala zrozumieć odwieczne tradycje i łączy nas z kulturowym dziedzictwem kraju. Po powrocie na trasę zwiedziliśmy Timisoare, urokliwe miasto w Rumunii, które kusi swoimi skarbami. Casa Bruk to historia i architektura splatające się w jednym, przypominając o przeszłości. Plac Zwycięstwa to serce miasta, gdzie pulsuje życie i spotykają się mieszkańcy oraz turyści. Ulica Parasoli z urokliwymi kamienicami kryje w sobie ducha przeszłości i tworzy niesamowitą atmosferę. Podążając dalej Via Carpathią odwiedzamy Sofię, stolicę Bułgarii, w której krzyżujące się drogi historii i współczesności przykuwają uwagę swoim bogactwem i różnorodnością. Katedra świętego Aleksandra Newskiego to imponujący przykład architektury neobizantyjskiej. Góruje nad miastem, emanując duchową wielkością. Rotunda świętego Jerzego, starożytny kościół obronny, przenosi nas w dawne czasy i wprowadza w magiczną aurę przeszłości. Wodospad Bojana w malowniczym otoczeniu natury oferuje spokój i odprężenie po zgiełku wielkiego miasta. Ostatnim przystankiem na naszej trasie są Saloniki osadzone nad Morzem Egejskim, które rozkwitają w blasku historii i nowoczesności. Biała wieża, symbol miasta, kryje w sobie fascynujące muzeum opowiadające historię regionu. Pomnik Aleksandra Wielkiego wznosi się dumnie, przypominając o niezwykłym spadkobiercy antycznego świata. Pomnik Arystotelesa, wielkiego filozofa, skupia wokół siebie atmosferę nauki i refleksji. Spacerując po promenadzie, która prowadzi do plaży, odczuwa się unikalną atmosferę Salonik. To miasto wypełnione dziedzictwem i pięknem, idealne na zakończenie magicznej podróży przez bogaty w skarby kulturowe i historyczne region Karpat.
Z Karpatami to jest fajnie, że one się nazywają Zielone Karpaty. Pięknie, fajnie, super zielone, ale to stwierdzenie faktu. Ja bym chciał, żeby były Karpaty czyste, żeby nie było plastiku, żeby coś takiego zrobili, żeby tu ludzie nie zostawiali, w ogóle żeby nie było, zlikwidowali plastik. Dowiedziałem się niedawno, że Nowy Jork prowadził zakaz plastiku. Można? Można. Ruanda też, taki mały kraj afrykański, w ogóle nie wolno wjeżdżać z plastikiem. Można, można.
Podpisanie porozumienia o współpracy pomiędzy Euroregionem Karpackim, Polska, a Sekretariatem Konwencji Karpackiej na rzecz koordynacji rozwoju zrównoważonej turystyki w Karpatach. Konferencja Europa Karpat. Ramowa konwencja o ochronie i zrównoważonym rozwoju Karpat, konwencja karpacka, jednoczy 7 krajów karpackich z Europy Środkowej i Wschodniej. Polskę, Słowację, Czechy, Ukrainę, Węgry, Rumunię i Serbię.
Вітаю вас на Попівані. Ви знаєте, що це є гарна обсерваторія, яку побудували поляки.
Gdy miałem okazję być w roku 2001 tutaj na górze Pop Iwan, gdzie jest usytuowany Biały Słoń, czyli obserwatorium astronomiczne, obraz tego miejsca był zupełnie inny niż dzisiaj. Wtedy była to ruina, kompletnie rozszabrowana w środku, resztki gruzów.
Przed wojną obserwatorium znajdowało się kilka metrów przed granicą polsko-czechosłowacką, a od marca 1939 roku polsko-węgierską. Równo 85 lat temu doszło do otwarcia tegoż wspomnianego przedwojennego obserwatorium. W części, która jest wyremontowana, widać wyraźnie, że gmach wraca do swojego przedwojennego wyglądu.
Mamy dzisiaj naprawdę bardzo ważne wydarzenie, ponieważ pierwszy bardzo ważny podsumowujący etap w ramach realizacji programu Interregu Polska-Ukraina. Mówimy dzisiaj o tym, że faktycznie dawne marzenia wszystkich, którzy były zawsze zakochani w Białego Słonia, zaczęły się spełniać, ponieważ potężne prace wykonane, co dotyczy renowacji samego obserwatorium, odnowienia ważnych elementów jego działania. No i najważniejsze jest bardzo dobra wiadomość dla badaczy, zainstalowana już meteostacja, która będzie faktycznie jednym z najwyższych meteostacji dla ukraińskich, polskich badaczy, ale oczywiście, że takie wyniki jej działalności jest o wiele szersze. Następny etap to jest teleskop, obserwatorium, powrócenie do tych koncepcji przedwojennych, które pełniła niedawno obserwatoria Uniwersytetu Warszawskiego.
Jesteśmy w miasteczku Werchowyna na Ukrainie. A jesteśmy tutaj dlatego, że w dniu dzisiejszym, 29 lipca 2023 roku, przypada 85. rocznica otwarcia obserwatorium astronomiczno-meteorologicznego Uniwersytetu Warszawskiego na górze Pop Iwan. Przy renowacji obserwatorium, a teraz, kiedy, jak widzicie, jakby powiedziano przed wojną, nieznanymi wyrokami opatrzności, obserwatorium rzeczywiście staje na nogi.
Wyruszając w niezapomnianą podróż Via Carpathią w poszukiwaniu skarbów w malowniczych krajach Karpat, otwieramy drzwi do świata, gdzie historia, przyroda i kultura splatają się w kolorową mozaikę, pełną niesamowitych doświadczeń i wrażeń. Nasza przygoda rozpoczyna się nad samym brzegiem Bałtyku, w Kłajpedzie, miejscu, gdzie morska bryza spotyka się z urokiem Starego Miasta. Tuż obok znajduje się Mierzeja Kurońska, czyli unikatowy przyrodniczy obszar, który oferuje niezapomniane widoki i możliwość obcowania z dziką przyrodą. Kłajpeda to nadbałtyckie miasto pełne uroku i historii. Stare miasto urzeka malowniczymi uliczkami, kolorowymi kamienicami i atmosferą pełną tradycji. Podążając dalej Via Carpathią, przybywamy do Kowna, magicznego miasta, które kusi swoim bogactwem historycznym i kulturowym. W centrum uwagi stoi imponujący zamek w Kownie, majestatyczna budowla, która przenosi nas w czasie i pozwala zgłębić dzieje tego regionu. Spacerując po Starym Mieście, przenosimy się do innej epoki, zachwycając się urokliwymi uliczkami, kolorowymi kamienicami i przepięknymi kościołami. Następnym przystankiem naszej podróży Via Carpathią są Suwałki ze swoimi wyjątkowymi skarbami. Muzeum w Suwałkach przenosi nas w czasie, umożliwiając nam zrozumienie jego kulturowego dziedzictwa. Jadźwingowie stanowią tajemnicze świadectwo dawnych czasów, a pozostawione przez nich pamiątki pozwalają wczuć się w ducha tych ziem i poznać ich historię, a także obrzędy i wierzenia. Muzeum Marii Konopnickiej to miejsce, które pozwala lepiej poznać życie i twórczość wybitnej polskiej pisarki. Zmierzając na południe Via Carpathią, odwiedzamy Lublin. Zamek w Lublinie to majestatyczna warownia wznosząca się nad miastem. Ukazuje piękno i potęgę średniowiecznej architektury. Stare miasto Lublina zachwyca wąskimi uliczkami, malowniczymi kamienicami i zabytkowymi kościołami, tworząc naprawdę wyjątkową atmosferę. Kaplica Świętej Trójcy to arcydzieło renesansowej architektury, gdzie wspaniałe freski i detale wnętrza z pewnością zachwycą miłośników sztuki. Naszym ostatnim przystankiem w Polsce jest Przemyśl i jego okolice, które są skarbnicą historycznych i kulturowych atrakcji. Zamek Kazimierzowski, położony na wzgórzu, wznosi się dumnie nad miastem, zachwycając zarówno architekturą, jak i widokiem na panoramę Przemyśla. Rynek z imponującą wieżą jest sercem miasta, gdzie tętni życie, a z wieży rozciąga się widok na malownicze zakątki. Zamek w Krasiczynie to klejnot renesansowej architektury, przyciągający swoim urokiem i kunsztownymi zdobieniami. Podróże w czasie kontynuują się w zamku w Łańcucie, perle architektury polskiego baroku z przepięknymi wnętrzami i ogrodami. Sanktuarium w Dukli, miejscu pielgrzymek, emanuje duchową atmosferą i wspaniałymi widokami. Muzeum Ropy Naftowej w Bóbrce to ciekawy przystanek dla miłośników nauki i historii, gdzie można zgłębić tajemnice polskiego przemysłu naftowego. Kontynuując naszą podróż Via Carpathią, odwiedzamy Koszyce. Malownicze miasto na Słowacji, które oczarowało nas swoim urokiem. Wizyta w katedrze świętej Elżbiety była podróżą w głąb religijnych tradycji tego miejsca, gdzie architektura łączy się z duchowym pięknem. Przechadzając się po urokliwych uliczkach Starego Miasta, przenieśliśmy się w czasie, odkrywając fascynującą historię tego regionu. Ulice wypełnione warsztatami rzemieślniczymi to prawdziwa kopalnia lokalnej kreatywności, gdzie można zanurzyć się w atmosferze słowackiej kultury i sztuki. Przemierzając dalej naszą trasę, wjechaliśmy do Węgier, gdzie zobaczyliśmy zamek Szaroszpatak. Mistyczne miejsce, które przenosi nas w czasy dawnych dynastii, odsłaniając historię kraju. Następnym przystankiem był Debrecen, gdzie plac Koszut przyciąga uwagę monumentalnością i symbolem narodowej dumy, stanowiąc serce miasta i centrum życia społecznego. Wieża wodna oraz park to wyjątkowe połączenie natury i historii, gdzie z wysokości można podziwiać piękno okolicy. Natomiast Wielki Kościół reformowany jest znakiem nie tylko religijnej tożsamości, lecz także wizualnym świadectwem umiejętności architektonicznych. Jadąc dalej, zdecydowaliśmy odbić nieco od zaplanowanej trasy, aby zwiedzić jeden z najbardziej malowniczych i bogatych w skarby regionów Karpat – Marmarosz w Rumunii. Sapanta to miejsce, gdzie kościół i kolorowe cmentarze są nie tylko wyrazem wiary, ale także unikalnym zapisem kultury ludowej. Deseti, choć droga prowadzi krętymi ścieżkami, nagradza podróżnych niezwykłym urokiem przyrody i spokojem. W Budestii kościół to mistyczna przestrzeń, w której wibrują tajemnicze historie przeszłości. Barsana, kompleks skalny, jest wyrazem głębokiej wiary i umiejętności lokalnych rzemieślników. Rumunia dzięki tym unikalnym miejscom pozwala zrozumieć odwieczne tradycje i łączy nas z kulturowym dziedzictwem kraju. Po powrocie na trasę zwiedziliśmy Timisoare, urokliwe miasto w Rumunii, które kusi swoimi skarbami. Casa Bruk to historia i architektura splatające się w jednym, przypominając o przeszłości. Plac Zwycięstwa to serce miasta, gdzie pulsuje życie i spotykają się mieszkańcy oraz turyści. Ulica Parasoli z urokliwymi kamienicami kryje w sobie ducha przeszłości i tworzy niesamowitą atmosferę. Podążając dalej Via Carpathią odwiedzamy Sofię, stolicę Bułgarii, w której krzyżujące się drogi historii i współczesności przykuwają uwagę swoim bogactwem i różnorodnością. Katedra świętego Aleksandra Newskiego to imponujący przykład architektury neobizantyjskiej. Góruje nad miastem, emanując duchową wielkością. Rotunda świętego Jerzego, starożytny kościół obronny, przenosi nas w dawne czasy i wprowadza w magiczną aurę przeszłości. Wodospad Bojana w malowniczym otoczeniu natury oferuje spokój i odprężenie po zgiełku wielkiego miasta. Ostatnim przystankiem na naszej trasie są Saloniki, osadzone nad Morzem Egejskim, które rozkwitają w blasku historii i nowoczesności. Biała wieża, symbol miasta, kryje w sobie fascynujące muzeum opowiadające historię regionu. Pomnik Aleksandra Wielkiego wznosi się dumnie, przypominając o niezwykłym spadkobiercy antycznego świata. Pomnik Arystotelesa, wielkiego filozofa, skupia wokół siebie atmosferę nauki i refleksji. Spacerując po promenadzie, która prowadzi do plaży, odczuwa się unikalną atmosferę Salonik. To miasto wypełnione dziedzictwem i pięknem, idealne na zakończenie magicznej podróży przez bogaty w skarby kulturowe i historyczne region Karpat.
Z Karpatami to jest fajnie, że one się nazywają Zielone Karpaty. Pięknie, fajnie, super zielone, ale to stwierdzenie faktu. Ja bym chciał, żeby były Karpaty czyste, żeby nie było plastiku, żeby coś takiego zrobili, żeby tu ludzie nie zostawiali, w ogóle żeby nie było, zlikwidowali plastik. Dowiedziałem się niedawno, że Nowy Jork wprowadził zakaz plastiku. Można? Można. Ruanda też, taki mały kraj afrykański, w ogóle nie wolno wjeżdżać z plastikiem. Można, można.
Podpisanie porozumienia o współpracy pomiędzy Euroregionem Karpackim, Polska, a Sekretariatem Konwencji Karpackiej na rzecz koordynacji rozwoju zrównoważonej turystyki w Karpatach. Konferencja Europa Karpat. Ramowa konwencja o ochronie i zrównoważonym rozwoju Karpat, konwencja karpacka, jednoczy 7 krajów karpackich z Europy Środkowej i Wschodniej. Polskę, Słowację, Czechy, Ukrainę, Węgry, Rumunię i Serbię.
Вітаю вас на Попівані. Ви знаєте, що це є гарна обсерваторія, яку побудували поляки.
Gdy miałem okazję być w roku 2001 tutaj na górze Pop Iwan, gdzie jest usytuowany Biały Słoń, czyli obserwatorium astronomiczne, obraz tego miejsca był zupełnie inny niż dzisiaj. Wtedy była to ruina, kompletnie rozszabrowana w środku, resztki gruzów.
Przed wojną obserwatorium znajdowało się kilka metrów przed granicą polsko-czechosłowacką, a od marca 1939 roku polsko-węgierską. Równo 85 lat temu doszło do otwarcia tegoż wspomnianego przedwojennego obserwatorium. W części, która jest wyremontowana, widać wyraźnie, że gmach wraca do swojego przedwojennego wyglądu.
Mamy dzisiaj naprawdę bardzo ważne wydarzenie, ponieważ pierwszy bardzo ważny podsumowujący etap w ramach realizacji programu Interregu Polska-Ukraina. Mówimy dzisiaj o tym, że faktycznie dawne marzenia wszystkich, które były zawsze zakochani w Białego Słonia, zaczęły się spełniać, ponieważ potężne prace wykonane, co dotyczy renowacji samego obserwatorium, odnowienia ważnych elementów jego działania. No i najważniejsze jest bardzo dobra wiadomość dla badaczy, zainstalowana już meteostacja, która będzie faktycznie jednym z najwyższych meteostacji dla ukraińskich, polskich badaczy, ale oczywiście, że takie wyniki jej działalności jest o wiele szersze. Następny etap to jest teleskop, obserwatorium, powrócenie do tych koncepcji przedwojennych, które pełniła niedawno obserwatoria Uniwersytetu Warszawskiego.
Jesteśmy w miasteczku Werchowyna na Ukrainie, a jesteśmy tutaj dlatego, że w dniu dzisiejszym, 29 lipca 2023 roku, przypada 85. rocznica otwarcia Obserwatorium Astronomiczno-Meteorologicznego Uniwersytetu Warszawskiego na górze Pop Iwan. Przy renowacji obserwatorium, a teraz, kiedy, jak widzicie, jakby powiedziano przed wojną, nieznanymi wyrokami opatrzności, obserwatorium rzeczywiście staje na nogi.
Wyruszając w niezapomnianą podróż Via Carpathią w poszukiwaniu skarbów w malowniczych krajach Karpat, otwieramy drzwi do świata, gdzie historia, przyroda i kultura splatają się w kolorową mozaikę, pełną niesamowitych doświadczeń i wrażeń. Nasza przygoda rozpoczyna się nad samym brzegiem Bałtyku, w Kłajpedzie, miejscu, gdzie morska bryza spotyka się z urokiem Starego Miasta. Tuż obok znajduje się Mierzeja Kurońska, czyli unikatowy przyrodniczy obszar, który oferuje niezapomniane widoki i możliwość obcowania z dziką przyrodą. Kłajpeda to nadbałtyckie miasto pełne uroku i historii. Stare miasto urzeka malowniczymi uliczkami, kolorowymi kamienicami i atmosferą pełną tradycji. Podążając dalej Via Carpathią, przybywamy do Kowna, magicznego miasta, które kusi swoim bogactwem historycznym i kulturowym. W centrum uwagi stoi imponujący zamek w Kownie, majestatyczna budowla, która przenosi nas w czasie i pozwala zgłębić dzieje tego regionu. Spacerując po Starym Mieście, przenosimy się do innej epoki, zachwycając się urokliwymi uliczkami, kolorowymi kamienicami i przepięknymi kościołami. Następnym przystankiem naszej podróży Via Carpathią są Suwałki ze swoimi wyjątkowymi skarbami. Muzeum w Suwałkach przenosi nas w czasie, umożliwiając nam zrozumienie jego kulturowego dziedzictwa. Jadźwingowie stanowią tajemnicze świadectwo dawnych czasów, a pozostawione przez nich pamiątki pozwalają wczuć się w ducha tych ziem i poznać ich historię, a także obrzędy i wierzenia. Muzeum Marii Konopnickiej to miejsce, które pozwala lepiej poznać życie i twórczość wybitnej polskiej pisarki. Zmierzając na południe Via Carpathią, odwiedzamy Lublin. Zamek w Lublinie to majestatyczna warownia wznosząca się nad miastem. Ukazuje piękno i potęgę średniowiecznej architektury. Stare miasto Lublina zachwyca wąskimi uliczkami, malowniczymi kamienicami i zabytkowymi kościołami, tworząc naprawdę wyjątkową atmosferę. Kaplica Świętej Trójcy to arcydzieło renesansowej architektury, gdzie wspaniałe freski i detale wnętrza z pewnością zachwycą miłośników sztuki. Naszym ostatnim przystankiem w Polsce jest Przemyśl i jego okolice, które są skarbnicą historycznych i kulturowych atrakcji. Zamek Kazimierzowski, położony na wzgórzu, wznosi się dumnie nad miastem, zachwycając zarówno architekturą, jak i widokiem na panoramę Przemyśla. Rynek z imponującą wieżą jest sercem miasta, gdzie tętni życie, a z wieży rozciąga się widok na malownicze zakątki. Zamek w Krasiczynie to klejnot renesansowej architektury, przyciągający swoim urokiem i kunsztownymi zdobieniami. Podróże w czasie kontynuują się w zamku w Łańcucie, perle architektury polskiego baroku z przepięknymi wnętrzami i ogrodami. Sanktuarium w Dukli, miejscu pielgrzymek, emanuje duchową atmosferą i wspaniałymi widokami. Muzeum Ropy Naftowej w Bóbrce to ciekawy przystanek dla miłośników nauki i historii, gdzie można zgłębić tajemnice polskiego przemysłu naftowego. Kontynuując naszą podróż Via Carpathią, odwiedzamy Koszyce. Malownicze miasto na Słowacji, które oczarowało nas nas swoim urokiem. Wizyta w katedrze świętej Elżbiety była podróżą w głąb religijnych tradycji tego miejsca, gdzie architektura łączy się z duchowym pięknem. Przechadzając się po urokliwych uliczkach Starego Miasta, przenieśliśmy się w czasie, odkrywając fascynującą historię tego regionu. Ulice wypełnione warsztatami rzemieślniczymi to prawdziwa kopalnia lokalnej kreatywności, gdzie można zanurzyć się w atmosferze słowackiej kultury i sztuki. Przemierzając dalej naszą trasę, wjechaliśmy do Węgier, gdzie zobaczyliśmy zamek Szaroszpatak. Mistyczne miejsce, które przenosi nas w czasy dawnych dynastii, odsłaniając historię kraju. Następnym przystankiem był Debrecen, gdzie plac Koszut przyciąga uwagę monumentalnością i symbolem narodowej dumy, stanowiąc serce miasta i centrum życia społecznego. Wieża wodna oraz park to wyjątkowe połączenie natury i historii, gdzie z wysokości można podziwiać piękno okolicy. Natomiast Wielki Kościół reformowany jest znakiem nie tylko religijnej tożsamości, lecz także wizualnym świadectwem umiejętności architektonicznych. Jadąc dalej, zdecydowaliśmy odbić nieco od zaplanowanej trasy, aby zwiedzić jeden z najbardziej malowniczych i bogatych w skarby regionów Karpat – Marmarosz w Rumunii. Sapanta to miejsce, gdzie kościół i kolorowe cmentarze są nie tylko wyrazem wiary, ale także unikalnym zapisem kultury ludowej. Deseti, choć droga prowadzi krętymi ścieżkami, nagradza podróżnych niezwykłym urokiem przyrody i spokojem. W Budestii kościół to mistyczna przestrzeń, w której wibrują tajemnicze historie przeszłości. Barsana, kompleks skalny, jest wyrazem głębokiej wiary i umiejętności lokalnych rzemieślników. Rumunia dzięki tym unikalnym miejscom pozwala zrozumieć odwieczne tradycje i łączy nas z kulturowym dziedzictwem kraju. Po powrocie na trasę zwiedziliśmy Timisoare, urokliwe miasto w Rumunii, które kusi swoimi skarbami. Casa Bruk to historia i architektura splatające się w jednym. Przypominając o przeszłości, Plac Zwycięstwa to serce miasta, gdzie pulsuje życie i spotykają się mieszkańcy oraz turyści. Ulica Parasoli z urokliwymi kamienicami kryje w sobie ducha przeszłości i tworzy niesamowitą atmosferę. Podążając dalej Via Carpathią odwiedzamy Sofię, stolicę Bułgarii, w której krzyżujące się drogi historii i współczesności przykuwają uwagę swoim bogactwem i różnorodnością. Katedra świętego Aleksandra Newskiego to imponujący przykład architektury neobizantyjskiej. Góruje nad miastem, emanując duchową wielkością. Rotunda świętego Jerzego, starożytny kościół obronny, przenosi nas w dawne czasy i wprowadza w magiczną aurę przeszłości. Wodospad Bojana w malowniczym otoczeniu natury oferuje spokój i odprężenie po zgiełku wielkiego miasta. Ostatnim przystankiem na naszej trasie są Saloniki osadzone nad Morzem Egejskim, które rozkwitają w blasku historii i nowoczesności. Biała wieża, symbol miasta, kryje w sobie fascynujące muzeum opowiadające historię regionu. Pomnik Aleksandra Wielkiego wznosi się dumnie, przypominając o niezwykłym spadkobiercy antycznego świata. Pomnik Arystotelesa, wielkiego filozofa, skupia wokół siebie atmosferę nauki i refleksji. Spacerując po promenadzie, która prowadzi do plaży, odczuwa się unikalną atmosferę Salonik. To miasto wypełnione dziedzictwem i pięknem, idealne na zakończenie magicznej podróży przez bogaty w skarby kulturowe i historyczne region Karpat.
Karpatami to jest fajnie, że one się nazywają Zielone Karpaty. Pięknie, fajnie, super zielone, ale to stwierdzenie faktu. Ja bym chciał, żeby były Karpaty czyste, żeby nie było plastiku, żeby coś takiego zrobili, żeby tu ludzie nie zostawiali, w ogóle żeby nie było, zlikwidowali plastik. Dowiedziałem się niedawno, że że Nowy Jork wprowadził zakaz plastiku. Można? Można. Ruanda też, taki mały kraj afrykański, w ogóle nie wolno wjeżdżać z plastikiem. Można? Można.
Podpisanie porozumienia o współpracy pomiędzy Euroregionem Karpackim, Polska, a Sekretariatem Konwencji Karpackiej na rzecz koordynacji rozwoju zrównoważonej turystyki w Karpatach. Konferencja Europa Karpat. Ramowa konwencja o ochronie i zrównoważonym rozwoju Karpat, konwencja karpacka, jednoczy 7 krajów karpackich z Europy Środkowej i Wschodniej. Polskę, Słowację, Czechy, Ukrainę, Węgry, Rumunię i Serbię.
Вітаю вас на Попівані. Ви знаєте, що це є гарна обсерваторія, яку побудували поляки.
Gdy miałem okazję być w roku 2001 tutaj na górze Pop Iwan, gdzie jest usytuowany Biały Słoń, czyli obserwatorium astronomiczne, obraz tego miejsca był zupełnie inny niż dzisiaj. Wtedy była to ruina, kompletnie rozszabrowana w środku, resztki gruzów.
Przed wojną obserwatorium znajdowało się kilka metrów przed granicą polsko-czechosłowacką, a od marca 1939 roku polsko-węgierską. Równo 85 lat temu doszło do otwarcia tegoż wspomnianego przedwojennego obserwatorium. W części, która jest wyremontowana, widać wyraźnie, że gmach wraca do swojego przedwojennego wyglądu.
Mamy dzisiaj naprawdę bardzo ważne wydarzenie, ponieważ pierwszy bardzo ważny podsumujący.
Witamy Państwa z Karpacza. 36. Konferencja Europy Karpat trwa.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 36th Conference Europe of the Carpathians is here, and we're going to speak about collaboration in our region. Every collaboration means people standing behind it, so today we will listen to practitioners who are involved in this project. We will speak about cross-border collaboration, about the mechanisms and the good practices that can be implemented for the future. The panel is going to be hosted by Małgorzata Jarosińska-Jedynak, Secretary of State at the Ministry of Funds and Regional Policy, and the speakers will be Mr. Dawid Lasek, Secretary General of the Association of the Euro region of the Carpathians, Mr. Leo Kim, Executive Director of Ars Praxia, Irina Sukovich, First Secretary at the Ukrainian Embassy to Poland, Mr. Marek Cierpiał-Wolan, Director of the Office of Statistics in Rzeszów, and Władysław Ortyl, Marshal of the Podkarpackie region. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very pleased that we can speak today about collaboration in the region, which is a very important topic, and we're talking about collaboration not only between the local governments but also between businesses, the academia, NGOs. Every form of collaboration in this region is extremely important, but it is also very demanding. We know that this region, the Carpathians, which connects different regions, in the face of the challenges that are ahead of us, and also in terms of opportunities, well, the countries that create this region are in a way equal, but at the same time they differ. There's not always the same will on all sides of the border to implement a given project. I'm very pleased that with such eminent guests we can speak about these extremely important issues. Let me now move on to the first round of questions. Let's first talk about the area of the Carpathians and also the conclusions that we can draw from collaboration between different stakeholders. As I've said, these are not only local authorities, these are not only regions. Let me now ask Mr. Dawid Lasek on his thoughts about the 30 years, that's quite a long time, about the 30 years of collaboration within this region. What leading projects can we list here? Madam Minister, Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, well, it's a tricky question. It would be easier to list the drawbacks and the failures than the successes. But well, we work following the Western formats, and it is worth mentioning what happened on the 14th of February 1993 in Debrecen. There was the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Professor, well, his name just skipped my mind, and other ministers of foreign affairs. So that was a completely different political situation. Yes, Minister Skubiszewski, Professor Skubiszewski was there. He was one of the signatory of establishing this region of the Carpathians. So that's my only reflection, ladies and gentlemen, because then, 30 years ago, it was believed that a war would start here the way it was happening in the Balkans. So there was this concern that there was a threat of war. Then we had Catherine de Lumière, the head of the regions of the European Community, not the European Union at the time, still the European Community. And Americans were involved too. There was one of the Soros foundations, Charles Mott Foundation. It was also one of the signatories of establishing the this region, this Euro region of the Carpathians. So yes, there were Anglo-Saxon interests involved that supported that model, but we weren't ready for it. At the same time, there was this, well, people were slightly naive. And the first presidency over the region was held by Sanok, a city from Poland. I have all these documents in my archive. So we believed that it would be enough to create this Euro region for millions of money from the community to come to us. Now, this Euro region is a completely different structure right now. It's an organization. At the time, it was slightly different. I remember my meeting in the year 2000 with one of the directors at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And at that time, I believed that there were so many failures in here that this couldn't be continued. But then he said, well, sometimes it's enough for people to meet. But I believed it wasn't so. I believed that we had to create some kind of structure, an organization that would fill this international area, space. So I've been involved in this region for 23 years, and what we can declare to you, ladies and gentlemen, is that we are building a structure. No, we don't play the head of the voivodeship or a powiat. No, we want to integrate this region. So with all the great involvement of Marshal Ortyl or Madam Minister or politicians in Poland, well, they are limited by the Polish law, by the EU law, and we, the Euro region, we can combine all these capacities. I can go to Prešov or to other cities. Euro regions are the integrators of this cross-border potential in Europe. And this is what I'd like you to remember. Our Euro region is the leader in Europe. We want to integrate the potential, commercialize and internationalize our activity. We're not going to build roads or build the places where you can cross the border. So I hope, Madam Minister, that I have answered your question and what we, as the Euro region of the Carpathians, can do after the 30 years. We have the scientific board, which is supported by the best universities, and we want this Euro region to be built on knowledge and science. Thank you very much. Yes, I believe that we're speaking about very important aspects here, this aspect of collaboration, different models and patterns that we can use, and this collaboration between local authorities and this Euro region. Hence my question to Mr. Marek Cierpiał-Wolan. Is there a potential that still hasn't been tapped in this region? And what would be the solutions to tap this potential that hasn't been used yet? Thank you, Madam Minister, Mr. Marshal. Well, I represent the Office of Statistics, but we collaborate with the academia, with universities, with local authorities, and we analyze these phenomena very deeply and broadly, and we try to identify the opportunities, the potential, and how it could be tapped. Now, I suggest that we look at this issue through two prisms. So this through the prism of territorial capital and also the traffic through the border. Well, you mentioned this non-material potential, but I'd like to draw your attention to two things here. Now, this scale of traffic, of flow. I remember some time ago at a Congress on Statistics, I had this lecture on the cross-border processes and their influence, their impact on economic growth. Well, it turns out that until 2019, the number of people who crossed the Polish-Ukrainian border was huge, 10 million a year. And that generated huge spending, especially spending made by Ukrainians in Poland. Now that contributed to 3% of GDP of the Podkarpacie region, and also 3% of GDP of Lubelskie region. So some people say that the border crossing has some minor role. Well, then they're wrong. We have data for the year 2022 when it comes to the scale of outlays and spending, sorry, and it is at a very high level. Now, the war in Ukraine resulted in a situation that the spending is even higher. So the first untapped potential is the one related to the activity of the people who cross the border. Well, these people are mobile, they're creative, they can establish companies. Well, maybe some of them operate in the gray zone, but still they have this entrepreneurial spirit. And I believe that it's a potential that's still untapped. And I believe that good policy, and I'm thinking about cross-border functional areas. Well, this is something that could support this and give structure. Now, that's one element. Obviously, there are many more of them, but the second one I'd like to mention is renewable energy. Well, when we speak about renewable sources of energy, we think about heat pumps, photovoltaics, wind farms. But there was also a time when we talked about biogas. Do you know the number of biogas plants in Germany? Precisely. And in Poland? Around 350. We have calculated it very precisely. If we used natural fertilizers and landfills and the loss generated by crops, then we could have, if we had around 100 biogas plants close to the border, and if we used wasteland, then we could provide for 20 or 25% of gas that's consumed in this borderland area. So that's the potential that's still untapped. Especially that, you know, the amount of resources that could be used in gas plants on the Ukrainian side is huge. We could also create alliances, agricultural unions, and this would also enliven the labor market. So I encourage you that you read our publications and draw knowledge from them, and I encourage people that they establish businesses close to the border.
Thank you very much. I'm a person responsible for tapping the full potential of the EU funds, so I'm very much interested in biogas plants. This is the element that we want to utilize to make sure we get external funds and we can create various projects to unlock the ample potential that we fail to do so. Now over to Mr. Marshall. I want to ask you an important question. Within the European Committee of the Regions, you are a leader of an inter-regional group for the Carpathian. And of course, we are discussing in between various regions, but we are also discussing at the European Union level. So what would you say would be the benefits stemming from these discussions and from the cooperation that's happening in between various regions of Europe? We all realize that it's not only benefits, but also some barriers and issues that we can see from the point of view of the central government. I'm talking about the micro-regional strategy for the Carpathians. But there is perhaps less of those barriers visible at the regional level because the regions want to cooperate and they simply want to make sure they collaborate smoothly. Thank you very much, Madam Jarosińska. I think that the European Committee of the Regions and Inter-Regional Group for the Carpathians is a demonstration of the fact that the local governments have always played and will continue to play an important role in various processes related to economic growth as well as social progress. Now, this has already been demonstrated on numerous occasions during the turbulent times and challenges that we had to face up to during the coronavirus pandemic and then Russian invasion into Ukraine. And of course, we saw what was happening at the regional level when we needed to take care of a huge wave of migrants, mainly women and children, because we all realize this was the main composition of the wave of migration, namely women and children, especially in my region. So the possibility to debate and present good practices at the European level, the ability to impact the European Commission and to talk to the European Parliament, all this is very important. That's why within our group, the group designed for the inter-regional cooperation for the Carpathians, we decided that we will be lobbying for the implementation of the 5th micro-regional strategy for the Carpathians. Well, of course, it's not a given, it's not that obvious that we will be able to implement rather soon, but basically the declarations has already been presented, but not all the partners have duly signed underneath. So when we look at the support granted by the Committee of the Regions and all the actions happening in the Euro region of the Carpathian, well, we need to look at everything we're doing here, including diplomatic sources, diplomatic activities, activities performed at the local level. And so the initiative that we are now launching is already mature. It is equipped with numerous institutions that can do even more and launch more efficient results. And so certainly there are documents. We have come up with various materials. Madam Jarosińska is one of the animators behind the activities because she is leading and managing one of the groups. The group is not yet complete. We're still waiting for Romania. Romania is sort of shifting both ways. I don't think Romanian government understands fully how important it would be for us to cooperate in the region of Carpathian. So, having said that, I think we need to operate at various levels here and support the strategy for the micro-region. The main element and the main effect thereof are not really the funds that are there and could be utilized for the macro-regional cooperation. No, I mean, funds are of course very important, but what we really want to achieve is to coordinate our actions in this region. Because many initiatives are happening, many projects are pending, it would be worthwhile to incorporate and integrate these activities within one set of strategy. And this can only be achieved if we put our heads and minds together. Let me also mention that this strategy for the Carpathians is also a solid instrument that could be launched for the actions to be performed in Ukraine. Of course, Ukraine is not a member of the EU, is not a member of the officially appointed European region, but still there is a number of actions that can and may include Ukraine. So as we meet our Ukrainian partners, we could be using the instrument for the benefit of Ukraine. So once the war is over, in peaceful environment, we would be ready to utilize the instrument of micro-regional cooperation. We mustn't forget, ladies and gentlemen, that in the European Committee of the Regions, we want to make sure that we deliver on the motto of the European Union closer to the people. Well, if you want to be closer to the people, you need to be closer to the region. You want to be closer to the people of the Carpathians. Now, there is special strategy for the Alps. Why shouldn't we have our own strategy? I mean, we don't envy the Alps, okay? We just want to make sure that we can use similar strategies to get closer to our people and to make sure that the EU is closer to its local population. In our beautiful Carpathians that haven't been fully discovered yet to its beauty. Thank you very much. Mr. Ortyl spoke of a very important thing, namely that the strategy for the Carpathians could be a strategy that is there to build safety and security of each and every citizen of our population, not only within the very region of Carpathia. And so my question goes to Madam Irina Sukovic. I know I can call you by your first name, so dear Irina, maybe you can walk us through your perspective of this Poland's lobbying effort for the strategy for the Carpathian. Mind you, the strategy was born here in Poland. We want the strategy for the Carpathians to be yet another regional strategy. What would be your view, your perspective on this strategy when we want to build good and solid projects and top it up with all the activities related to improving security and creating a safe space? Would you say that this is a good direction? What's your position on that? Hello, everybody. Madam Minister, Mr. Marshal, dear panelists, ladies and gentlemen. I have some experience in interregional and trans-border cooperation. I've been dealing with that in Ukraine for a number of years. I first started in Lviv National Administration, so I feel at home here. I've been dealing with trans-border interregional cooperation for the last 20 years as I was working for the Lviv Oblast. So I was part of the process. As for the strategy for the Carpathians, Ukraine has always been very supportive of the strategy. Ukraine has always been there for Poland in this process. Mind you, it started back in 2003. This was when Ukraine first signed up the agreement for the protection and the development of the region of the Carpathian. Then year on year, following 2003, we've always been part of various projects and initiatives for the region of the Carpathians. We also initiated a number of projects. Let me mention just a few. Back in 2018, it was Ukraine that initiated in Ivano-Frankivsk Oblast, where we held the first international forum for Central and Eastern Europe, whereby we discussed via Carpathia. Then in September 2018, here at the European Forum, not in Karpacz, but in another mountainous town, namely in Krynica, Ukraine signed up a declaration on the creation of the special strategy for the region of the Carpathians for the EU. Now, trans-border regions have always been very active and very creative, and we've always been fostering human relations and everyday contacts between neighboring communities. And that is especially true for trans-border regions. And in the regions of Carpathians, we've always been very supportive for the strategy, because these regions want to develop in the European spirit and driving European change. In November 2020, the Subcarpathian, Ivano-Frankivsk, Czernivtsk and Lviv oblasts concluded a resolution on supporting Poland in appointing the strategy and getting it approved at the EU level. So what I'm saying is Ukraine has always been very supportive of the strategy. We've always supported that effort and we will continue to do so. Now, with war waged in Ukraine, with those regions fighting their way through various problems and losses, unstumbled economic progress, against all these difficulties and against all odds, we understand that we need to develop and will continue this development. So for the regions of Carpathians, there is a number of people that has been relocated from central and eastern parts of Ukraine and into the western parts of Ukraine. We need to develop new jobs in the regions which have been heavily populated. I must say our population in the western parts is more or less safe. We mustn't wait for the war to be over. We need to act now, and we need to make sure that we can transform our economy as we speak, renew and rebuild our regions and our country. That is why we are adopting a number of strategic documents that bring us closer to the regional policy as it is understood in the EU. That's why we have adopted a national strategy for regional development for 2001-2007, which included a number of regional strategies or sub-strategies, such as, for instance, to develop the smallest local units during a 7-year planning period. So this is the area we try to pursue. I've had a number of contacts at the international level that I'm also utilizing. Basically, every day I'm talking to representatives of various regions, especially trans-regional regions, because they want us to act and they are asking us for help, for support and for assistance. We really want to run joint projects. On top of the mechanisms that are already there, we want to engage in novel projects. We have this potential, we're ready to work. I know the war is still over, I know the war is not yet over, it is still going on, but we have companies to take care of, we have people to take care of, we need to pursue our European direction. So, although we are suffering heavy losses, although there are those difficult issues and atrocities of the war, we are still there and we have become candidates to the EU, and that's the top message for us. We want to make sure that we get ready as a candidate country to finally get there. We need to live together and develop in Europe and in the European Union to be part of this family. That is why this strategy is so very important to us. We support it. Any chance you give us, any opportunity you offer us for developing and growing, if you open the door, it's important for us. We will use this opportunity. We are there 100% interested. We want to develop and grow and pursue those initiatives. Well, security. Well, of course, this is top priority for us, for Ukraine. That's top. But we're very hopeful that the strategy for the region of Carpathians will make us there. We are hopeful we will get there finally, and I'm sure you will help us out on your way. And I'm sure the strategy can also help us in getting us safely there. As for the priorities set out in the strategy, the top priority there for sure is economic growth, infrastructure, innovations. Well, we all know what the priorities are for you. We have very much the same priorities in Ukraine. We're very hopeful for the strategy to finally be implemented and that we will be supporting it along the way. Thank you very much. Thank you so much to the First Secretary of the Ukrainian Embassy to Poland. We've been working together for some time now, cooperating across the board through the Trans-Border Inter-Regio program for Poland and Ukraine, whereby we can exchange experience, whereby we can support Ukraine on being a fully fledged member of the EU. So certainly we keep our fingers crossed for getting you safely there. We mustn't waste time. We need to kick off with good, solid and important projects. You're not waiting for the war to be over. You're working here and now, running those important projects that also have an impact on all the countries that are part of the region. Thank you to Ukraine. Thank you to everybody who's supporting us in the strategy for the Carpathians. We really appreciate it as we get new opportunities to get even closer to adopting this document. And last but not least, let me ask a question of our guest from Korea, Leo. At the general level, what is your perspective? Do you see that we are cooperating with various barriers, challenges? What is your point of view on the region of Carpathia, but perhaps on other regions as well? What is it that we need to do for the cooperation to be even smoother?
Okay, yeah, thank you for your question. And first of all, I'm really honored to be invited this important regional economic forum. My company, Karpacz, has been working as a consulting company in Korea based on big data analytics and AI modeling. And this year, we had worked with Poland to transfer the knowledge of big data and technology that mainly combines the traffic data of the mobility, so the smartphone users, and the credit card usage. But it was not just a technical and unilateral transfer of technology and knowledge. We spent a couple of months in Poland to understand legal, institutional, and even cultural structure of this society and country so that we could successfully implement new knowledge and technology for this region. And I understand that the Carpathian region has a lot of the future and the potential, and is now becoming very important that adopt a new global strategy, which means they're actively combining some local virtues and advantages with talents and technologies overseas. So maybe now the best talents and technology may not just reside in EU alone. There are best talents and technologies that are outside EU, such as Korea, Japan, Israel, United States, and etc. So it is really important for the Carpathian region, I believe, to actively coordinate and include these best capabilities and really lead the unique capability of this region.
Dziękuję bardzo. Szanowni Państwo.
Thank you very much. We've heard here many important thoughts on the challenges, the limitations, but also the opportunities. Now, as we move on to the second round of questions, maybe we should tell ourselves what recommendations we could make. Well, as it has already been said, this is not just a discussion, not just many words which are uttered here, Krynica, in Karpacz, and also in Krasiczyn. I believe that My apologies for this minor mistake. We're not in Krasichin, of course, we're in Karpacz. Okay, so when it comes to these projects, we have to, well, they're not just in theory and on paper. They're there and they give us opportunity. We've talked about projects related to digitalization. Marek, from your point of view, is digitalization a necessity, a requirement, a need? Well, it's not by chance that Leo is sitting next to me, because we have just finished a big government project of supporting the statistics and the Ministry of Sports and Tourism with knowledge coming from Korea. I'm talking about the use of big data, using new methods, AI. Well, everybody speaks about AI right now, and it has become a buzzword. Machine learning. I'd like to draw your attention to the fact that there's a need, and Poland is predestined for it, for building a joint research system for the areas lying close to the border. Well, we got samples of data from T-Mobile, from Visa. Using big data, we've tried to answer these fundamental questions on the number of Ukrainians in Poland, how much money they spend in here. And sometimes it turns out that these new sources, the most modern sources, sensors, or different kind of data that's collected automatically these days, that they don't really reflect this specific nature of cross-border processes. I encourage you that you check this presentation when we have a map which, on the basis of the data from mobile phones, tell us that the greatest number of Ukrainians are in big cities, big urban centers, for example, Warsaw. But I have just told you during my first statement that the greatest number of border crossings, well, 10 million in 2019, well, and this year this number isn't much smaller, that it is actually close to the border, 50 kilometers both ways. So it turns out that it is difficult for telecommunication to collect this data. It also concerns data from payment cards. Now, wherever there was greater exchange rate, Ukrainians would come to Poland and draw money from Polish ATMs because of greater exchange rate. And this is something that, this is the kind of data we cannot collect from payment cards. So yes, we can study these cross-border processes. We have this system, it's already there. We also have a great project for the Comancha commune, where with the most modern technology and using this transfer of knowledge from Korea, we try to create such a system for the head of the commune. So quick calculation, assessments, prognosis. So we can use the big data and this traditional data that we have as part of our Office of Statistics. And it's not very expensive. It's not too expensive. It's not this infrastructure that requires huge outlays of money, such as roads. Well, if we build such infrastructure, if we construct such a system, if we have good monitoring, then we'll have good decisions and good forecasts. Also once the war is over. So it's a smart solution, right? Because it will give us answers to the questions we have, so about the needs of a given region, for example. And through good analysis of this data, this information, we'll be able to build models of support and implement necessary projects. Now, I'd like to ask Leo about this funding model. What is your proposal here? How can we fund, how can we finance such endeavors, such investments? We've talked about EU money, but what about sources, other sources?
I believe there will be various ways to finance this kind of active R&D and some work for innovation. And EU fund could be definitely an important source, but there could be others as well. Now, Korea and Poland are cooperating actively. Now, Korea is exporting a lot of the weaponries like artilleries, tanks, and also now Korea is constructing a big airport near Warsaw, and also considering to build a nuclear power plant, etc., etc. So Korean government is now willing to help and support some part of policy development, including ICT technology. So while these some big constructions like airport and export of weaponry are expensive and huge, some lighter cooperation, I would say, with this kind of big data or artificial intelligence, I think Korean government is also more or less willing to invest and support financially as well. So you could also use that leverage. And there could be also intercontinental collaboration programs that are already available in EU. So there are various programs that promote the interstate collaboration in terms of R&D. There are various projects. So we could also seek and also even develop a new one for Korea and Poland R&D projects for the development of some most innovative practices and technologies like big data and artificial intelligence.
Dziękuję bardzo. Szanowni Państwo, oczywiście my zawsze stawiamy na rozwój innowacji, na wdrażanie tych innowacji do...
We always focus on innovation and implementing innovation in the development of economy. And yes, EU funds are an answer to these challenges, especially the EU funds for the development of modern economy. And innovative, good projects can develop the entire region of the Carpathians because they'll give us good support for the economy. And after all, good economy, sound economy, is the driving force behind all other forms of development. So yes, collaboration at the regional level, but also between enterprises, different consortia, corporations. This collaboration is extremely important for the development of different forms of technology and for the regional development. Well, we've also spoken about the war, about the fact that Ukraine is not waiting for the war to be over. It has already started rebuilding itself. And now, bearing in mind this rebuilding process, which is already happening, but also this rebuilding of Ukraine once the war is over. Well, Madam Secretary, how can this be influenced by the current model of collaboration that there are between Poland and Ukraine, and also other forms of cooperation? Well, let me start by saying that well, of course, we all need to think about what we're going to do once the war is over. However, I encourage you that we start acting now. I believe that we should start from Polish-Ukrainian cooperation and then speak about our vision concerning the time the war is over, so how we see this cooperation within the region. Well, if we take a look at this interregional cooperation between Poland and Ukraine, I'd like to draw your attention to the fact that this cooperation can serve as a paragon of cooperation within Europe. All the Polish regions have signed agreements, cooperation agreements with oblasts in Ukraine. We have 24 such oblasts, and only 3 out of 24 don't have cooperation agreements with Polish regions signed. So as of today, we have signed over 55 interregional agreements. So we need to use this potential 100%. Now, when it comes to the mechanisms and institutions that are already there, I'd like to draw your attention to the fact that we have a Polish-Ukrainian International Coordination Council for interregional cooperation. As part of this council, we have 5 commissions. So we have a commission for the development of border crossing and border infrastructure, for cross-border cooperation. We also have a commission for counteracting crime at border crossings. So we can operate as part of this mechanism at the level of the regions. So this council is there to recommend and to support us at the governmental level. However, this interregional cooperation is the most important. Another thing that I'd like to mention, and which I believe to be a very important tool, well, it's a new program, Interreg Poland-Ukraine. And I'm very pleased with the fact that, against all odds, this program is there. And I do hope that it will operate very well and that very many projects will be realized thanks to it. Of course, our cooperation within the Euro region is extremely important for us. And whenever I talk to the regions lying close to the border, well, they always tell me that this cooperation is very important for us, for them. But I believe that this interregional cooperation based on partnership agreements is extremely important. Why? because Ukraine is a candidate to the EU, so we have new tasks and new challenges ahead of us. But, well, war is waged in our country, and our regions, they are burdened by huge problems, especially our central, eastern, and southern regions. And I'd like to tell you about their everyday problems. So tens of thousands of people who are either dead or injured, millions of people who have been resettled either to other people who have been displaced either to other regions in Ukraine or abroad, murders, torturing civilians. Our children who have been kidnapped, they have been taken to Russia and Belarus against our will. So all this information on children, it is it's unimaginable. I'm a mother myself. Well, every day we are being shelled, there are rockets, there are drones, our infrastructure is damaged, schools, kindergartens, medical facilities. This is what our regions deal with on an everyday basis. And there's so much to be done in these regions, and so much assistance is needed. And it could be provided as part of this inter-region cooperation. So these examples of cooperation, inter-regional cooperation, that's not theoretical, but that's practical, is this assistance provided to Ukraine by Polish regions. At the beginning of the war, I was in Lviv with my child, a small child, and I also helped from there, transporting people from eastern regions of Ukraine to Poland. And there were also my friends from Poland, from the region, from regional administration, from local governments. They called me asking whether they could help. They called me saying, Irena, tell us what we can do, because we're ready to help you. So our regions, they received Polish help from the very beginning of the war. They received help from all these regions lying close to the border. Of course, millions of Ukrainians crossed the Polish border. They could stay here, they could be safe. And we are very grateful for it. This humanitarian aid that's sent by every single region to us. We are very grateful for it, we appreciate it very much, and this is this practical dimension of interregional cooperation. But there are very many challenges that we face. Well, the first of them is our accession to the EU. We are also ahead of the greatest local government reform that we need to carry out, and we are grateful for your help with this regard too. Another practical dimension of this interregional cooperation is this psychological assistance that we need, mainly for children who lost their parents in the war, for children of soldiers, well, for soldiers themselves who come back from the war and they suffer, they have problems within their families. Well, for the families of soldiers, this is the kind of assistance we need. And we will need this help also once the war is over. We also need to adapt our judiciary to the EU standards. So yes, there's a lot to be done right now and after the war. So there's a lot to be analyzed, and we also need to think about our strategy for the future.
So we're very grateful for all the trainings and exercises, very much so, but time has come to move forward. We need to start rebuilding and restructuring our kindergartens, our schools, our hospitals, and other parts of our infrastructure. That's what's very important. Then you may want to consider helping us in changing our legislation, drafting our laws, coming up with new strategic documents. We would be very grateful for that. I'd like to encourage all the regions to work along those lines and to activate our cooperation. Now, I receive a lot of phone calls from eastern Ukrainian regions. People are asking me to help. They're saying, look, help us. We've got partners, but we don't really know what to do anymore. Help us out now. It's not only about our partnerships with Poland, because we have concluded bilateral agreements with other states, especially those which are neighboring countries and neighboring regions. So this is where we really need specific help at the partnership level. Now, those central and eastern regions are sometimes excluded from various trans-border programs because they are simply not border regions. That's why it would be so important to support them there. So, please help us out. You may want to analyze the trans-border cooperation agreements. We really need your support, and we are very grateful for what you've done already. Thank you so much for sharing these important words, which show that projects are not only about hard infrastructure, sewage, road, what have you, but it is also about those soft relations and about human relations that would open our hearts and homes, if need be. That's why I'd like to use this opportunity and thank all the people who have opened their hearts and homes and minds to Ukraine. Now, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Ortyl, who is the Marshal of the region of Karpacz. Now, dwelling on what Irena Sukovich said, do you see the potential of the Polish region to help out the effort to rebuild and reconstruct Ukraine? I think there is potential, but I would like to pick your brain. Well, of course, I couldn't agree more. We do have ample potential. We are very aware what needs to be done at the level of local governments, but also central governments. We know nothing has been decided yet, but allow me to say that projects and actions that can unlock the potential of the region of Carpathia has also been appreciated by the representatives of various chambers of commerce. For instance, we have a chamber of commerce in Nowy Sącz, one of the towns in the region of Karpacz. This is the region I derive from. I co-organized a meeting of European chambers of commerce. We went to Bucharest. We spoke to our homologues there. Indeed, there is a number of actions that we can take on together, benefiting social development and promoting growth. This would be a line to pursue. When we look at the region of Carpathia or Tri-Sea, because this is also the region that we can see as a broader perspective for development, so Tri-Sea and Carpathia will finally be joined together by a grand project which is called Via Carpathia. Now, efforts have started some years ago, but I feel such grand projects are, of course, usually born and in grand labor, and it takes a while to get them going. But it's just a matter of time. Via Carpathia will finally be up and running, and it will become a fact, and it will become such an important transportation solution. It is developing very dynamically in Poland. Well, in Slovakia and in Hungary, they do have their teething problems, but we need to observe the second move now, namely, how do you get to the fantastic Via Carpathia? You need to have a number of local roads that will take you there so that you can connect to Via Carpathia. We may want to have a look at the railway infrastructure as well. Railway is not only fashionable in the EU, but it is also efficient, clean, environmental friendly. It is enjoying a renaissance here in Poland. So this is a huge task for us and a homework for us to deliver upon. And the entrepreneurs understand that if the local government create good conditions to develop road infrastructure and the railway infrastructure while preserving the natural environment and delivering on the digitization and IT skills, as Mr. Cierpiał-Wolan discussed, we will be creating good conditions for all those possible funds and activities to be used. So this is how we may want to start developing on our tasks in the region of Carpathia. We had a nice meeting with the Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce, and it's quite visible that the time has come for the initiative to start to reap fruit. It has been mature, it's well seasoned, we have businesses joining us in, and that demonstrates that this is a grand opportunity and the right time for the strategy to be alive and kicking. If there are new ideas, new business-related ideas, then they will certainly include new technologies, modern infrastructure, all the processes related to automation, IT skills, as well as modern technologies. And I'm sure this is a grand opportunity and grand value. This will also happen when Ukraine is being rebuilt. Nobody is gonna repeat what's already been there. We will not be restoring the older infrastructure. No, we will come in with good, modern solutions across the board. I'm not only talking about building new businesses, I'm not only talking about launching new technological lines, but I'm also talking about the infrastructure that is important for our development. So, ladies and gentlemen, the time has come. We have gained a lot of experience. Also, during the previous program, when we had a program designed to help cooperate Poland and Belarus. So institutions have been well tested, good practice is already available. It is a micro scale, if you like, judging against the needs. But the people are there, the institutions are there, the procedures are there. And I'm sure we will see some spider web appearing around it, and so we will see more progress as we speak. We need to see the people behind the institutions, the people in the region of Carpathia, the macro region of Carpathia. We are now discussing various depopulation processes. We have a lot of infrastructure still there. The process is happening. We will not stop the process. We can only do so with economic growth that should benefit the people of the region of Carpathians. The people are there. Thank you very much to Mr. Ortel, the Marshal of the region of Subcarpathia. Now, the potential is usually built across academic centers. I'm going to give the floor to David Lasek, who is the Secretary General of the Association of the Euro region of Carpathia. Where is it that we create the biggest potential? Thank you very much to Madam Jarosińska. Let me refer to what Irina Sukhowicz said. It's so difficult to listen about all the evil and atrocities of the war in Ukraine. I find it very difficult to continue to listen to what you have to say. I'm deeply convinced that the Polish government will help you out as soon as it is possible. And after your victory over Russia, we will all put a lot of elbow grease into rebuilding Ukraine. Now, the Euro region must be knowledge-based. If you're interested in what we've done so far, immediately after launching the region of Carpathia 2004, we have launched an association of the Euro region universities. I remember a few years ago, we were signing a new agreement with the Krakowian-based Academy of Mining and Metallurgy, and I think one of the deputy rectors was really also the head of the Association of the Universities of the Euro region of Carpathia. So there is academic cooperation going on. There is also an association that includes also Czechia and Serbia on top of the 5 Carpathian countries. The project is called Science for Carpathians, and at the end of September we will be holding a meeting of the Science for the Carpathians in Krakow. What is it that we can do as a region? We have launched a scientific board of the region of Carpathia. The head of it is the rector of the Krakow University of Technology. We also include the Krakow University of Agriculture and Katowice University of Physical Education. So all these universities are part of this big project. And we will now be presenting top 5 projects for the years to come. So we will be following the logic of converting the potentials into products and business. We want to tap the potential and we want to pick the brains of our researchers. It's always a difficult thing. Young assistant teachers, young assistant professors are not that willing to share their knowledge. They are rather willing to produce their own contributions and to score all the points that they need for their academic research. Now, just to conclude, our idea of the Euro region of the Carpathians should act as a touch paper, as a test for what's going to happen in the region. We are now a trans-border legal personality, so the legal form, legal organization has changed. We included into our legal personality also our partners from Slovakia and Hungary. What we expect and what we need to do is to coordinate more on local level at the level of the Euro region. We need to have more support from the academic milieu. Let me mention also another institution which is called Collegium Carpathicum, which is based on the resources of the University of Warsaw. We are very happy we can cooperate with this collegium, but at the technical level, once we have specialists from the academic milieu, we are deeply convinced that the region of the Carpathians can actually use the knowledge of the entire region. So Euro region that is based on knowledge. Knowledge-based Euro region will take us to the future for the next 20 or 30 years. Thank you very much indeed. So skills, competencies give us a fantastic opportunity to build solid foundations. These foundations will then be used for the actual actions that can take us in the developed and durable way back straight into the future. With this, we will be able to deliver on solid projects and thus answer the needs of our citizens. Ladies and gentlemen, would anybody from the audience like to seek the floor? Maybe we forgot about something. We still have 4 minutes for the discussion, so if there is anything you'd like to add, grab your chance now.
Waldemar Wiglusz.
My name is Waldemar Wiglusz. I represent Przemyśl and an association of sciences. I would like to mention 2 Polish NGOs, namely the Association of the Carpathians, based in Warsaw, and Res Karpatica, also based in Warsaw. But there is also a number of other NGOs that engage in contacts with the region of Carpathians. So the Association of the Carpathians is very, very mature. It was first launched in 1970s, and it is really an association that represents the older generation. The association published 60 issues of the half-monthly bulletin. In this bulletin, we can read a lot of interesting facts about Carpathians, also Carpathians in Romania. We have already mentioned that we do not have Romanian representatives. We don't even offer Romanian interpretation, but the half-yearly bulletin, which was called Ploai, was also mentioning Romanian Carpathian. Mind you, geographically wise, half of the Carpathian mountains are actually located in Romania. And then another NGO, Res Karpatica. Again, a bulletin is published on an annual basis by Res Karpatica. In your conference folders and on your screens, you can see Pop Ivan, as well as the Observatory and Ukrainian Observatory for the Religion. So this is the idea that has been developed upon together with Res Karpatia. Ploai and another bulletin has published numerous texts, sometimes also critical texts about what's going on in the region. So in a nutshell, people who walk mountains, hikers, climbers, who enjoy going round and range with 10 days trips. These are the people who know a lot about the Carpathians. Because mind you, this is what tourism used to look like. You went out to the mountains and you only came back 10 days later. Ladies and gentlemen, this takes us to the end of the panel, sadly so. We have managed to mention a number of important things, and I'm sure we will be able to finish our discussions in the lobby. And please visit the region of Carpathia, beautiful and important region. Now, thank you to Irena Suchowicz, thank you very much, Leo Kim, Marek Cierpiał, Polan Dawid Lasek, and Władysław Ortel. My name is Małgorzata Jarosińska-Jedynak. It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Gdyby jogrów niebo stała, to bych śpiewaj nie umiała. Nalek pasła koło zboza, umiech śpiewaj matko boza.
Karpaty należą do największych łańcuchów górskich w Europie i zajmują powierzchnię około 209 000 km². Przebiegają przez 7 europejskich krajów. Rozciągają się łukiem o długości około 1500 km pomiędzy przełomami Dunaju i tak zwaną Żelazną Bramą na pograniczu rumuńsko-serbskim. 50% całego łańcucha górskiego Karpat przebiega przez Rumunię. U podnóża Karpat znajdują się 4 europejskie stolice: Wiedeń, Bratysława, Budapeszt i Bukareszt. W krajach Europy Karpat żyje około 150 milionów ludzi. Najwyższy szczyt Karpat, Gerlach, wznosi się na wysokość 2655 metrów nad poziomem morza. Natomiast 824 metry wynosi głębokość najgłębszej jaskini Wielkiej Śnieżnej, która znajduje się w Polsce. Długość najdłuższej rzeki Karpat, Dniestru, wynosi 1362 km. Polska Wisła to natomiast druga najdłuższa rzeka o długości 1047 km. W Karpatach znajdziemy aż 1300 pięknych jezior. W samych polskich Karpatach żyje ponad 400 niedźwiedzi brunatnych i 600 wilków. W 2004 roku Łukasz Superman został pierwszą osobą, która samotnie pokonała Karpaty pieszo. Natomiast pierwsze zimowe przejście z 2018 roku należy do Weroniki Łukaszewskiej i Sławomira Sanockiego. Via Carpatia przebiega przez 11 krajów i łączy ze sobą 4 morza. Całość trasy to 3600 km, a także 50 mostów. Najdłuższym odcinkiem trasy będzie Rumunia, przez którą przebiegnie 1566 km Via Carpatia. Przez Polskę przebiegnie 770 km trasy. Podczas budowy polskiego odcinka dokonano aż 1262 otworów badawczych na łączną długość 9,5 km. Odkrywaj wyjątkowy region Karpat.
teraz mamy zaszczyt zaprosić Państwa.
It is our pleasure to invite you to the next part of our meeting. We'd like to invite you to the panel The Future of the Europe of Carpathians from the perspective of the young. Now we will discuss how young people see the future of the Carpathian Mountains. What is the perspective of the young leaders of this region? What perspective of collaboration they have? And in a moment, I'll ask Sebastian to introduce our speakers. Alessandro Koppeter, member of the Youth Party, FPÖ, from Austria. Ola Starnok, head of the Institute of the European Institute of Strategic Research from Hungary. Jakub Szafranek, SPD, representative of the city of Karwina from Czech Republic. Antoni Łukasik, Deputy Director of GovTech Program from Poland, and Alexa Grubesic, a lawyer, the Investment Office at the municipality in Nowe Sady in Serbia. The host is Denis Andrzej Nagy. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me introduce myself. My name is Minesh Andrashnovic. I'm an analyst for Central Europe, the Center of Fundamental Affairs, and I coordinate this Alliance for Common Good, the alliance of conservative Euro-realistic think tanks of Central Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in Central Europe. I'm Hungarian, and therefore I'll switch to Hungarian. It is a great honor that we can be here with you. We have organized this panel to continue our tradition. I'd like to thank you for this opportunity of speaking here. I'd like to thank the speaker, Marek Kuchciński, the head of the Club of Europe of Carpathians. And I'd like to name also other people: Piotr Pilch, Małgorzata Ługawska, Katarzyna Musiał, Aleksandra Ochańska, Aleksandra Danieluk, and all the other collaborators. Can I ask you for a round of applause for the organizers? This year we celebrate the 30th anniversary of the establishment of the Carpathian Euro region. At the same time, at the national level, we celebrate the 20th anniversary of the establishment of the Carpathian Association. And therefore, the first question is the following. We, young people, are here for the second time at this conference, and we participate in this panel focusing on young people. So the question is how we see the past 30 years. First, let me turn to our colleague from Austria, Alessandro Koppeter. What does Europe of the Carpathian means to you, and what its promise means to you?
Thank you very much, first of all, for the invitation. We discussed earlier that Austria and also Germany is a guest with not so many people here, but I'm really thankful that I could be here and I could share my perspectives. And I think Austria has a real unique perspective on this topic, because we are kind of the bridge between the Alps and the Carpathians. And I'm also thinking I'm a bit of an insider and outsider for that matter. And I think I really like to look into the Carpathian regions, because I think the Central Eastern Europe really has understood that they need to work together to achieve their goals. And I think Austria is also, or should also participate in this cooperation and participate more in this cooperation. So I hope we can put a stepping stone today and further our relationships with the Carpathian region, because I think it's important that we work together and we start working together in a young age. And I think that's the difference from now, 30 years after the Carpathian region came together. I think the difference is that we start young now, and we also already have a lot of history where we can look back and we can learn from. And I think in the future that's really important to use this history and to use the knowledge we made in history to further relationships on economic level, on tourism as well, because as I drove here, I always like to drive by car when I'm invited somewhere. And as I drove here, I really enjoyed the region. I really enjoyed the drive. It's not always on the highway, so that's nice from a tourist perspective, but maybe not so much for an economic perspective. So there are pros and cons to everything, but I really like my drive here, and I really like the region, and I really hope that in the future we can work much more together. I myself will be a part of this, and I will further these relationships with you guys here and with the participants on this event today. And I really think as Austrians we always have Germany as our big brother, and we don't participate in much more diplomatic relations. And again, the Carpathians are really a project where we all have something to learn from in these cooperations. I'm really interested in hearing from the others as well. So in the second round, I hope I can put some more input then.
Dankeschön, as they would say in German. And grüß Gott, Alessandro. We are very happy to have an Austrian guest. And in fact, if I may show you why it is so important that you are here representing Austria, could I ask the audience, could you please raise your hand if you are from Austria? As you can see, unfortunately, you are the only Austrian here, even though Austria is a Carpathian country. And I'm also very grateful that you made the long drive. Many of our participants and also our guests had to have a very long journey here. And I think one of the consequences we can draw from the past 20 and 30 years is that a lot has improved in terms of transportation infrastructure, but we need to do more. And as we look to the east of the Carpathians, if we look to the Via Carpatia highway that has been already built in Hungary and is underway in Poland, it shows that there is a desire to better connect our countries in the Carpathian region. But I would recommend that not only should we look at the eastern dimension of the Carpathians, but also here in the western part of the Carpathians, we should have better north-south transport links as well. Another key question is, what can we see at the academic level? What has happened in the past 20 and 30 years academically? And this is why I'm turning to Balázs Tárnok, who is from my alma mater, Ludovica, the National University of Public Service. As our guests may know, there is an academic level cooperation format within the Europe of the Carpathians, the so-called Collegium Carpathicum. Yesterday, we had as a guest Ákos Mernyei from Ludovica, and he showcased his openness to potentially consider
participation in this format. So Balázs, from an academic think tank level, how do you see the relationship between our countries? Is there much to be done after the past 30 years?
Nagy szeretettel köszöntök mindenkit, és köszönöm a lehetőséget.
A warm welcome to all of you. I'm very glad that I can be with you here. Indeed, scientific collaboration is part of the collaboration of this region that has been very successful in the past 3 decades. But I believe that there's still a lot ahead of us. So we should think how to encourage researchers even more to cooperate with one another. Well, research programs and university mobility programs, when they are concerned, we have noticed that young people prefer to go to Western European countries. And therefore, we need to strengthen this cooperation between scientists in this region. This is something that we have learned in the past 30 years, that we depend on one another. So it is important that we learn about our region, that we get to know it well, because it has its political, geographical, demographic features. And I believe that we've obtained quite good results in the past 30 years, but there's a lot to be done still. And the program that you have mentioned is a very important one. And in this scientific collaboration, cultural results, civilians-related results are important. So if we are able to create synergy between cultural collaboration, collaboration between civilians, and add to it this academic collaboration, then we will be successful. And all of us will benefit from it. Thank you, Balázs. I fully agree with you. Let me now turn to our audience. Why? Well, those of you who have higher education, please raise your hands. And those of you who studied at a different university than their alma mater in the Carpathian region. No one has raised a hand. There's a reason behind it. We very often choose a university in the north of Europe or the south of Europe or in the west. But we don't choose universities from this region. So we should do more so that we have more students, researchers, lecturers, so that there's greater exchange within this region. Thank you, Balázs. So that's an added value. And now let me turn to our colleague from the Czech Republic. You are active at the level of local authorities. Now, speaking from the perspective of 30 years, it is wonderful that we have this region here. And if we think about the Committee of Regions of the EU, well, there was this idea of creating this macro-regional strategy for the Carpathian region. Unfortunately, well, it's still a plan. It hasn't been fulfilled yet. But do you, as a member of local authorities, do you believe that we could operate in a more harmonious way in the EU? Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me here as a representative of the Czech party, SPD. I'm also a trade representative, and I'm also a representative of Zaolzie minority, and therefore I'm going to speak Polish here. I'm very pleased that I can be at this international conference here, which holds very high standards when it comes to economic affairs. Now, the Czech Republic is not included in this Carpathian Euro region. Now, close to Karvinia, there's the Chechen Silesia region, and also other regions. So, well, I'm not a member of local authorities. I'm actually in the opposition. But I know exactly what's happening where I live and also what's across the border, because that's actually 2 kilometers away from my hometown. And, well, most of the Euro regions were established towards the end of the 1990s. And I'm very pleased with this vision of Europe of the Carpathian Mountains, though I would rather call it Central and Eastern Europe. For me, it's a paradox that we're talking about this Europe of Carpathians, but speaking in geographical terms, mountains is something that divides us, just as rivers divide us. And now, as a Czech citizen, I see that we are part of the Hercyny region, which is older than the Alps, than Carpathians. So I'd rather choose this name for the region related to Central and Eastern Europe, so that we can make this division between Germany in the west and Russia in the east, so our historical neighbors. And now when it comes to Prussia, well, I remember in 2011 there was this first conference, Europe of the Carpathian Mountains, and there was this plan for enhanced cooperation between Poles and Czechs. And also the trade was enhanced, intensified. And I believe that there are more students who choose universities in Wrocław, Kraków, and Warsaw, who are part of the Erasmus student exchange program. So yes, we've observed some progress here. Well, the fact that Poland has built a network of highways, well, over the past 20 years you built 4,000 kilometers of highways, so that's been very helpful too. Well, in Czech Republic we built only 400 kilometers of highways, and we're still very pleased with it. And now when it comes to EU funds, well, once you don't have them, this progress isn't that spectacular. This is what we've observed for the past 3 years. So the industry is going down once there are no funds from the EU. Well, talking about other drawbacks, Poles, they're unable to read Czech surnames. Czechs are unable to read Polish surnames. And well, Poles are unable to properly say this brand of the Czech car, Škoda, because, well, in Polish it means damage, so maybe they're afraid that the car will have an accident. But obviously this name comes from the surname of the founder of the company. What else? Misunderstandings resulting from some linguistic misunderstanding. So swoboda and wolność, they're two different terms in Czech Republic, also in Poland, because there are no limitations to freedom, wolność, and there are certain limitations to swoboda. Which could be translated as discretion. We also have some antonyms. And now we saw it during the communist times and during the times of the People's Republic of Poland, that justice would be something that, well, it's something that we all want to strive for. And I believe that these terms, discretion, svoboda, and justice, that they become important for young people.
Jakub, nagyon jól rávilágítottál arra, hogy ahogy...
Thank you very much, Jakub. You really made it very transparent on behalf of the 30th anniversary of the Euro region of Carpathians. So thank you so much. Sadly, this Euro region failed to expand to cover all the area of the Carpathians. We do have a representative of a country that would like to support development of Central Eastern Europe, and we would need to consider that right now. The Euro region of the Carpathians is mainly focused on the eastern part, like via Carpathia. Maybe we can spend a bit more funds and attention on the western part. Here in Lower Silesia, in Karpacz, this particular forum may allow us to focus on the western part of the Carpathia. Welcome to our Czech brothers. Thank you to the Conference of the Europe of Carpathia. We know that the Carpathians are not an unlimited chain of mountains. Of course they're not. But from the Czech point of view, White Carpathian is this important symbol. And then the valley of the Carpathians are very important for us and symbolic too. So thank you for having you here. We will never defenestrate you. We will not throw you out of the windows as we did for some Czechs in our history. So thank you. Feel safe. You're safe with us. Welcome. And now I'd like to give the floor to Antoni Łukasik, our Polish colleague. This question concerned the government level. We know that you are a public official, you represent the central government. We did say that at the intergovernmental level, it would be worthwhile to improve international cooperation. We see that the Visegrad Four for these, Poland, Czechia, Slovakia, and Hungary, to cooperate at the international level, intergovernmental level, interministerial level. Heads of states meet on regular basis, and so do the prime ministers. Now, for the Benelux country or for the Baltic states, there is also a tradition of regular meetings at top level, heads of state level. So, Antoni, what do you think? In the context of the European Carpathians, should we be meeting Austria, Ukraine, Romania, Serbia, and Hungary, perhaps? Should we have a regular platform of meeting. Maybe we can come up with an intergovernmental meeting format. What do you think for the Carpathian region? Thank you very much. I'd like to respond to Jakub. I do agree with the language session. I'm so very grateful to our moderator who spoke all the languages. So Jakub, I could not agree more with you in terms of the joint linguistic heritage. But going back to your question, Mr. Moderator, I think the Europe of the Carpathians is different from other initiatives because of two things. First and foremost, usually, geopolitical initiatives would have their golden age during the first decade of its operation. It's differently for the Europe of the Carpathians. Here, the dynamics grows with a snowball effect. In the third decade, the initiatives are flowering via Carpathia, via Culturalia. All this is flourishing right now because of the continued efforts and continued action, not only at the central level, but also at the lower levels. And so, digitization, we try to add our little blocks to these initiatives. To the left-hand side of our hall, you can see a digital map of Carpathia. And then 3D roads. We try to build digital conferences. We did have an international essay writing competition and comic book competition last year. We wanted to share the fairy tales and the legends related to the region of Carpathia. And so this is a nice example of the local take on the digital capacities. If we fail to get on the bandwagon, it will leave without us. Another point that makes us stand out in the initiative of the Europe of the Carpathians has to do with its raison d'etat. This project is more and more timing. Paradoxically speaking, there's been 3 decades since it's been first launched, that it's becoming more and more important for our region. All the institutions, including international institutions, have some pros and cons. And for administrative terms, this is all about the values. And I feel that we do share the values. They are really common values. So I would say these are the top differences here. And if we open up to the new initiatives, we need to realize that the Europe of the Carpathians is an international player, not just a European player. Well, we are helping out our neighbors, we're helping out Ukraine, and we are the very center of what's going on around Ukraine here. And I think the future of the Europe of the Carpathians lies in our own hands. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you for mentioning the very fact that for the last 30 years this cooperation has been pending. We are even younger than the project is. So we owe it to the Marshal and to Marek Kuchciński and to the generation of Marek Kuchciński. This is the generation of the fighters for freedom. They set us free from communists. These are people who have been able to dispel the Russian invaders, the Soviet invaders. And we are thankful for you for getting communists go. I'm very happy to have our Serbian guest from Vojvodina. Marek Kuchciński will certainly confirm that at all the meetings of the Club of the Carpathian, I always mention Serbia. I always say it would be so good if our Serbian friends are part of our work. We all expect Serbia to be part of the Europe of the Carpathians. We are hopeful that Serbia will soon become member of the European Union. Therefore, a question to our Serbian colleague. From your point of view, well, you're not part of the EU yet, but for you, in Vojvodina, in Serbia, what does it mean that you're part of the Europe of the Carpathian? What does it mean to you?
Thank you, Dennis, for the question. And thank you a lot for the kind words, so that you prove that our Hungarian friends that we have now, in the now time, we have a very good relationship between our countries, better than ever maybe. So first of all, I would like to thank you all for coming to hear what we have to say. I would like to thank the organizers, Mr. Kuczynski and his team, especially the Piotr Pilch, who also invited me and who, introduced me to this idea of Europe of the Carpathians. I heard for this before, but not in this way until we met in Slovakia in a summer camp this summer. So he and Anthony as well introduced us with the idea, and I did some research. Of course, Serbia is a part of some conventions of the Europe of the Carpathians, especially the framework from 2003, which we are signatures, let's say. So I don't know how many of you know. I mean, definitely you know, but the Carpathians make like a mountain, make the part of the Serbia, the eastern part of Serbia. And from my point of view, Vojvodina, as my region where I come from, is not included in like those parts where the Carpathians as the mountains are, but eastern part of Serbia is. And I think there is a lot of space in the future to, let's say, make a better connection in this region, in that kind of way to establish paths in the Carpathians with some projects. When I did my research, I realized that you here in the countries which are part of the Europe of the Carpathians made a lot of progress in the way of making roads, infrastructure projects, tracks and everything, which will build a better touristic, touristic climate in the future. So I think we have like a space to do the similar thing in the future. As a matter of Vojvodina and the place where I live, that's mostly land, just flat land, so no mountains, as well. Besides the part where the Romania is on the east, on the border. So I think in that kind of field we can make more progress in, let's say, forestation of the land. And the thing that we are dealing now with that should be mentioned, and I want to mention, is infrastructure. That also mentioned the colleague from Czech Republic. We made a lot of roads in Serbia, and we should make more roads in Vojvodina, especially with Romania, to connect it with the future Via Carpathia, that it's made from, as I know, Lithuania, northern from Baltic Sea to Thessaloniki. So I think when the Via Carpathia as a highway would be made, we should connect our roads from Vojvodina and a highway to Romania, so we could connect even better. And as far as from our Hungarian, let's say, relations between the countries, we did a lot in that there too, as a matter of highways, but even more in the railways, because now we are making a fast railway which will go from Belgrade to Budapest, and then you could come from Belgrade to Budapest in 2.5 hours, which is great for us. And now we already made our part of the railway almost from Belgrade to Subotica. So I hope that you Hungarians will make as well soon, because I think there's going something slow there, but I'm hopeful in the future that will be done. And that's the way that young people should connect in the future, to make better infrastructure, to get fast from one spot to another, from one town to another. Just as I came from Belgrade to this place in like about 5 hours, which is like miraculous, because there is no airport here, just in Wrocław. So that would be my question, my answer.
Hvala, köszönöm. And thank you so much for mentioning the topic of railway infrastructure. Indeed, there is the idea to create a so-called Carpathian Express, essentially a high-speed railway that connects all of our major cities across the Carpathians. And it would be very possible and positive, you know, if we could arrive to this event in the matter of minutes, in the matter of hours. And indeed, the Budapest-Belgrade high-speed railway is a first step in that direction. So we Hungarians, we take our time, but I believe that we are on track to finish the Vojvodina to Budapest track, hopefully soon. And just to emphasize how important it is that we have a Serbian colleague here, again, I would like to turn to the audience and ask the question, could you please raise your hand if you have been to Serbia for any purpose, tourism, etc. I see one hand, two hands, only two hands in the audience. Now, Vojvodina in particular is, I think, a beautiful example of how the Europe of the Carpathians adds tremendous value to the idea at the European level of united in diversity. If you go to Vojvodina, if you go to villages, towns, and cities, you will see, you know, the names of the streets in various languages, the autochthonous, indigenous nationalities there. There are villages which are inhabited by Hungarians, Slovaks, Romanians, and I have to say that Vojvodina is an example to all of us in the Europe of the Carpathians region, how we should approach autochthonous traditional communities. So again, I'm very happy that the Serbian colleague is here.
Yes, if I may add. It's working. If I may add, Vojvodina has a very multicultural society, and it has over 20 national minorities. So it is true, as you said. When we were in Slovakia, I asked a person who was a Hungarian in a European Parliament, and he was actually a national minority in Slovakia, and asked him where are the best, how to say, where do national minorities have the best rights? And he said in Vojvodina, in Serbia. So what you said is truth about the signings on the tables and everything in cities. That is correct. So I just wanted to add that.
Hvala, thank you for that. And it is a travesty that Serbia is not yet a member state of the European Union precisely because of this, because many EU member states could learn from the example of Serbia in this regard. And the countries in the Europe of the Carpathian regions are not the ones blocking Serbia's entry into the European Union. So united as a bloc, as an alliance, let us push for you to join our European family as soon as possible. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to ask you to start thinking about questions, because we have an innovative element at the conference this year. We have a throwable microphone. I promise to the head of the Chancellery of the Council of Ministers of the Republic of Poland, Marek Kuchcinski, that I will not hit anybody on the head. I will be very careful. But while you think about your questions, I'd like to ask one simple, short, pragmatic question to each of the participants. And I'd ask you to please be brief so we have time for questions. Could you please name one positive, constructive idea for the next 30 years? So what should we as the Europe of the Carpathians region do in the next 30 years? Alessandro, bitteschön.
Well, I will keep my answer short, and I will come back to the beginning when I said Austria is kind of the bridge between the Alps and the Carpathians, and I think that's my answer as well. I think we should use this bridge, and I think Austria should be part of this, or a big part of this bridge, in connecting beyond the Carpathians and in furthering the understanding of each other. I think that's the most important thing, because I still believe, also in the young generation as well, there is still this, border in the mind between the West and the East, and I think we have to destroy this border. I'm a right-wing politician, so most of the time I'm a fan of borders, but I think this border we have to destroy, and that's my answer.
Indeed, between West and East, here we are, Central Europe. Balázs.
Előző hozzászólásomban ugye a kulturális, civil és a
Thank you very much. I did mention actions along the lines of civilian development and culture development, science research. This is what we need to support. We have to have Erasmus programs running in the region, but of course nothing gets done on its own. We have to work together to improve the prestigious effort of the region. Now, for non-governmental organizations and for the young people who work for the NGOs, young people like us, we should try to engage in professional cooperation to get subsidies and training. If these young people, the heads of the civilians, this will give fruit in our political time. There will be more interaction and so on. And so, heads of young organizations should be supported. As for cultural cooperation, we need to support them through similar programs such as the Visegrad Group. This is a region where we have small number of minorities with fantastic cultural potential. This is what needs to be developed over the next 3 decades. Thank you much indeed, Balázs. When we look at the round table, this can be but the first step. Thanks to Mr. Kuchcinski, last year we had the first forum of young leaders. Here comes the second meeting of the young leaders in the Europe of the Carpathians. Jakub. Well, if I can recommend one thing, what may change over the next 30 years, not even only here, I would like to urge the politicians and address the politicians to be braver and to be more just, fair, and transparent, and to be honest. This is what I spoke about during my party convention in Prague. If the Europe of the Carpathians, or Europe in general, if our visions are to come true, we need to encourage young people to take active part in it. We need to demonstrate it to the young people that the road is clean and the minds are moving into the right directions, and that the direction is set and it will not be changed every 4 or 5 years as the governments change, because then it all leads to chaos. Young people don't want to get engaged. And this is what creates a large gap between active politicians and young people who are there. This is acting against the old guard. And that's not very good, because we should be learning a lot from the older generation. We should be learning the good stuff. They should be our role models, showing us that this is successful, that this is bringing effect. And this is what I'm missing in contemporary politics. Generally speaking, people do not trust politicians. People are only making choices during the election campaigns between the lesser evil. So if I can urge politicians to be honest, to be brave, to be transparent, so that we can trace them back to what they've promised, and I think then we will be in for a good and bright future. Thank you. Thank you very much. So we are 30 years into the very beginning. So in the public space, there was a generation like Mr. Kuchcinski and the president of the Foreign Affairs Committee was really a role model for us. So we need to get prepared for this task. In 30 years' time, we will be celebrating the 30th anniversary of this meeting. What will be our conclusions? Is there a new generation of Mr. Kuchcinski? Can we learn from our forefathers? Well, I'd like to recommend a nice book to you, written by Professor Charles. This is actually a biography of Marek Kuchcinski. Marek Kuchcinski being a fantastic role model, showing us the way we need to move forward just to benefit the Europe of the Carpathians. Antoni, please. I enjoy this line of development very much. This is something I like a lot. John Kennedy used to say, never ask what your country can do for you, but always think what you can do for your country. And this is the line of development that I find valuable. Top point now would be to consolidate our position in the international arena, also in the aspect of soft power, namely promotion of joint culture and national heritage, whatever we get from previous generations. This can be the goods we can export I'd like to mention the gaming industry, which is already part of our education. Well, our gaming industry is gaining pace, and its growth in our GDP share is at potential. There was this game that was promoting our Slovenian joint culture. I'm talking about The Witcher, but we've only made one attempt to sell it. There should be more and more initiatives that promote our roots. Maybe we should look at America or Asian countries, whereby soft power and pop culture is used to promote the national heritage.
És a szívemhez szólsz azért, mert
Thank you very much, Antoni. Well, this is close to my heart because this Europe of Carpathians should be more fashionable. Well, I've played The Witcher. There's also an Austrian version of this game. And if young people try to play this video game, then they'll realize that it's been translated into our languages. So I play it, but with Hungarian subtitles, and this way I can improve my Polish. So maybe young people could learn languages this way. And again, my question to the audience. If you have Netflix, please raise your hand. Okay, it seems that many of you. Okay, please raise your hand if this week you have watched a program, a film that's been made in Europe of Carpathians. Okay, no one. So, our cultural treasures could be made available, but no one does it. You know, Netflix just shows American and then British series. Well, if it was owned by Hungarians, then probably we would watch series from this region. Now, let me turn to our colleague from Serbia. We have only 15 minutes left. Could you please answer me briefly? What could we do in practical terms in the next coming 30 years? How could we promote Europe of Carpathians?
Well, many of you colleagues who are from Slavic lands mentioned that we should nourish our similarities in languages and we should try to understand each other. And I must say, I'm feeling a bit ashamed that I'm talking in English and not in some of the Slavic languages, which is similar to us. So I promise I will take care of that in the future, try to learn some of your languages which we have the same basis as Slavic people. So what would I say about the future in the next 30 years of the European of the Carpathians? I think the colleagues spoke about technology and everything, and I agree with technological stuff, but I think that we should also preserve the things that we made and that are good for now. We should preserve the things that are quality, especially the nature and everything, try to nourish that and to make it even better. But with the technology, we got to be, how to say, a bit careful, because not to go too far. And as a matter of the young people today are more open for technologies and using of technology than going on in the nature and using everything that nature provides us. So I think that we should popularize just the core of what's the Carpathians and the initiative of the Carpathians, and to how to respect the nature that we have. I was very thrilled when I came to Poland and saw how the land is organized and all the highways and the forests and everything. And so when I was reading about the everything that was done in the Carpathians as the mountains, I think that should be one of the projects for the future, how to say. Not to be so much into technologies and to destroy ourselves as beings, just to enjoy what we have. preserve it, maybe.
Hvala, and I absolutely agree. In the physical realm, we need to protect our traditions as well and make them cool for the 21st century context. I'm a little bit sad, I must say, because when I last saw Alessandro, he was in a beautiful tunic, you know, a traditional Austrian tunic. And I love that in Austria, patriotic young gentlemen and ladies wear folk costumes that have been adapted, modernized for the 21st century context. And I'd like to see more of that. I think we can make our traditions cool. The Japanese have been able to make sushi into a world phenomenon. Why is it that when I go to an airport anywhere on planet Earth, there is no pierogi, and I have to go specifically to Poland in order to access that delicacy from our region, for instance? Ladies and gentlemen, we have 10 minutes left, so I'd like to use this time for audience questions. Could I please ask you to raise your hand if you have a question? I see a gentleman has a question over there. And please beware, this is something new that we're trying out. I'm going to throw it to you and hopefully not at you. And I see a gentleman behind you has a second question. So let's collect the 2 questions. Could I please ask you, 3 questions, 4 questions. Okay, brief to the point questions then, please. Please tell us who you are, where you're from, and which exact panelists you aim the question at. Ladies first, if I may. I would like to throw first the question box to you. Yes.
Okay. Nazywam się Nelly, jestem z Polski, z Krakowa.
I have a question to everybody, but in fact to Antoni and Jakub. We are the generation which took everything into their hands, so don't ask what a politician can do for you, what others can do for you. You are able to do it the best. So Jakub, just change your way of thinking. But maybe you want to respond to my comment. One thing that I'm still missing, and hopefully this will come in the next 30 years, that among you there would be a young person, a young female preferably, from Ukraine. And this is actually the future of Europe. Brussels is on the crossroads. You can make Europe of Carpathians the main force that will change Europe. What do you think?
Question answers from Antoni and Jakub to that question. And might I just add to the kind lady, I know yesterday we had the ladies of the Carpathians panel discussion just with ladies. I promise you the intention here was not to have an only gentleman panel. We had a colleague, Dora Siladi, who unfortunately could not make it, but she would have been a very valuable addition to the panel. And also, I very much appreciate your comment with regards to Ukraine. For the first edition of the Young Carpathian Leaders Forum, we had a colleague from Ukraine. It was our desire to have a panelist from Ukraine as well, but due to the war in which bravely and courageously our Ukrainian young colleagues are fighting, this was not possible this year. I am hoping that for the next edition, we will be able to have a Ukrainian colleague, and we stand in solidarity with our young colleagues from Ukraine. Prosim.
Ja bardzo dziękuję za pytanie.
Thank you very much for your question. Well, let me start this way. When I talk about a problem, there are 2 extremes related to this problem. So yes, I say that young people don't trust older people, but on the other hand, I know that young people today are in a very comfortable situation. So this older generation, when they were our age, they didn't have that comfort. Another thing is the following. Well, I'm here at this conference, which is held regularly, and young people are invited to it. Well, in Czech Republic, I wouldn't be invited to such a forum as a young person, or if it was there, it would be very badly organized. And if I accused someone, I accused older people in Czech Republic. If there's one big difference between the approach of young people towards politics in Poland and in Czech Republic, well, if in Czech people think about Law and Justice Party, they mainly think about abortion. I would associate it with the childbirth rate. In Czech Republic, we are among the K7 countries. We are at very high level, 1.7 per one woman. In Poland, it's 1.4. And in Czech Republic, there's no ban on abortion. I believe that there's greater motivation in Czech Republic. The state is more liberal towards the affairs of the young. And therefore, young people want to have children more than in conservative Poland. Well, I agree with your views more than Czech views, but the result is opposite. So maybe because of these bans resulting from the Catholic tradition, maybe the result is just opposite than what you would like to see. Thank you very much, Jakub, that you actually opened this question. Maybe next time when we have this Europe of Carpathians for young people, again, we'll go more deeply into this topic. But since we have only 5 minutes left, Antoni, could you very briefly answer the question? Well, something that always brings an added value is a kind of competition, a kind of creative conflict. So yes, this creative conflict, this rivalry that would push us forward, this is something we should use. So I'd be more pragmatic. So we appreciate what we have received from the older generation and we're going to use it. But our competition and clashes concern what we'd like to develop for the future. Thank you. You have a question? My name's Alexander. I've come from Przemyśl. Thank you for this interesting discussion. We know that all of us, as we're sitting here, international cooperation brings only positive results and benefits to all of us. So I have this very concrete question. Do you believe that in the near future it is possible to have an international initiative in the form of a workshop or an integration meeting, so something less formal? And if yes, where such a meeting could be held? First, let me ask you whether you agree with something like this, yes or no, that maybe such an initiative could be continued in a more informal format. Do we wish to continue with such meetings of young people? Alessandro?
Yeah, sure, of course. And I would offer Austria as a place where this will be held, to bring Austria back to its beginnings and to be once more a country of diplomatic, neutral ground for all of Europe. Thanks.
Teljes mértékben ezt a kezdeményezést csak támogatni lehet, innentől kezdve pedig az lesz a következő kérdés való.
Well, which institution could do it? Well, we're talking about an informal character, but it would be important that we would decide about the place and whether it is feasible. Well, you cannot say a no to it. it's more about this Czech mentality. We never like to be first. But on the other hand, if you put that challenge to us, I believe that Czech politicians would accept it. Definitely, yes. We could paraphrase this sentence that the Carpathians will be the way young people have been brought up. So yes, we are in this hotel today, but I believe that the mountains that we can see are even more beautiful. So maybe during a summer or winter seminar, we could meet in the mountains.
I agree with Alexander, it should be Austria. Maybe I haven't been for a while in Austria. And how to say, I've already mentioned that I met associates of Mr. Kuczynski in Slovakia, so I think that was a kind of a workshop and a summer seminar, and that kind of conference meetings are very well for the future, for the young leaders to meet each other, to exchange ideas and make a dialogue a lot more comfortable than maybe this.
Nagyon szépen köszönöm. Nekem is lenne egy javaslatom, határozott válaszom az, hogy igen, fontos, hogy folytassuk ezt az
I believe that it is worth continuing this cooperation. In Krasichin, there is going to be a meeting of the Club of Europe of Carpathians. So I believe that maybe this meeting could be continued in Krasichin. So if you could, time is over. So unfortunately we need to finish. But now let me read out this quote for you. Because we're in Poland, it's going to be a quote in Polish, a quote from John Paul II, who in 1991, on the 19th of August in Budapest, said the following in Hungarian, and I'd like to thank the translators for excellent translation. So John Paul II had the following message for Europe of Carpathians. Let me quote: "Be strong. Become involved in the development of this area, of this territory again. Don't cry and don't ask to be accepted. But remember that you are those who continue this grand Central and Eastern European history. Don't ask for protection from others. Be entrepreneurial and have great spirits." Thank you very much.
Jesteśmy w miasteczku Werchowyna, a jesteśmy tutaj dlatego, że w dniu dzisiejszym, 29 lipca 2023 roku, przypada 85. rocznica otwarcia przed wojną obserwatorium astronomiczno-meteorologicznego Uniwersytetu Warszawskiego na górze Pop Iwan. Przy renowacji obserwatorium, a teraz, kiedy, jak widzicie, jakby powiedziano przed wojną, nieznanymi wyrokami opatrzności, obserwatorium rzeczywiście staje na nogi, to ma specjalny swój sens. Jesteśmy na tarasie, na górnym tarasie obserwatorium na Górze Pobiwan w Czarnochorze, czy przedwojennym obserwatorium Uniwersytetu Warszawskiego, właśnie odbudowywanym.
Pragnienia wielu osób do tego, żeby ten projekt dalej był kontynuowany, ma dzisiaj dobry sukces. Jak widzimy, naokoło gór nie widać. Dzisiaj Czarnogóra w mgle, ale to też pięknie. My przekonani, że sporo bardzo jeszcze ważnych wydarzeń będziemy realizować.
Za nami jest antena, która pozwala ratownikom górskim na łączność w terenie i będzie pozwalać na łączność tym, którzy będą udział brali w realizacji zadań już Międzynarodowej Stacji Naukowej Obserwatorium.
I cieszymy się z tego, że krok po kroku rozszerzamy tą wielką ideę Europy Karpat, gdzie Ukraina dołączy się też do państw regionu karpackiego, które dzisiaj są państwami Unii Europejskiej.
Znajdujemy się w sali, która jeszcze nie jest wyposażona, ale będzie piękną, elegancką biblioteką obserwatorium na drugim piętrze gmachu. W górach nigdy nie przewidzisz pogody. Zawsze trzeba na wszelki wypadek mieć dodatkowe ubranie. Na dole byłem jeszcze na krótki rękaw, potem lekki polar, a teraz już jak wszyscy widzą, musiałem się odziać, ponieważ wiatr, pewnie i to słychać, tak wieje, że bez tego bym nie wytrzymał. Już raz zabrał mi kapelusz. Na szczęście udało się uratować, ale dodatkowo jeszcze powiem, bez kaptura też byłoby źle. Za chwilę zobaczymy słynny gmach obserwatorium. Przypomnę, jest to budynek Obserwatorium Astronomiczno-Meteorologicznego Uniwersytetu Warszawskiego, otwarte 29 lipca 1938 roku. Jesteśmy tu z powodu 85. rocznicy tego wydarzenia. Pierwszy raz byłem tu także w lipcu 2007 roku, czyli 16 już lat temu. Byłem tutaj z wizytą, w czasie wizyty rektora Uniwersytetu Warszawskiego, podówczas pani profesor Hałasińskiej-Macukow, którą serdecznie z tego miejsca pozdrawiam, bo ten projekt wiele jej zawdzięcza. Byliśmy tutaj z wizytą na Uniwersytecie Przykarpackim i wspólnie z rektorem Przykarpackiego Uniwersytetu, profesorem Ostafijczukiem, dotarliśmy na górę. Jesteśmy w miasteczku Werchowyna, a jesteśmy tutaj dlatego, że w dniu dzisiejszym, 29 lipca 2023 roku, przypada 85. rocznica otwarcia przed wojną obserwatorium astronomiczno-meteorologicznego Uniwersytetu Warszawskiego na górze Pop Iwan. Przy renowacji obserwatorium, a teraz, kiedy, jak widzicie, jakby powiedziano przed wojną, nieznanymi wyrokami opatrzności, obserwatorium rzeczywiście staje na nogi, to ma specjalny swój sens. Jesteśmy na tarasie, na górnym tarasie obserwatorium na górze Pobiwan w Czarnochorze, czy przedwojennym obserwatorium Uniwersytetu Warszawskiego, właśnie odbudowywanym.
Pragnienia wielu osób do tego, żeby ten projekt dalej był kontynuowany, ma dzisiaj dobry sukces. Jak widzimy, naokoło gór nie widać. Dzisiaj Czarnogóra w mgle, ale to też pięknie. My przekonani, że sporo bardzo jeszcze ważnych wydarzeń będziemy realizować.
Za nami jest antena, która pozwala ratownikom górskim na łączność w terenie i będzie pozwalać na łączność tym, którzy będą udział brali w realizacji zadań już w Międzynarodowej Stacji Naukowej Obserwatorium.
I cieszymy się z tego, że krok po kroku rozszerzamy do wielkiej idei Europy Karpat, gdzie Ukraina dołączy się też do państw regionu karpackiego, które dzisiaj są państwami Unii Europejskiej.
Znajdujemy się w sali, która jeszcze nie jest wyposażona, ale będzie piękną, elegancką biblioteką obserwatorium na drugim piętrze gmachu. W górach nigdy nie przewidzisz pogody. Zawsze trzeba na wszelki wypadek mieć dodatkowe ubranie. Na dole byłem jeszcze na krótki rękaw, potem lekki polar, a teraz już jak wszyscy widzą, musiałem się odziać, ponieważ wiatr, pewnie i to słychać, tak wieje, że bez tego bym nie wytrzymał. Już raz zabrał mi kapelusz. Na szczęście udało się uratować, ale dodatkowo jeszcze powiem, bez kaptura też byłoby źle. Za chwilę zobaczymy słynny gmach obserwatorium. Przypomnę, jest to budynek Obserwatorium Astronomiczno-Meteorologicznego Uniwersytetu Warszawskiego. Otwarte 20...
Szanowni Państwo, dzień dobry. Chciałem Państwa serdecznie powitać na specjalnym panelu dzisiejszego spotkania, czyli konferencji.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to yet another panel whereby we're discussing the presentations of the Warsaw Conference. This is part one. Over to Professor Malicki, who is the founder of the Eastern Institute at the Warsaw University, and I hope you will have interesting presentation.
Bardzo. Pan Jędrzej
Thank you very much, Jędrzej Kotarski, from the Chancellery of the Council of Ministers, is here.
Sekretarz zespołu.
in the capacity of the secretary for the Warsaw Conference. The Warsaw Conference is there as a platform for an ongoing monitoring of support for Ukraine. It is not a conference related to Berlin-Lugano. We are not trying to catch up on the train. We decided to come up with our own conference that will allow us to watch what's going on the working base.
Ukrainy mamy ambicje, aby ta konferencja, tak zresztą było w pierwszej.
Our ambition is therefore the conference to be an international one, but focusing on the regions.
Zwyczajowo te konferencje otwiera pan minister Kuchciński.
Usually the conference is opened by Minister Kuchciński. I don't know whether he's here or not. Thank you very much for supporting us and for being so friendly to us, because the conference is usually taking place in the building of the Chancellor of the Council of Ministers in the beautiful hall devoted to Anna Walentynowicz. This is the opening conference in terms of it being organized in Karpacz rather than in Warsaw. So it will be slightly different from the previous conferences. We will start with 3 presentations to be delivered by our fantastic guests. We will first hear from Professor Jan Pomorski. He will be presenting opinion polling on Eastern and Central Europe for the war. This will be the report of the Institute of Central Europe. We only have 20 minutes for each of the speakers. If there is time left, we will have some questions and answers, and then we will be presenting a report on the status and potential of Ukrainian economy. This is a report by the Eastern Studies Center, presented by Wojciech Konończuk. And then the third report will focus on the Polish projects to rebuild Ukraine after the war, and mainly we will focus on rebuilding houses and homes. And this will be delivered by Paweł Trębacz from the Warsaw University of Technology. After the presentations, we will have the main debate on the reconstruction recovery for Ukraine, and this will be moderated by Mr. Kwieciński. So, over to you, gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. I'd like to thank the organizers for offering me the opportunity to present our conclusions on the approach of the public opinion in the Tri-Sea countries to Russia in the context of the war. This is the agenda of my presentation. I will be discussing the results of the studies. The studies were concluded between the 1st and 13th July 2023 in 12 cities in 12 countries belonging to Tri-Seas, and then Russia has become the official member. This method approach was computer-assisted web interview with time reaction methodology applied. As the Institute, we've been dealing with the countries belonging to Tri-Sea region for 5 years since that time. We've also applied empirical studies that allow us to show that opinion poll and opinions expressed in service is a factor in us gaining access and insight into what's going on. You may have a look at the flags of the countries belonging to the region of 3 seas. Now, when we present results, it's very important that we are based on pictures, because pictures speak volumes. So, here are the 3 elements that lie within our field of interest: war in Ukraine, our relations towards Russia, and our relations or our approach to selected institutions. As I said, we looked at full representative sample of 12 countries, and the panels were done by the Sint company, a Swiss-based company with some 1,200,000 opinion polls respondents. This was the database we used to select our polls to fulfill all the criteria of representation from the point of view of gender, age, and domicile. We also looked at the profile of education, religion, as well as political activity. Now, how did we check for the relation or the approach to Russia? We looked at 21 the so-called attributes, whereby we asked our respondents to reply yes or no. And if you look at the questions, what is your relation to aggression? Can you see Russian relations in your country? Are you afraid to see Russians' impact in your country? Now, I'm just showing you some snapshots of these questions. At the same time, these questions were posed to the respondents, but we also took the time of how long did it take for a particular person to reply. These studies were conducted between the 1st and 13th of July, and so we were able to run 3 international elements and international contexts in these studies, namely the ongoing Russian offensive, then Prigozhin's march for Moscow, as well as expectations related to the NATO summit meeting. So a few words about methodology. We engaged an innovative methodology that allows us to measure the time of reaction in real time. This is the methodology that is usually applied in consumer focus groups, but for the first time it has been applied for opinion polling. So first you calibrate the responses of all the respondents and you measure time to react in milliseconds. So just to have the a ratio of so just to be able to measure how much confidence we have. So we are using deep learning for the so-called confidence interval as well as machine learning. Everybody lies. This is the provocative title of Sir Stevens Davidovich. That's a very controversial motto to start your book with. But Professor Davidovich says that we are all living under the pressure of the so-called political or cultural correctness that imposes certain responses to us. What is it that we should reply to make sure that we please our respondents? And the time to react, the time for reaction is very important because it shows how confident we can be in the reply. So the method we apply is verifying the declarations as expressed by the public opinion. So a few words before I show you some pictures. How do we interpret these attitudes? Extreme values to the left-hand side, saying yes, concern declarations. This is what we declare, what we believe to be the truth. Extreme reds, this is what we declare we don't believe at all. Now, confidence is green and reddish color, while everything that is floating in between is shown in the middle. Say, I deplore Russia's aggression in Ukraine. As you can say, the public opinion in Poland, in 88%, would declare, yes, I deplore this aggression. But if you want to be fully convinced, it's only 40% of people who do it right because they do it quick. For instance, in Estonia, it is 68% more than that, while 92% of respondents would declare that they deplore Russia's invasion in Ukraine. In Bulgaria, on the other hand, some 37% respondents are saying no, but a confident no only belongs to 19%. So the studies allow us to apply benchmarks and to show how important it is to ask specific questions. How do we distribute the relations to individual attributes and values across all the 12 cities of our region? For instance, I am worried and afraid of the Russian cyber attacks on our country. 81% respondents in Poland said yes, with emotional confidence belonging to 59%. In Romania, on the other hand, less people say yes, but the confidence interval is high. Croatia, we have a large percentage declaring that they do feel worried and afraid of this potential cyber attacks, but there is a lot of people who can swing both ways. Here we got Czechia. they tell us a lot. As you can see, what is it that we declare? So this declarative layer, you can see that Czechs are very emotional at both sides, yes and no. And the swingers belong to a rather small group. And you can see that this is where the middle terms are drafted. Now, another statement, the war in Ukraine decreased my fear of Russia. A very important statement. Look at the distribution of votes. And you can see that the countries show very similar replies. Apparently, war does not diminish your fear. The fear is still there, but at the same time, we have a group of countries, rather, we have a group of respondents, they want to swing both ways. Russia is secretly funding actions against my country. As you can see, the first value is Poland, 77, and then Latvia. In Poland, as many as 77% of people would declare that they believe it to be the case. In Latvia, 57%, but we have similar values in terms of confidence interval. Again, that's very stable, that's very durable. This is an this value has been internalized. It belongs to the people who own it. Hungary, on the other hand, 73% of people say no, Russia is not secretly funding any actions against my country, while 27% say otherwise, while 11% are sure of that. Another important statement concerning Russians' impact in politics. In my country, I can see Russians' influences in politics, in economy, in the media, and the internet. Here, you can see a clear correlation between the interval of confidence, 53, and the responses for yes. So you can see that top responses that have to do with the largest amount of people who are confident to say yes. In Lithuania, for instance, you rank first in politics and in the media and in the internet. Now, Austrian would say that they see a very strong influence of Russia in the economy. Estonia, none at all. But in the economy, why not? You remember the recent scandal of the Prime Minister's husband. Apparently, these impacts and influences are seen in the economy. Now, if you now move into the media and the internet, these are very important pieces of research, and I could spend hours discussing all the graphs. There's such a lot of data and knowledge here. Another very important graph, if you know your flags, you will be able to read it. This shows you the current threats, the actual threats. Now, Poles would be the nation that declares their fear against Russia the most, and they're very confident in doing so. On an x-axis is declarative, and on a y-axis you see emotional confidence. Now, in the Baltic states, Estonia, as you can see, 76%. In terms of declaration, but a relatively small emotional impact with only 45% for the confidence interval. Latvia, on the other hand, well, would declare things but not quite believe them. There is a clear mismatch here. Lithuanians are very consistent in what they declare and what they truly believe. Now, the Visegrad group, quite a divide between Poland and Czechia. I mean, Poland and Czechia have similar views, what Hungarians and Slovaks are doing quite differently. But we may now want to ask another question. Looking at the threats for the entire Central Europe, how does that change? How does that evolve? See? It all moves up to the top right corner. So in Bulgaria or in Croatia, we feel that there is no direct threat. But when we ask for Central Europe, they say, well, indeed, Central Europe is indeed under serious threat. So you can see that very clearly. In Russia, I mean, there is a question, will there be a civil war in Russia? Is there a chance or a risk of civil war in Russia? Bulgaria, 26% say yes. Well, there is more than 50% of respondents who say yes, but in terms of actual confidence, just 26%. So most of the people would say yes, there is a risk of a civil war in Russia. But if we ask them whether Russia may become a democratic country one day, this was also the question we asked to our respondents, and as you can see, most of the people would say no. For declarations, no, and for confident no, there is a high percentage. Poland, again, in the avant-garde, and so are the Baltic states. We feel it's great, because we actually believe that there won't be any changes for the good in Russia. The public opinion has decided on that. But in Bulgaria, for instance, there are some hopes, and they feel that it may be possible for the change to exist. And now, another measurement, which is an index to demonstrate whatever is going on between the declaration yes and emotional yes. We asked our respondents if Russia may use nuclear weapons to attack your country. Look at the results we got out there. Above 70% and 55%, this is sure, we're being sure about that. This is only the case of a few countries between 55 and 75. Let's have a look at additional observations. Russia wants to rebuild its powers and influence as it was during the Soviet Union. 75%, only Estonia. Estonians are sure that Russia wants to rebuild its empire. But Poland ranks really high, and so does Romania and Lithuania, while other countries do declare that, but do not actually emotionally believe so. War in Ukraine has brought it home to the Western countries that Russia is a very dangerous country when run by Putin. And see the distribution of declarations and emotional votes. Well, I'm running short of time, so allow me to say that we need to be aware that these studies are very important as they demonstrate the way Central Europe reacts to war in Ukraine. Public opinion feels that Russia is a huge problem, and we all suffer because of it emotionally. We're considering the status, what's going to happen to Russia. So in lieu of conclusions, let me just quote from Janusz Bugajski. He is a Jamestown Foundation analyst. He wrote a book, Fair Stage. And on the 4th of July, he wrote an introduction to the book, and he says that at the international level, the status of Russia needs to be reconsidered. We will need to analyze the future of the Russian state, and we have to get ready for that. Our studies performed in the Institute for Central Europe are doing just that. We're working on the data that will serve as foundation for decision-making in politics and for building new scenarios. Now, if you want to read the entire report, this is the address, this is where you can upload it from. It's available, it's published, it's out at our Institute website. So please be our guests and make sure you read our report. Thank you very much indeed.
Gratuluję panu profesorowi.
Congratulations to you, Professor. Congratulations to the Institute of Central Europe. There are at least 2 or 3 members of the board of this institute. Well, I do it together with them. And by commenting on this commendation, let me say the following. I was given a summary of this report, and then it was stolen from me. And actually, I said that that was the greatest thing that could happen to me, that someone actually stole it because it was so precious. Now we will have a debate with Mr. Kwieciński as the moderator, and then we will end with the report of the group of Central Europe, and we will speak about Wagner's group. So I've taken on this hedgehog's tactics today. So we start very calmly, and then we're going to move on to Wagner's group. Let me now ask Mr. Wojciech Konończuk, director of the Center for Eastern Studies.
Dziękuję bardzo. Dzień dobry Państwu. Ja będę miał dzisiaj...
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I have the pleasure to present to you an only recently published report of the Center of Eastern Studies. And we call this report the second front line. The first front line is obvious. Well, Ukraine is at war, but it is equally important to which extent will Ukrainian economy be able to stay at its current level. Now, let me briefly show you what GDP of Ukraine looks like. Well, last year it dropped by almost 1/3. The greatest drop in the entire history of independent Ukraine. It was a shock to Ukraine that could be compared to the Balkan War in the 1990s and the one that we had here during the Second World War. Now, the greatest drop was in the first quarter after the Russian invasion. And here on the right you can see it divided by quarters. Here we see Ukrainian industry or production, and it dropped by 36.7%. So that's even more than the drop of the GDP. In the first quarter, it was by 50%. And here we have individual industries, metallurgy, iron ore mining, and others. So metallurgy, it has suffered the most, the drop by 70% last year. That sector generated over 10% of Ukrainian GDP before the war. Now, the majority of metallurgy facilities were located in Mariupol and they have been destroyed. Now, as I've said, the Ukrainian GDP dropped by 1/3 in the first quarter of last year, and in the first quarter of this year it dropped by, well, it dropped by 10%. Now, the forecast doesn't envisage an increase in GDP in the coming years. Now, the National Bank of Ukraine believes that there will be an increase by 2.9% this year and 3.5% next year. Now, the International Monetary Fund envisages at the level of 3.2% next year. Investment funds say this increase is going to be by 4.7% and this year and 5% next year. However, these forecasts come from the time before the blockage of the Black Sea. Now, today, Ukrainian economy depends greatly on foreign support, foreign financial support. Well, whatever is happening on the battlefield, this wouldn't be possible with the financial aid from abroad either. Now, this help has been at the level of 32.1 billion in 2022 and $28.1 billion in 2023. Now, according to the Ministry of Finance of Ukraine, it's not the EU but the United States that have helped the most, because the EU institutions, that's the aid at the level of 19 billion, of the United States 20 billion. There has always been assistance from Japan and Canada. From Japan, this should be $5 billion in the coming months. Now this budget gap is $8 to $9 billion until the end of this year. Now the current support is at the level of $42.1 billion. There are also obligations of the National Bank of Ukraine, and they have been bought mainly by Ukrainian banks. Now the missing billions, it will be probably possible to get them. It will be even more difficult to get them next year. It is worth emphasizing the fact that this is what Russia counts on, that European countries will be less consistent in helping Ukraine. Now we also see a drop or the collapse of Ukrainian export, minus 35% of export and minus 24% of import. And now the loss of part of industry. I've talked about 2 metallurgy plants in Mariupol, the blockage of the ports in the Black Sea is also a problem, and not all the Ukrainian products could be exported abroad. Now, traditionally, the Black Sea used to be this corridor for export, so that was 2/3 of export went to other markets through the Black Sea until the outbreak of the war. So, as I've seen, there are 2 different front lines. Russians closed this corridor through the Black Sea in mid-July on purpose, and now talks are continued to resolve this situation, and the Ukrainians look for other ways of exporting their products, mainly food products. Now Ukraine lies to some extent on Danube, so maybe opening a corridor through Danube would be a form of solving this problem. Now another possibility, but at a lower scale when it comes to capacity, is the land border with such countries as Poland, Slovakia, Hungary and Romania. In the past weeks, we've had certain tension between Ukraine and these 5 countries with this regard. Now you see the comparison here of export and import of goods in the years 2021-2022. Generally speaking, before the corridor in the Black Sea was shut off, the situation was getting better. There's a paradox also involved here. Now, Ukrainian export to European Union countries hasn't dropped, but it has grown. To Romania, Ukrainian export has grown by 150%. to Poland by 27%. So the EU, for the first time in history, has become the main recipient of Ukrainian goods. So 2/3 of goods go to EU countries, and Poland has become the most important recipient of Ukrainian production. If we took the 4 agricultural and food products from the statistics and took Ukrainian export with disregard, then we would still have an increase in export by 100%. This temporary ban on Ukrainian agricultural and food products that are exported doesn't cover all the products, but only these 4. Now, agriculture before the war generated 14% of GDP in Ukraine. Around 28 million hectares of land were cultivated. Now, the amount of land that is now cultivated dropped to 23.4 million hectares. Now the crops were decreased by 40%. And here you see the most important species of crops, and we've observed drops everywhere. Now when it comes to agriculture and food export, as I've mentioned, it used to be the most important industry generating income of Ukraine. So in 2021 it was 41% of entire export. Now in 2022 it dropped to 15.5%. And in the first half of 2023, over 60% of Ukrainian export was generated by agriculture and food export. Now, Ukraine is almost fully independent from import when it comes to gas. The use of gas has dropped by 7%, but because Ukraine traditionally has been one of the greatest producers of gas in Ukraine, well, it's a paradox because traditionally it also imported majority of this gas from Russia. But because a great part of industrial production was closed, Ukraine is almost fully independent with this regard. So 90% of gas comes from Ukraine. Now, when it comes to imported oil, now in 2021, as much as 71% of imported oil came from Russia and Belarus. This is what experts said in the past, that it was actually dangerous for Ukraine. And then the Ukrainian oil sector underwent a kind of shock. However, it dealt quite well with it because an import of goods, of oil from EU countries grew, mainly from Poland and Lithuania, and 53% of all kinds of fuel that Ukraine needs comes from these 2 countries. Now, when it comes to the metallurgy sector, income has dropped from to 6 billion Now, some of the facilities have been destroyed, and it's impossible to send goods abroad. Now, when it comes to the last sector that I'd like to show to you today, this is something more optimistic, the IT sector of Ukraine. This is the only of important sectors in Ukraine where production hasn't dropped, but it has actually grown. It generates 4.5% of its GDP. Very many of IT specialists have left Ukraine. So many women who are experts in IT, they emigrated to Poland. Now, a couple of words on the change of export routes. So I've told you about this corridor through Black Sea being closed. Most probably it won't be unblocked because this is what Russia counts on. They try to destroy Ukrainian economy this way. And therefore, since the outbreak of the war, there has been a change when it comes to export routes. So mainly now we have land crossing, so through Poland, also to Slovakia and Romania. And irrespective of how long this war will last, Ukraine needs some transportation backups. This can be railroads and it is also impossible to rebuild Ukrainian economy without close collaboration with Poland. Now, let me tell you about now the coming perspective. Most probably it won't finish in the coming months. Therefore, Ukrainian GDP won't grow much. Most probably it won't exceed 5%. However, we don't know how long the Black Sea corridor will be blocked. So it will be absolutely necessary that Ukraine still receives assistance from abroad after 2023. And if war is not over, then rebuilding Ukraine will not be possible, and it won't be possible for Ukrainian GDP to be higher than 3 or maybe 5%. Now, Ukraine needs not only ceasefire, but permanent peace to rebuild its economy, because it needs foreign investments to develop. Now, without permanent peace, it won't be possible to rebuild Ukrainian economy. Now, when it comes to this economic map of Ukraine, the economy has been mainly concentrated in eastern and southern Ukraine. Now this has shifted to central Ukraine. And Russian policy concerning Ukrainian economy is obviously quite brutal, and therefore we can't count on the Black Sea corridor to be unblocked soon. Now we watch the discussion in Western countries, and it seems that the 300 or 350 million that have been blocked on the money coming from Russia. This won't be unblocked for Ukraine soon. Now, something that will be disadvantageous for Ukraine long term is the demographic situation. Most probably 6 to 8 million Ukrainians have left Ukraine after the outbreak of the war. And now the prospects of Ukrainian integration with the EU are now set aside, and Ursula von der Leyen said only recently that it's a prospect of 20 or 30 years. So my apologies for being so pessimistic, but this only shows what the situation of Ukrainian economy right now is.
Thank you very much indeed to Mr. Konończuk for the second presentation of today, especially as you see yet another presentation that the fantastic Center for Eastern Studies has developed for the Warsaw Conference. So thank you very much. I'm sure we will have more requests coming into your direction. And now, a third presentation that will change our optics a little. We will be talking about reconstruction and building of homes, housing communities. Dr. Trębacz is a secretary of the team that was working on this project at the Department of Architecture of the University of Technology in Warsaw. Over to you, Mr. Trębacz.
Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to walk you through our project about the construction of module-based community buildings for the refugees in Ukraine. To start with, I'd like to thank the organizers for kindly inviting us to this conference. I'd like to thank Marshal Marek Kuchciński and thank Jan Malicki for kindly allowing us to discuss the important topic of rebuilding Ukrainian homes. Well, projects like this never appear in a vacuum. It's always a team of people, so I would like to mention everybody here. Professor Anna Wierzbicka, Professor Yuri Krivoruchko from the Lviv University of Technology, and Zaporov University of Technology. He was basically a visiting professor at our Department of Architecture at the Warsaw University of Technology when we were working on that project. And then Dr. Renata Jóźwik and Magdalena Duda and myself. So this is the y-axis, but of course there's also an x-axis that you have to take into account. Polish urban thought goes back to the joint heritage that combined us with Ukrainian heritage. It was basically born after the Battle of Carpathians in 1915, where the entire Eastern Galicia was burned down, basically, and this common effort to rebuild it, as delivered by the scientific milieu of Lviv, allowed creation of groundwork that has become the urban tissue of both Poland and Ukraine. Myself, I feel I owe it to the heritage of this grand urbanic thought. So what we presented here and what we've done in our project is based on certain assumptions that are universal, durable, and that have been around for thousands of years in urban planning. Right. This is an obvious slide, really. This data was up for May last year, so without spending too much time on it, I'm just walking you through the modular refugee settlement project. Suffice it to say that some 18 million people, 1/4 of Ukrainian population, has been somewhat displaced or impacted by refugee movements. Some of these waves have reached Poland, but also other countries that received those waves of refugees. It was through the reflex of our heart that we simply could not agree to the status quo. We decided that we will do what we can do best, namely design. And so, at our University of Technology, we came up with a special team of people to support rebuilding of Ukraine. We believe that the spirit of victory of the Ukrainian nation will overcome all the difficulties. And in spring 2022, we created the team and kicked off with the work. Two concepts emerged. The first was as follows. We need to reply as soon as possible to the actual real needs of the refugee groups as they arrive in Poland. So we should be building container-based towns and cities. And then there was a second concept that we endorsed. Well, we said containers is just one little element of the entire structure. What's most important is to make sure that these people, when they arrive here, to be here for permanent. If you look at European cities, once you draw a line, it will be there for hundreds of years. And so we needed to create temporary conditions that would then stay with us for a very long time. That is why we were against a container city, and we decided that we will not focus on temporary solutions, but rather on permanent solutions. So we started talking to our Lviv partners because the biggest wave of refugees came from Lviv. We concluded an agreement with the mayor of the city of Lviv. So they indicated that there is a northwest part of Ryazne that we can work on. At the same time, we were looking for companies that would be fast enough to respond to the construction problems and help us out there. We decided that for sure we would need a structure that is easy to produce and easy to assemble in Ukraine. That's why we decided to go for a wooden framework structure. This is one of the company, Unibep in Bielsk-Podlaski, near Belarusian border, that was able to deliver such wooden framework structures. This is the area. Let me click to it rather quickly. There is good transportation network there. We decided it would be an interesting area for our project. Now, there was a legal urban plan in place, so all the legal formalities have been there and infrastructure was sufficient. That's why we kicked off with investment activities in this area. We asked our Lviv friends to provide us with studies, tests, including sociological studies, namely they have conducted opinion polls on the needs of refugees in this area. We repeated these tests at smaller groups in Warsaw, and the replies were as follows. First, well, only half of the people wanted to go back to the place they left in Ukraine. This was, of course, due to certain insecurity settling in. And some 75% declared that they would like to live in a social community building, which sort of complied with what we thought. That's why we decided that the new buildings should be based on a certain structure of multi-family story community buildings. We decided to go across 3 directions of development. Micro level was about designing the entire unit to fulfill social functions. That's why we decided that we will host some 3,500 people as a typical housing unit. And then the meso scale, focused on certain quarter of assembling community building with some 250 people, and then the micro level with a nuclear family-based housing unit. Now, if we move on to the exact scales at a macro level, we were based on the joint work and urban heritage of Poland and Ukraine, the Lviv circle. We see a very clear urban structure with the right composition, closing down views, functional breadth and quarter dimensions, so that the entire unit is nicely related and ends up in a one logical entity. As for the meso level, we were based on a build-up with internal courtyard that allows for the air to pass through. Minimum distances between the walls should allow for intimacy. So when you stand in your own room, you must not be able to recognize the face of the person standing in another apartment, so at least 24 meters apart. We also wanted to minimize the number of landings and staircases, so looking for certain models, we looked at the court of the Świerszcz Castle near Lviv. This was our example. Legend has it that the Crown Army was gathering in this castle, preparing for its march to Smolensk to fight the war. And so we also used the experience of our psychologists. 60 up to 80 people is the number of people you can remember in terms of face recognition. That is why we decided to divide the team into subunits to limit pathological phenomena when you simply fail to recognize your neighbor. So one landing would only allow 60 up to 80 people to live in the neighborhood. So here you've got the housing complex. 3 meters module was adopted because this is also contributing to cheap transportation by land. If it's above 3 meters, the costs go down. So these 3 meters were an important criterion. So a module of 3 meters, 3 times 3, 9 meters with basic modules that could be stretched up to 12 meters. You can see two examples of two setups here. One is standing, the other is lying, as we call it. To the top, you've got north. These housing quarters will give us some 0.4 hectares in terms of land usage, some 3,800 PUMs. That is usable area. As for the general usage area, it's over 4,000 square meters. And then if you divide it into the data we have from the production plant, this quarter, namely the shell with all the installations, would cost about 6 million euro. And if you look at the infrastructure around it, you should add some extra 25%, which takes us to some 8 million euro for the entire quarter, housing 250 people. Here are the examples of individual flats. They look like typical Polish communist flat. 23 meters, 44, 57 meters. These were the flats we all used to live in. And then 78 for big apartments. This allowed you to set it up in a different way and to have those flats allocated for various family sizes. Well, in the meantime, in September last year, when we came up with the design, new laws were passed in Ukraine concerning the need to create panic rooms during bomb attacks. So, if we are in a gallery that requires us to use the stairs, there is a need to there's a need to introduce a panic room scheme. We decided to copy the large block of flat structure whereby bathroom modules were introduced. And then the panic room is simply a bathroom. This was the idea that was first introduced in one of the Warsaw districts. In the bathroom, you can have access to water, but if you can also make sure that you've got some food supplies stored there. And then ventilation shafts can be a natural way to go down from the panic room and into the ground. Because the problem of the panic room is not so much that you do not have a place to hide, but that it is difficult to get out of them once the building has been demolished. Ventilation shafts and door corridors are really difficult to follow, but basically this was our idea for the ventilation shafts to be combined with special corridors to the exit, entry, and the cellars, and this would take you to a small little building that is located in the middle of the courtyard within the quarter. During the peacetime, this little building could be a storage or whatever. Now, a few snapshots of our designs. This is what the solutions look like once the changes have been introduced. Well, on top of that, we asked our younger colleagues, Jakub Pienkowski and Filip Strzelkowski, to run workshops with our students that allowed us to answer the question whether the social community infrastructure could be based on modular wooden frames, just like we proposed for the housing. And here are the workshops, here are students. We visited the factories of ready-made housing frames, and ultimately two types of objects were proposed to us. One proposal was therefore the so-called social purposes, namely it would be a place of kindergarten, or healthcare services would be provided there. While the second proposal, the second object, the second type of building is a workplace, say a market, startup, or building company. So one would be commercial, the other would be society-based. And here come different types of these solutions as prepared by our younger colleagues within our design teams. So, in the final analysis, we wanted to verify whether we could count on the EU support for this project. We decided to follow the EU rules in applying for the EU money. I understand my time is up. In a nutshell, we have worked on the EU matrix with three values: unity, sustainable, and together. And we have allocated scales, microscales, to these individual attributes: beautiful, sustainable, and together. Beautiful, which should be defined as Socrates would have it. What's beautiful is what's functional. So beautiful is about functional setup, certain sustainable growth and development, and creation of community. Then we have added most important element, namely safety and security. This project was then approved by the EU. And so we are successful in receiving EU money. And just to demonstrate that wood is important, a group of 18 female students from our Department of Architecture with 2 male students came up with a special Peace, Recovery Pavilion, Freedom to Ukraine in the Royal Baths. This is the artistic installation, and that shows how we are going to help rebuild Ukraine. There was a final conference related to reconstruction of Ukraine, whereby our project was presented, and so was our model. Now, I know I am about to conclude. I only have 2 minutes video to show you. Is that okay?
Tak, tylko że
The Warsaw University of Technology and the Academy of Fine Arts in Warsaw, as well as the Faculty of Architecture at the Valencia University of Technology, are embracing the New European Bauhaus Initiative. This initiative invites us all to envision and construct a sustainable and inclusive future that is aesthetically pleasing and fulfilling.
This is a join of three different levels of cultural heritage. We are from the Faculty of Architecture, and we teach young people how to design a new, sustainable, beautiful architecture.
The program aims to incorporate a modern and integrated approach to architectural education within the master's degree program at the Faculty of Architecture.
We can think about the areas which are work as one functional unit, and finally it's not changed the world so much that our grandchildren will be living in the same beautiful world.
It addresses architectural and related fields with a focus on studying wood technology in construction, merging tradition with modern technological solutions.
This semester we are having the classes in the project-based learning formula. We are going to design and later construct the summer pavilion in the Royal Baths Park in Warsaw.
The program adopts a multi-level thinking approach to foster creative solutions in architectural design, drawing inspiration from the principles of the New European Bauhaus initiatives. It integrates the values of beauty, sustainability, and togetherness while considering different design scales, from urban complexes to individual buildings, equipment, and material design, encompassing macro, meso, and micro design.
Our designs are always sustainable. We try to use natural materials, and we try to focus on the building process and the prefabrication process as much as possible.
An integral part of the learning process is the careful utilization of cultural heritage elements that contribute to the meaningful fabric of a place and a building. Wood can be used in construction as a structural element, a finish, furnishing, and a design component. Its most notable attribute, however, is its renewability, making it a sustainable resource.
Timber, in many cases, is the future of modern material in the construction and architecture design.
Bardzo dziękuję Państwu za uwagę i cierpliwość.
Thank you very much indeed for your kind attention. The panel stands adjourned.
Dziękuję panu doktorowi Trębaczowi za tę prezentację.
Thank you very much to Paweł Trębacz for this presentation. Mr. Zwarycz is now with us already. Indeed, this is the very objective and ultimate level of the Warsaw Conference, which is called the Constant and Permanent Review-Based Conference of Support for Ukraine. Across three presentations, we were able to see different things that we've been dealing with and that we want to deal with of what's going on. So thank you very much indeed. Thank you to three institutions, thank you to three gentlemen, and now we will only have 3 minutes break because we have consumed our break. No, apparently we will have 10 minutes break.
Uchwały ONZ sprzed...
Because of the UN resolution on human rights dating back 70 years. So we have 10 minutes break. We need to change the arrangement of the room. So I will see you back in 10 minutes.
Jesteśmy we wsi Zełena, u podnóża góry Popiwan, nad strumykiem. Po przejściu tego strumyka tradycyjnie zaczyna się od wielu, wielu lat nasza droga na Popa Iwana do obserwatorium. Jesteśmy w tej chwili na wysokości około 900 metrów, mniej niż 900 metrów. Obserwatorium, do którego będziemy zmierzać, jest na wysokości 2022. Otóż w maju 2010 roku planowaliśmy wybrać się na obserwatorium, aby wręczyć dyplomy zwycięzcom konkursu architektonicznego. Padał straszny deszcz. No ostatecznie przekonano mnie, że przy tym deszczu dalej nie pójdzie. I postanowiliśmy tutaj wręczać te dyplomy, gdy rozłożyliśmy lampki w znaku krzyża i wyjęliśmy dyplomy, przestał padać deszcz. I oto jest ta kapliczka. Kiedy przyjechaliśmy w sierpniu tego roku, kapliczka już stała. Jesteśmy nad jeziorem Mereczajka. Oczywiście wiąże się z tym jeziorem mnóstwo legend. To jest jezioro jeszcze gdzieś prawdopodobnie z neolitycznego okresu. Jest słynnym miejscem na trasie do Popa Iwana. Że jest miejsce w tym jeziorze, gdzie jeśli się pływa, że można zobaczyć już obserwatorium z połowy drogi. Ci spragnieni tego widoku mogą już stąd zobaczyć. Być może uda się to również naszej kamerze. Zapewniam, że z tego jeziora widać już szczyt obserwatorium, ściśle mówiąc kopułę rotundy. Jesteśmy we wsi Zełenę, u podnóża góry Pop Iwan, nad strumykiem. Po przejściu tego strumyka tradycyjnie zaczyna się od wielu, wielu lat nasza droga na Popa Iwana do obserwatorium. Jesteśmy w tej chwili na wysokości około 900 metrów, mniej niż 900 metrów. Obserwatorium, do którego będziemy zmierzać, jest na wysokości 2022. Otóż w maju 2010 roku planowaliśmy wybrać się na obserwatorium, aby wręczyć dyplomy zwycięzcom konkursu architektonicznego. Padał straszny deszcz. No ostatecznie przekonano mnie, że przy tym deszczu dalej nie pójdzie. I postanowiliśmy tutaj wręczać te dyplomy, gdy rozłożyliśmy lampki w znaku krzyża i wyjęliśmy dyplomy, przestał padać deszcz. I oto jest ta kapliczka. Kiedy przyjechaliśmy w sierpniu tego roku, kapliczka już stała. Jesteśmy nad jeziorem Mereczajka. Oczywiście wiąże się z tym jeziorem mnóstwo legend. To jest jezioro jeszcze gdzieś prawdopodobnie z neolitycznego okresu. Jest słynnym miejscem na trasie do Popa Iwana. Że jest miejsce w tym jeziorze, gdzie jeśli się pływa, że można zobaczyć już obserwatorium z połowy drogi. Ci spragnieni tego widoku mogą już stąd zobaczyć. Być może uda się to również naszej kamerze. Zapewniam, że z tego jeziora widać już szczyt obserwatorium, ściśle mówiąc kopułę rotundy. Jesteśmy we wsi Zełenę, u podnóża góry Pop Iwan, nad strumykiem. Po przejściu tego strumyka tradycyjnie zaczyna się od wielu, wielu lat nasza droga na Popa Iwana do obserwatorium. Jesteśmy w tej chwili na wysokości około 900 metrów, mniej niż 900 metrów. Obserwatorium, do którego będziemy zmierzać, jest na wysokości 2022. Otóż w maju 2010 roku planowaliśmy wybrać się na obserwatorium, aby wręczyć dyplomy zwycięzcom konkursu architektonicznego. Padał straszny deszcz. No ostatecznie przekonano mnie, że przy tym deszczu dalej nie pójdzie. I postanowiliśmy tutaj wręczać te dyplomy, gdy rozłożyliśmy lampki w znaku krzyża i wyjęliśmy dyplomy, przestał padać deszcz. I oto jest ta kapliczka. Kiedy przyjechaliśmy w sierpniu tego roku, kapliczka już stała. Jesteśmy nad jeziorem Mereczajka. Oczywiście wiąże się z tym jeziorem mnóstwo legend. To jest jezioro jeszcze gdzieś prawdopodobnie z neolitycznego okresu. Jest słynnym miejscem na trasie do Popa Iwana. Że jest miejsce w tym jeziorze, gdzie jeśli się pływa, że można zobaczyć już obserwatorium z połowy drogi. Ci spragnieni tego widoku mogą już stąd zobaczyć. Być może uda się to również naszej kamerze. Zapewniam, że z tego jeziora widać już szczyt obserwatorium, ściśle mówiąc kopułę rotundy. Jesteśmy we wsi Zełenę, u podnóża góry Pop Iwan, nad strumykiem. Po przejściu tego strumyka tradycyjnie zaczyna się od wielu, wielu lat nasza droga na Popa Iwana do obserwatorium. Jesteśmy w tej chwili na wysokości około 900 metrów, mniej niż 900 metrów. Obserwatorium, do którego będziemy zmierzać, jest na wysokości 2022. Otóż w maju 2010 roku planowaliśmy wybrać się na obserwatorium, aby wręczyć dyplomy zwycięzcom konkursu architektonicznego. Padał straszny deszcz. No ostatecznie przekonano mnie, że przy tym deszczu dalej nie pójdzie. I postanowiliśmy tutaj wręczać te dyplomy, gdy rozłożyliśmy lampki w znaku krzyża i wyjęliśmy dyplomy, przestał padać deszcz. I oto jest ta kapliczka. Kiedy przyjechaliśmy w sierpniu tego roku, kapliczka już stała. Jesteśmy nad jeziorem Mereczajka. Oczywiście wiąże się z tym jeziorem mnóstwo legend. To jest jezioro jeszcze gdzieś prawdopodobnie z neolitycznego okresu. Jest słynnym miejscem na trasie do Popa Iwana. Że jest miejsce w tym jeziorze, gdzie jeśli się pływa, że można zobaczyć już obserwatorium z połowy drogi. Ci spragnieni tego widoku mogą już stąd zobaczyć. Być może uda się to również naszej kamerze. Zapewniam, że z tego jeziora widać już szczyt obserwatorium, ściśle mówiąc kopułę rotundy. Jesteśmy we wsi Zełenę, u podnóża góry Pop Iwan, nad strumykiem. Po przejściu tego strumyka tradycyjnie zaczyna się od wielu, wielu lat nasza droga na Popa Iwana do obserwatorium. Jesteśmy w tej chwili na wysokości około 900 metrów, mniej niż 900 metrów. Obserwatorium, do którego będziemy zmierzać, jest na wysokości 2022. Otóż w maju 2010 roku planowaliśmy wybrać się na obserwatorium, aby wręczyć dyplomy zwycięzcom konkursu architektonicznego. Padał straszny deszcz. No ostatecznie przekonano mnie, że przy tym deszczu dalej nie pójdzie. I postanowiliśmy tutaj wręczać te dyplomy, gdy rozłożyliśmy lampki w znaku krzyża i wyjęliśmy dyplomy, przestał padać deszcz. I oto jest ta kapliczka. Kiedy przyjechaliśmy w sierpniu tego roku, kapliczka już stała. Jesteśmy nad jeziorem Mereczajka. Oczywiście wiąże się z tym jeziorem mnóstwo legend. To jest jezioro jeszcze gdzieś prawdopodobnie z neolitycznego okresu. Jest słynnym miejscem na trasie do Popa Iwana. Że jest miejsce w tym jeziorze, gdzie jeśli się pływa, że można zobaczyć już obserwatorium z połowy drogi. Ci spragnieni tego widoku mogą już stąd zobaczyć. Być może uda się to również naszej kamerze. Zapewniam, że z tego jeziora widać już szczyt obserwatorium, ściśle mówiąc kopułę rotundy. Jesteśmy we wsi Zełenę, u podnóża góry Pop Iwan, nad strumykiem. Po przejściu tego strumyka tradycyjnie zaczyna się od wielu, wielu lat nasza droga na Popa Iwana do obserwatorium. Jesteśmy w tej chwili na wysokości około 900 metrów, mniej niż 900 metrów. Obserwatorium, do którego będziemy zmierzać, jest na wysokości 2022. Otóż w maju 2010 roku planowaliśmy wybrać się na obserwatorium, aby wręczyć dyplomy zwycięzcom konkursu architektonicznego. Padał straszny deszcz. No ostatecznie przekonano mnie, że przy tym deszczu dalej nie pójdzie. I postanowiliśmy tutaj wręczać te dyplomy, gdy rozłożyliśmy lampki w znaku krzyża i wyjęliśmy dyplomy, przestał padać deszcz. I oto jest ta kapliczka. Kiedy przyjechaliśmy w sierpniu tego roku, kapliczka już stała. Jesteśmy nad jeziorem Mereczajka. Oczywiście wiąże się z tym jeziorem mnóstwo legend. To jest jezioro jeszcze gdzieś prawdopodobnie z neolitycznego okresu. Jest słynnym miejscem na trasie do Popa Iwana. Że jest miejsce w tym jeziorze, gdzie jeśli się pływa, że można zobaczyć już obserwatorium z połowy drogi. Ci spragnieni tego widoku mogą już stąd zobaczyć. Być może uda się to również naszej kamerze. Zapewniam, że z tego...
Szanowni Państwo, witam serdecznie po przerwie. Mieliśmy możliwość spojrzeć na sytuację ukraińską z różnych perspektyw.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's start our next panel discussion. We are going to speak about Ukraine, but not only. We will also speak about some ideas for the reconstruction of this country. We have listened already to a number of very interesting presentations. Now I would like to move on to the second part of our panel on the Warsaw Conference. We are going to have a debate now on the reconstruction and transformation in Ukraine from the Euro-Atlantic perspective. We are going to have the following speakers: Jennifer Tidlesley from the Embassy of the United Kingdom and Northern Ireland, and His Excellency Vasyl Zwaryj, Ambassador of Ukraine to Poland. The moderator Jerzy Kwieciński, Vice President of the Board of the PKSA Poland. It seems that all participants are present here. We are still waiting for a connection with Mr. Daniel Fried from Atlantic Council. I hope that the technical issues have been resolved already, so I'm giving the floor to Mr. Kwieciński, and I encourage you to participate in discussion in the Q&A session. Thank you very much. Thank you for your introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I welcome you together with our guests from Great Britain, from the United States, also from Ukraine. As we have already heard, the Warsaw Conference, which is not very typical, is organized this time here in Karpacz during the Economic Forum, but still the patron and the organizer of this conference is Mr. Marshall and Minister Marek Kuchciński, who is here with us. This is a very important initiative. Let me explain why. Maybe I will begin in a somewhat untypical way. I didn't know myself until quite recently. Jennifer comes from Manchester, and she's a supporter of Manchester United. We are aware of the rivalry between Manchester United and Manchester City. Ambassador Vasyl Zvarich is a supporter of Shakhtar Donetsk. I myself am a fan of Legia Warszawa, club in Warsaw, although I come from Stalowa Wola, so actually Stalowa Wola, a local club, is my favorite, my number one football club. I'm not really sure about Daniel Fried. Which club do you support? Maybe it's not a club from Washington, but maybe Inter Miami, the American soccer club. David Beckham in the past, but now Lionel Messi, as you know, is part of the team of Inter Miami. It's not by accident, by chance that I'm mentioning it. Not everyone remembers, perhaps, but in the year 2012, there was a very important competition held at the European level, organized jointly by Poland and Ukraine, European Championship in football. In order to organize this competition, both our countries had to build plenty of infrastructure, not only football stadiums, typical sporting infrastructure. Also in Donetsk, the Olympic Stadium was built at that time, but apart from that, we also invested into new hotels, transportation links. In Poland, we modernized our roads, built motorways, so it was a very successful undertaking. I can also say that within the next few decades, this was perhaps the only large undertaking of this type that we organized together. Although, well, our football teams, unfortunately, at this European competition were not very successful, but still this was a joint project, Poland-Ukraine. Today, Ukraine, on the one hand side, is in a very difficult position, but it also faces a number of opportunities. Of course, there is a huge challenge that may perhaps strengthen the country itself, Ukraine, strengthen also the self-awareness, the feeling of patriotism in the country perhaps, but this may also, I think, change the country and its citizens for decades, or maybe forever actually. Let me start with that. Ukraine at this moment is a candidate country for the European Union before the Russian aggression of last year. I believe that it would be difficult to talk about a short or even mid-term perspective for European perspective for Ukraine. And at the recent summit in Vilnius, there was also a very clear declaration without any deadlines. Yes, that's important, but still it was very clearly stated that Ukraine is going to become a member state of NATO. We know that from our perspective, becoming part of NATO and the European Union, this had utmost importance for Poland and the whole region. We can very clearly see that in what is changing, growing economy, our life has changed. If we take a look at the economic power of Poland and Ukraine, the Polish GDP at the moment, according to the IMF, is about 750 million US dollars. Billion, I'm sorry, correct. Speaker corrects himself. Thank you. It means that you actually listen to what I'm saying. Thank you for the correction. As for the GDP of Ukraine, we speak about nominal terms here, not the purchasing power parity. So in Ukraine, it's less than 150 billion US dollars, 5 times smaller than Polish GDP. When we were starting our transformation, economic transformation in the whole region in the late 1980s, our GDP of our countries was at roughly the same level, Poland and Ukraine. If we add to that the purchasing power parity, that is the lack of proportion is maybe somewhat smaller. It's 4-1 roughly, but this is mainly caused by the fact that Ukraine has shrunk regarding the number of residents, the population, about 31 million of people, population of Ukraine. Maybe Ambassador, you'll be able to verify it later. But this means that roughly 1/4 of citizens of Ukraine live outside the country, outside Ukraine, not to mention the internal displacements. Our colleagues mentioned before, and let me just repeat, this is very important. The economy of Ukraine last year shrunk by about 30%. This concerned mainly those sectors that were very strong in Ukraine, such as heavy industry, the steel mining, also in agriculture. Another serious problem in Ukraine, this is quite natural, it's that now the level of unemployment is about 20% in Ukraine. Every 5th person in Ukraine is out of job. In Poland, according to our data, the level is about 5%. According to the EU way of calculation, it's about 2% only. Additionally, we have serious problems, damaged infrastructure in Ukraine. The UN assesses damaged property, saying it's at the level of roughly $400 million. Ukrainian experts say between 750 and 1,000 billion euros. Such high level of destruction, we have not seen such destruction since the Second World War. And now just to mention, to have some comparison, we speak about the process of reconstruction. Let us try to compare this scale to other similar processes of reconstruction or modernization or transformation, those that were held over the last few decades in Europe. The famous Marshall Plan that made it possible to rebuild Europe in today's money, value of money, this would be about 150 billion euros. This is the value of the Marshall Plan. Try to compare that to those losses of Ukraine. Poland, being part of the European Union since 2004, received financial transfers of about 160 billion euros. 1/3, roughly, was our own Polish contribution into the budget of the European Union. So in net terms, it was about 100 billion euros, a bit more perhaps. Spain, that is the biggest beneficiary in net terms of the EU, has received just less than 300 billion euros over the time of its presence within the EU. Eastern part of Germany, the former German Democratic Republic, received not only from the EU funds, but mainly from the federal government. The German government received about 1,000 billion euros. So we speak roughly about the same scale of a potential reconstruction plan, something unique, something we have not had before in modern Europe, one could say, after the Second World War. This will certainly be a program that is going to take many years. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the very focus of the Warsaw Conference. We want to meet and speak. We focus now on the not only on the European perspective, but the Euro-Atlantic perspective is what we're very much interested in. With us, we have the Vice Ambassador of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. We are going to speak with our guests about how the main objectives, Ukrainian objectives, that are supported by us, how they are going to be implemented. So first of all, membership in NATO, also membership in the European Union, but additionally increasing the living standards in Ukraine. We try to make sure that Ukraine becomes a safe country. How to do that? A number of questions, of course, need to be asked. Now, if you allow me, ladies and gentlemen, let us start with the lady with us, Jennifer. Jennifer Titlessly.
You know, it's not easy. We talk about the connotation of yourself. Także poproszę.
Can I ask you, please, now to take the floor? Also, well, one of the most important debates that were held over the recent years was the meeting in London, where very important declarations were made. Maybe the first concrete declarations here in this context, declarations on the part of the European Union concerning not only day-to-day support, but also about the future of relations with our eastern neighbor, although perhaps not adequate yet.
Thank you very much, and hello to Ambassador as well. It's great to be here, and it's interesting that you start with football because, of course, England are playing Ukraine on Saturday, very nearby, and I'm hoping for a very good match. Although I'm afraid I will have to kind of stick with my patriotic colours and hope that, that England come out successful. But I'm sure it'll be a good match, and I'm disappointed I can't watch it myself. Obviously, as we go forward, a successful outcome has to be a strong, resilient Ukrainian economy, and that has to be led by the Ukrainian government and the vision that you have for it yourself. So in some ways it feels ironic for me to speak first, but I'm very pleased that the UK has been able to take a very supportive role. I'm very proud that we've been able to play a supportive role in helping to take the first steps towards that, including with the Ukrainian Recovery Conference that we hosted quite recently, and which brought together over 1,000 people from the public and private sector, major decision makers, businesses, international institutions, civil society organisations, which raised over 60 billion towards meeting those recovery and reconstruction needs of Ukraine. Obviously, that's nowhere near the figures that you're talking about here, and I think that there's two things we need to keep in mind. The first is the immediate needs and the kind of the ongoing humanitarian needs, the needs to kind of make sure that the infrastructure and the energy requirements are kind of upheld. And I'm proud that the UK is being able to kind of put forward 240 million in this fiscal year alone for those types of demands. The second is that longer-term reconstruction piece. And the numbers are vast, and the numbers haven't been seen before in modern Europe. Government's role here, I think, is to support Ukraine in setting the conditions to crowd in private investment. There's no way that government support and subsidies, even on a global scale, is going to be able to fill that financing gap. It has to be a much more holistic approach, and we need to think about how we support the Ukrainian government to put in place the conditions that are going to allow that money to be successful and to thrive. There are many examples across the world of how that can be done successfully. Perhaps less examples of how that can be done successfully from the type of starting point that we're unfortunately seeing at the moment. But I think it's important that as we go forward, we kind of keep that in mind. And the London conference started to do some of that, thinking about the war risk insurance framework, thinking about a G7 energy partnership, thinking about the establishment of a development bank to leverage private investment, including up to 250 million of new capital for the UK's development finance institution. So it's about those two, for me, it's about those two separate but very related dynamics. How we support Ukraine with the current shorter term requirements, but then also how we put in place and how we assist the Ukrainian government in putting in place those kind of longer term conditions, which of course require the kind of fiscal support from global governments, but also require that private sector full initiative.
Bardzo serdecznie dziękujemy.
Thank you very much. You have referred to the discussion that took place in London some time ago. Yes, I quite agree. What Ukraine actually needs at the moment is, first of all, humanitarian support. Also, well, we have to make it clear, military support to be able to continue fighting. Let us just remind of that. Not everyone remembers, but Russia and the Russian army used to be considered the second strongest army in the world, taking into account the equipment, military power, soldiers, numbers of soldiers. And it's something quite unique if we take a look at Ukraine now and see what the Ukrainian army is doing, being able to defend the country and even to counterattack in some areas. So certainly there is a need for further military support. I would also like to refer to the fact that the economic support also needs to be started already today, because, well, bridges, infrastructure are destroyed, the energy infrastructure, the power grids are also bombed, also public buildings, schools, and, well, the people need to carry on with their lives. So this type of support also for the reconstruction of those buildings is needed, is urgently needed. Before our panel, we had an excellent example presented from Poland. The construction of houses. It's very simple constructions that can be built in Ukraine for housing, but also larger buildings. Hospitals, for instance, can be constructed with some of those methods that make construction very fast. Can I go back still to what I started with, the football stadiums? The Olympic Stadium of Shakhtar Donetsk is almost fully destroyed. You can see pictures on the internet. No more football is possible there. Shakhtar Donetsk, actually, the team is training in Poland, and some of the matches are played in Warsaw, international matches at the Legia Warsaw Stadium. So we've got the support in many different walks of life, also for sports and sporting teams that have found shelter. So Shakhtar Donetsk is, again, let me repeat, training here in Poland and plays international fixtures in Warsaw. Real Madrid was one of the teams that was competing against Shakhtar Donetsk here in Poland. Ambassador, if I may now address the next question to our guest. What is your assessment of what is done by the international community? What I think is especially important, how to organize this whole process so that on the one hand we've got international organizations and different states. They've started, of course, supporting Ukraine, but it's going to take longer, and there's a need for even greater help. So what are the conditions that should be created so that this support is effective, that it brings about concrete results on the spot? And how can we actually say as international organizations saying that, yes, the funds are spent well, and so that also Ukraine can actually see that Ukraine made the right choice. The European Euro-Atlantic path has been chosen by this country and its citizens, and all those efforts that have to be made by the Ukrainians, of course, and the costs are huge. Hopefully they are not going to be wasted. Minister, ladies and gentlemen, well, I'm still here as the ambassador of Free Ukraine. This shows already that those efforts are not wasted. Ukraine is still fighting, defending Ukrainian and European values. This is not only the raison d'etre of the Ukrainian country. Well, the whole civilized world is supporting us, means that we have trust, confidence of the whole civilized world. And this is what I think Russia will never be able to damage. The numbers mentioned, well, we don't have to mention numbers, but there are huge losses, also human losses. Many people have died. Russia has killed so many people, but it does not mean that Russia can kill our hope and kill our faith. We still are there. We are more and more determined, and we dream about a country for which our soldiers are fighting in the battlefield. They are fighting for Ukraine so that the Ukraine of our children will be a democratic, free, independent European country in the EU, together with Poland, also in NATO. This is what our soldiers are fighting for. This determination is still there, and there is still support from abroad. This also shows that we keep on fighting, and we are fighting for what really makes sense for us to fight for. I would like to thank here most cordially Poland, the United Kingdom, all our partners. Thank you very much for being with us, not losing faith in us, because the price that we are paying now, this is the huge price that we are paying, the price of freedom, liberty for us, for the whole of Europe. And we, on our part, we promise that we will do our best to modernize our country in the way that our children and our soldiers dream. We do not want to go back to the situation that happened even before the war. Well, certainly, because when we speak about the reconstruction of Ukraine, we speak not only about the reconstruction of buildings, schools, houses, but we speak about the in-depth transformation of the whole country and in-depth modernization of Ukraine. We need to, as if, restart the country of Ukraine. Then I think the dreams of our soldiers will come true. There is a huge need, social need for changes, for a true in-depth transformation of our country. This can be seen at different levels, the level of government, lower levels, and our approach is quite uniform. We all seem to agree about the future of our country. It's good that still in June this year, the president of Ukraine, speaking to the Verkhovna Rada, he said that there is a need to formulate a new doctrine for the future of Ukraine, to come up with some guidelines about what our country should look like after the victory. There is certainly no doubt that the country of Ukraine is going to be very much different after the war than it was before this full-scale Russian invasion. We have heard today a number of comments, and numbers were given about the current situation and the future. I Thank you very much. Especially I wish to thank the Center for Eastern Studies here in Poland, but we should never think that something is unrealistic, impossible, or something will be done only in the long-term perspective. Because if this was our approach from the very beginning, we would not certainly be here today. We have to set up very ambitious objectives, search for support from our partners, and in order to be able to achieve those objectives, well, even if someone thinks that those objectives are not realistic, but we say, if you're realistic, it doesn't mean that you're pessimistic. You can be also an optimistic. And looking at what the Ukrainian nation has already been able to do, I think that we have to even strengthen our faith in what this nation can achieve. Very briefly, a few words about 4 main objectives in the transformation and modernization of Ukraine. First of all, the issue of security. But security understood not only as security for our country, but also for others. If we want to be able to defend ourselves, we have to be strong, but we also want to support the safety of the Euro-Atlantic world. I think that we will have very important added value for the European Union, for NATO, because our soldiers are learning a lot already now about how to defend and how we simply have to defend in the face of aggression. I wish to thank Poland for supporting the peace formula that has been presented by the President of Ukraine. I wish to thank all countries that support this peace formula. Let me stress again, this peace formula as presented by President Zelensky is not only about Ukraine, but it's a broader approach for the global world, so that such an aggression as the one in Ukraine will never be repeated in any corner of our civilization. I think this is what needs to be supported. We're going to create a global summit on this subject. This also is going to be our contribution for global security. Yes, our membership in NATO and the EU are the most important pillars for our security. But there are more pillars, the development of our potential in the defense industry. We want to develop our defense industry so that we are able to defend us, but also our partners, our allies. Another very important area is respect for our heroes. We have about 1 million war veterans, heroes of Ukraine, but we as the Ukrainian government need to do our best so that they, the veterans, they feel very much needed, very much part of our Ukrainian society. We want to make it possible for them to be present in the future life of our society, our business. And one more area I'd like to mention is justice. This is what is expected by our society. Justice should prevail in Ukraine. We wouldn't like to have a situation in which there are still oligarchs and there are cases of corruption. There is certainly a need for an overhaul of the judiciary so that each judge feels responsible for their judgments. Much remains to be done here. I'm stressing that because we need to speak also about justice with regard to the aggressor, the country that attacked Ukraine. We will be working with you so that Russia is held responsible for the crime of aggression. I wish to thank Poland for supporting us and also participating in what is called a core group for setting up a special tribunal that will deal with the Russian aggression in Ukraine. And one more element, perhaps the last one, the transformation of the society, social and economic transformation. We've got very ambitious objectives here. Within 10 years, we would like Ukraine to reach $1 trillion. This might seem unattainable at this moment, but the world is changing, and if we continue, if we remain determined, and I believe this is going to be so, we will achieve those objectives. You can count on us, free, sovereign, independent Ukraine, that is going to be also a very good ally for Poland and other countries, for our neighbors. Well, of course, I'm not mentioning Russia here as a neighbor. We have to deal with Russia first, and then again, let me again appeal to you to support Ukraine. Supporting Ukraine, that's what we say, is not about charity, it's about investing into your own security, Polish, EU's or NATO's. This is the way we are. We are optimists. We are optimistic in what we are doing. Being optimistic means being realistic for us. Thank you.
Panie ambasadorze.
Mr. Ambassador, thank you very much for your statement. Very important and very brave one. I'd like to strengthen what you have said. Ukraine is defending not only its own freedom, but also international freedom, global freedom. Now, agreeing to such aggression of any country, any nation in the world shouldn't take place. Poland has warned others against Russia. It has done it for many years. The current Polish government has done it, and people turned a blind eye to that. Well, we've had allies, such as Great Britain, in Europe, but this was not understood by other countries. So Ukraine is defending freedom. It's defending the entire world against these imperial ambitions, the ambitions of someone who's very dangerous. I'm very glad that you have highlighted the priorities, and I find them very difficult, very important. Let me also refer to what Ambassador Mark Brzezinski said yesterday here in Karpacz when he received the award of the Economic Forum. He said that this incredible situation that we have here right now should serve as the foundation for the transformation of this region. He meant the Central and Eastern European region, but also Ukraine. And in all dimensions, military dimension, so that the entire region was ready to defend itself against this unforeseeable attack, the one that we've observed from the part of Russia, so that Ukraine becomes part of Euro-Atlantic structures, namely NATO and the EU. But for it to be possible, there must be economic development. I keep my fingers crossed. Well, I'm not sure whether, if we're talking about this trillion of dollars of GDP, whether you meant it in purchase power or nominal, but that would be greater than what Poland has right now. Currently, the purchase power is at the level of $1.7 billion. So we are lagging behind if we compare ourselves to Great Britain, but according to forecast, we can catch up. We will catch up in the coming years when it comes to purchasing power. Well, you mentioned veterans, and this is also extremely important. And I believe that the United States, they have the greatest experience with this regard. We also have such organizations, but we know how important this will be in the future, not only for veterans, but for the entire Ukrainian society. Mr. Ambassador, well, we have countries here that support you greatly. Great Britain, the United States of America, and Poland. So it is not by accident that we have asked Mr. Daniel Fried to participate in our debate. He's the iconic figure of this region. He was there when we aspired to become members of NATO. And we also felt his support when we were entering the EU. Daniel Fried is a legend in this region, and he's helped us very effectively to enter Euro-Atlantic structures. Currently, Mr. Daniel Fried supports greatly internationally, not only in the United States, but globally, Ukrainian efforts to become part of Euro-Atlantic structures. Now, could I ask you about the American perspective right now? Well, Mr. Daniel Fried has also advised the Chancellery of Mr. Biden on Ukraine. How do you assess the current situation in Ukraine? What are the prospects for Ukraine, and especially this great plan of support that we have discussed here? First and foremost, I'm very grateful for being invited for such a wonderful debate on the future of Ukraine once the war is over. I am under great impression of this excellent speech by Mr. Ambassador. I fully agree with what he has said. It was a very brave intervention on his part. And now to answer your question, Washington supports Ukraine and will support Ukraine. The visit of Tony Blinken, Secretary of State, in Kiev yesterday is the last step that will show American solidarity with Ukraine and Ukrainians. Yesterday, I visited Georgia, and there's a sense of solidarity among Georgians with Ukraine. They said that this Ukrainian fight was their fight too. So this sense of solidarity for Ukraine and for the fact that Ukrainians fight for their and our freedom is ubiquitous, is very popular among Georgians to whom I have talked. In Prague, there's the same sense of solidarity with Ukraine. And now to answer the question of Mr. Minister, I must emphasize the fact that there's a debate, there's several debates taking place in Washington on Ukraine. Now, the government of the United States supports and will support Ukraine, and the majority of democratic parties also support Ukraine, and the majority of the Republican Party support Ukraine according to the spirit of Ronald Reagan. In the extreme left and in the extreme right, there are some concerns and doubts concerning Ukraine, and also those who support former President Trump. There are those who don't support Ukraine because they've come back to this tradition of American isolationism that was there before the Second World War, and that led to the catastrophe in Europe, in Poland, and in Ukraine. So this debate is being held right now and will be held in the future. And I am convinced that we, the Freedom Camp, will win this debate thanks to Ukrainians. Because Ukrainians have shown us that they're ready and able to fight for their and our freedom. Now we need to think about, well, today we talk about reconstructing Ukraine after the war. And I believe that Poland can serve as a very inspiring example for Ukraine. I remember in 1989, after the communism fell in Poland, there was this belief that transformation of such a country after decades of communism would be either very difficult or simply impossible. There were only few of us who believed that Poles would be able to reconstruct, reform and transform their country. But Poles succeeded, and this might serve as an inspiration for Ukrainians. There's an issue of the physical reconstruction, but also of systemic transformation. So Poland has a lot to say with this regard. Of course, the United States have their obligations. First and foremost, we, the British and other members of G7, should find a way to use around $310 billion from Russian sovereign reserves that's immobilized, that became immobilized after the invasion in February 2022. So there's a debate in the EU and in Washington about the legal ways to use these reserves. And I believe that we need to find a way to do so and to use this money so that Russians pay for it and not Polish or German or American taxpayers. So they, Russians, should pay for the loss of the Ukrainian nation. Well, Madam Ambassador of Great Britain rightly said that we should build a system of organized help for Ukraine during the transformation and reconstruction period. So great transformation is required, however, we can do it. We can physically rebuild Ukraine after the war, because we know the Polish experience, we know the experience of Germans after the Second World War. Now, when it comes to systemic reconstruction, well, we know it through the Polish example and also the example of the Baltic states. So after the fall of communism in 1989, it took place. Ukrainian civil society will pressure every Ukrainian government, the current one and the future ones, so that it pushes forward in a consistent manner and it should do it for Ukrainians who for many years have fought for the freedom of Ukraine and for the entire Europe. My apologies for my Polish language, but I try to speak it from time to time so that I work on my Polish language. A round of applause, please. Mr. Ambassador, thank you very much. Believe me, well, I'm thanking you not on our behalf only, but also on behalf of Ukraine. We greatly appreciate what you're doing together with your team, what you're doing for Ukraine, because you're not only an authority, but you are also greatly experienced. You have great experience in conducting transformation, so you know how to help Ukraine in entering Euro-Atlantic structures. Let me remind you that there was the solidarity movement that was at the foundation of this transformation. And the solidarity of many countries with Ukraine is also the foundation of current assistance and also the future help for Ukraine. I'm very glad that Ambassador Zvarysh mentioned that one of the priorities was creating the state of law. And I believe that building institutions should also be a priority. This is something that took Poland quite many years. We started restructuring our country at the beginning of the 1990s, and that process ended once we entered the EU. And that was critical, but I believe that Ukraine should do it more quickly. They need to fight against corruption. They need to create the state of law so that they can fight against corruption, so that they can fight against oligarchs. I believe there is no other country apart from Russia in this region where the influence of oligarchs on social and political life is as huge as in Ukraine. So without solving these problems, transformation won't be possible. So what you have said is extremely important. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what the Warsaw Conference is about. We have some time left, so let me ask whether there are questions from the audience, maybe some comments. Let me only tell you that this morning, together with Mr. Mikhailo Kail, we have presented a project that has been developed in Ukraine for many years now, this project of civil society aimed at transforming Ukraine. This has been mentioned by Mr. Ambassador Zvarysh and also Mr. Daniel Fried and Ambassador Mark Brzezinski, because this transformation will concern not only Ukraine, but the entire region. In the area of security and economy, I am deeply convinced that collaboration in the military sector will be greater, also in the energy sector will be greater. So this will concern infrastructure and also collaboration of these areas. Now, in agriculture, there are some problems now between Poland and Ukraine, but I believe that together we can become very powerful economically. Now, let me give the floor to the audience. Are there any questions, comments? If not, let me ask one thing. Professor Malicki, who is with us today and who opened this conference, and who has led this conference on behalf of the Chancellery of the President of the Council of Ministers, he also organizes work of universities from this region. So he does it as part of this Forum Europe of Carpathians, but also bilaterally. Could you please tell us how the structures that you have established could be used to support the process of preparing Ukraine for transformation and reconstruction? Ladies and gentlemen, Thank you. Thank you very much for this question. I'd like to tell you about two things. First thing is the following. Yesterday, we had a wonderful panel here held between rectors of the Collegium Carpathium, which combines 4 universities from V4 countries and 1 university from Romania and 1 university from Ukraine. And yesterday at the panel, a decision was made to introduce 2 more universities, including University of Czerniowce. Minister Bernacki, Deputy Minister of Education and Science of the Republic of Poland, suggested and proposed yesterday, and all the rectors agreed to that, that as part of Europe of the Carpathian Mountains, we should create our own list of points or index of points awarded to scientific publications, because for very narrow scientific disciplines such as Hungarian studies or Czech studies or Polish studies, Polish language studies, these international credits or Anglo-Saxon credits, well, they're not really relevant. I hope Madam Tyler-Slay will forgive me saying this. So Anglo-Saxon credits have no relevance here. We need our own credits with this regard. Now, this virtual Carpathian library, that's another idea, and the universities associated in the Carpathian Collegium would contribute to that. So important works, however not very well known, not very popular, could be available via such a library. So this is, well, the simplest answer to your question, I believe. Especially that it results from the 36th meeting of the Europe of the Carpathian Mountains Forum. Thank you very much, Professor. Are there any other questions or comments from the audience? We also have our colleagues from Ukraine here. Maybe you have questions? Well, I don't see any questions. Just a quick comment from me. I'd like to refer to what Mr. Ambassador Daniel Fried said. First and foremost, I'd like to thank him for his kind words and for this consistent support that Ukraine has been receiving from the United States. Yesterday, it turned out that what seemed unfeasible could become reality. Now we keep speaking about a mechanism to compensate the destruction of Ukraine and giving the immobilized reserves of Russia to Ukraine. When Mr. Blinken was in Ukraine, he declared that the United States have already found such a mechanism, and the first tranche, $5.1 billion of Russian oligarchs, will be transferred and to be used for Ukrainian veterans. So yes, something that seems impossible today becomes reality tomorrow, and I'm very grateful for this. Thank you very much. Let me sum up today's conference. We see this great determination on the part of Ukrainian nation, on the part of Ukraine, not only to win with Russia, but also to become part of the Euro-Atlantic structures. Today in this room we have these countries that have supported Ukraine with this regard the most. Now we have very concrete examples of this support. Here also the ones mentioned by Mr. Ambassador. What is important is that the coming months before this process starts serve Ukraine so that it prepares itself for this process. So creating legal institutions, reforming the judiciary system, also reconstruction of the economy. So not only the physical destruction, but also reconstruction of economy. A huge problem, which we already have and which will be even bigger, is that all those who have fought and who still fight, well, they will become veterans. Now, the issue of procedures related to NATO membership and EU membership, well, it took Poland 10 years to deal with that. So from the moment we applied to be members of the EU to the moment we entered the EU, 10 years passed. We'd like this process to be more swift with Ukraine. But this won't be an easy process, and it will require joint efforts. Well, we've observed this great revival among Ukrainian citizens, and they know what will be important for them in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you for listening to us, watching us, and we will invite you to future meetings organized as part of this forum, Europe of Carpathians, but also for other forums. I'd like to thank for this initiative the Chancellery of the President of the Minister. Thank you for this debate. Mr. Ambassador Fried is visiting professor of our university. Let me just add this fact. And together with President Kwieciński, we'd like to thank our speakers. And the last point, ladies and gentlemen, could I now ask to this stage those who will present the report on Wagner's group?
Zapraszam pan Paweł Usow.
We will now invite Paweł Usow and Oleksandr Shevchenko to present the report on the Wagner's group. They are the representatives of the analytical group Belarus, Ukraine, the region. I will introduce the group to you.
Jednak z powodu wspomnianej uchwały o
Because of the UN resolution on human rights, we indeed need 5 minutes break, and then we will discuss Wagner's group.
Przy renowacji obserwatorium, a teraz, kiedy, jak widzicie, jakby powiedziano przed wojną, nieznanymi wyrokami opatrzności, obserwatorium rzeczywiście staje na nogi.
Вітаю вас на Попівані. Ви знаєте, що це є гарна обсерваторія, яку побудували поляки.
Gdy miałem okazję być w roku 2001 tutaj na górze Pop Iwan, gdzie jest usytuowany Biały Słoń, czyli obserwatorium astronomiczne, obraz tego miejsca był zupełnie inny niż dzisiaj. Wtedy była to ruina, kompletnie rozszabrowana w środku, resztki gruzów.
Przed wojną obserwatorium znajdowało się kilka metrów przed granicą polsko-czechosłowacką, a od marca 1939 roku polsko-węgierską. Równo 85 lat temu doszło do otwarcia tegoż wspomnianego przedwojennego obserwatorium. W części, która jest wyremontowana, widać wyraźnie, że gmach wraca do swojego przedwojennego wyglądu.
Mamy dzisiaj naprawdę bardzo ważne wydarzenie, ponieważ pierwszy bardzo ważny podsumowujący etap w ramach realizacji programu Interregu Polska-Ukraina. Mówimy dzisiaj o tym, że faktycznie dawne marzenia wszystkich, którzy były zawsze zakochani w Białego Słonia, zaczęły się spełniać, ponieważ potężne prace wykonane, co dotyczy renowacji samego obserwatorium, odnowienia ważnych elementów jego działania. No i najważniejsze jest bardzo dobra wiadomość dla badaczy, zainstalowana już meteostacja, która będzie faktycznie jednym z najwyższych meteostacji dla ukraińskich, polskich badaczy, ale oczywiście, że takie wyniki jej działalności jest o wiele szersze. Następny etap to jest teleskop, obserwatorium, powrócenie do tych koncepcji przedwojennych, które pełniła niedawno obserwatoria Uniwersytetu Warszawskiego.
Proszę Państwa, zaczynamy ostatni punkt.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start the ultimate point of the Warsaw Conference. We will now hear presentation of report number 9 by the analytical group Belarus, Ukraine, the region. So a few words about this analytical group. It was launched in December 2020.
Na Białorusi i początku.
After the events in Belarus, and it first dealt with Belarusian affairs only in the regional context, but Russia's invasion in Ukraine made us reconsider and change the title. So, now the analytical group is well known across Europe, and even before it happened, we changed its name into Belarus, Ukraine, the region. So, the 9th report is a special report devoted to the Wagner's group. When we first kick off with the work on this topic, well, there was not even the so-called Wagner's rebellion in place. There came Wagner's rebellion, and now both Wagner and Prigozhin are almost certainly dead. So the situation has become very dynamic, And for sure, it's been a factor that was paramount in spring this year, and it is still a significant contributor that we need to account for. I'd like to inform you that the presentation of my colleagues will take some 20 minutes or so. It's going to be very compact, 10 minutes for each gentleman, and then we will have time for discussion. Mr. Usov will talk about the Wagner's group and the threat it poses for Belarus, while Mr. Shevchenko will speak about the threats posed by the Wagner's group for Ukraine. And then during the discussion, of course, both gentlemen are ready to take on any questions that you may wish to ask. And I hope we are ready to go ahead with it. We will be talking perhaps about the very beginning of our report. Mind you, it's been secret, but it's uncovered now. You can actually upload it using your QR code. So the first question we asked, was the Wagner's group rebellion a fact or not? Did it happen or didn't happen? Well, Prigozhin's death somehow settled the discussion, but both sides of the party have their own arguments. And then business related to the Wagner's group, other Wagner groups, and then the activities in Belarus, threat posed to Ukraine, then all the issues related to Wagner's group propaganda, business, money, funds, whatever they do in Africa and in the Middle East. I think I have now discussed most of the key points presented in the report, and we will now hear from the analytical group colleagues to discuss the content of the report and, to be more exact, the threat that the Wagner's group poses to Poland. So over to you. Do you think we can start with Dr. Usov? Both gentlemen know the topic very well. Pavel Usov is a born Belarusian. Alexander Shevchenko is Ukrainian. For political and war-related reasons, they are now in Poland, and we are very happy to use their expertise. So, think about the questions. I know that there's one question that has already been notified to us. We will start with Pavel Usov. Thank you. Thank you very much for your kind introduction and for kindly inviting us to take part in this panel. We would like to share our views and opinions on what's happening in Belarus because of the presence of a private Prigozhin's campaign, Wagner's group. What kind of threat does it pose for Belarus? What kind of threat this can bring to its neighbors? First and foremost, the very fact that the Wagner's group appeared in Belarus should be considered as yet another step of Belarusian occupation by Russia. One way or another, be it private or public campaign, this is a tool or a mechanism of Russia's occupation of Belarus, additional control over our political territory, and additional pressure exerted on our President Lukashenko. So Wagner's group's distribution over Belarus should be seen as an element of the general Putin's policy to expand their control over a country. This is a geopolitical pressure whereby Belarus should become part of Russia. Apart from the Wagner's group, there are also other services operating in Belarus. We have tactical nuclear heads of armament already deployed. We have representatives of Russia's army. We still have some 2,000 of those. We have military Russian bases present there, bordering Ukraine. That is Zabrovka and Luninets, let me start off by saying that these two military aircrafts were used, these two military airpods rather, were used for bombing and shooting at the territory of Ukraine. So these are two important military bases that were used to deploy S-300 Scanders and missiles. So generally speaking, Lukashenko's regime does not control this area anymore, doesn't control part of the country. Lukashenko still calls himself a president, but he is not presiding on anything in Belarus. Belarus is fully utilized in the war against Ukraine. So the very fact that the Wagner's group appeared in Belarus, well, some people say that it's Lukashenko's goodwill, that he simply somehow allowed this crisis between Putin's and Prigozhin's to enter Belarus, and that Lukashenko enabled Prigozhin and the Wagner's group to enter into the territory of Belarus. Some people view it this way and say that this is Lukashenko getting some independence from Putin. No, it's actually the other way around. The very presence of the Wagner's group in Belarus demonstrates that Lukashenko cannot really manage the country, is not able to take control of the country, but is making Belarus even more dependent on Russia. What are the threats related to the presence of the Wagner's group in Belarus? One of the political advisors to President Putin and the author of the so-called Russian Spring in Ukraine, namely Surkov, created the concept of the so-called exports of chaos export, whereby everything that is related to the post-Soviet countries should be taken outside to this asocial element. So you get all these criminals, pedophiles, killers, drug addicts, sick people who were taken out of the prisons and now they are to fight the war for Ukraine. Prigozhin's rebellion demonstrated that private military campaigns can be an important military threat to Putin in the future, especially when Russia starts to lose the war. And this is what happens. Now, the Wagner's group is some 20,000 people, but in a longer-term perspective, these people will stay there. Will they be coming back to the family? Some of them probably won't have anywhere to go back to, so they will always be there, and they can always be a threat and a challenge for the system. This is true about Gerkin, who was arrested just because he was criticizing Putin, so they decided to put a lid on him. One way or another, former military are always a threat to the current regime, especially in the social dimension. We have numerous examples when the Wagner Group's members, when they go back to Russia, are already committing a lot of crimes. They are criminals, they rapists, and so on. So in order to reduce this internal tension within Russia, Wagner Group is now sent out to Belarus, where they can create threat for the Belarusian nation, for the local population. This is what we will see within some time frame. Not much has changed after Yevgeny Prigozhin's death. The Wagner's group is still very active in Belarus. There may be some 5,000 Wagner Group soldiers. They are mainly deployed in the camps near Mohilev, which is a small little village filled up with military camps and tents. So far so good, but when winter strikes, well, this will be similar to what Lukashenko did to the migrants when those migrants were expelled to the border of Poland. There may be a similar problem when frost freezes and when the temperature drops below zero. What would they do with these 5,000 people who have nowhere to go to, who have no home, who have no resources? There's been some voices saying that the Wagner Group is no longer getting paid. Apparently, Russia is no longer paying Wagner Group soldiers. There's been some settlement between Lukashenko, Prigozhin, and Putin. Apparently, Russia was supposed to provide allowances, financial allowances for the Wagner Group in Belarus. Apparently, the money is not flowing. People start to complain. They are afraid to go back to Russia because they don't know what's await them. Well, I mean, they're rather sure that they will be sharing the same fate as Prigozhin did. So they want to stay in Belarus, but because of the social trouble, there may be significant tensions and pressure, and there may be troubles with social population, so there may be criminal activities going on, killings and rapes. So what Lukashenko is trying to do is he tries to channel through this social tension, and in this way he is trying to deliver on the politics that is aimed at placing Wagner Group in a similar, in one location. There's been some gossip about deployment of the Wagner Group, but Belarus is now paying for Wagner Group, and this is a drain. President Lukashenko also said that the Wagner Group people will be getting Belarusian passports. Now, this will be an extremely interesting issue and a significant problem for the Belarusian nation. And the last problem that I'd like to discuss has to do with the tension at the neighboring borders, and especially borders with the EU member states. I'm talking Poland, Lithuania, and also Ukraine. There comes the most important question: who controls the Wagner Group? Who is going to give orders? Definitely not Belarusian generals, because the Belarusian military have no access whatsoever to the Wagner Group. Wagner Group is still autonomous. On one hand, they train their own military, they train special forces in Belarusian army to make sure that the regime is rightly supported and that there is a right structure thereof, but nobody can give us a guarantee that they will not be used as provocation for the neighboring countries. And in the final analysis, this may simply be hurting, a man in the street, ordinary Belarusian citizens, and Belarus as a country. Most of the Belarusian nation is neither supportive of the Wagner Group, nor is it supportive of Russia's war in Ukraine. Everybody knows that war is about suffering, and it is usually citizens who suffer the most. So for the time being, I can see more threats for Belarus stemming from Wagner Group's presence in this country. Neighboring countries, Poland, Lithuania, Ukraine, would have enough resources to defend their interests, to defend their security. I mean, to put it bluntly, you can shoot. Belarusians can't shoot. When they start the killing, there is no way that we will be able to break that cycle. Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. And now, let me offer you the Ukrainian perspective. So this will be the Wagner Group and Ukraine.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for inviting me here and for giving us opportunity to show you our analytics and our report. Now, the previous reports are available in a paper form. This one is in a digital form, so there's the QR code that you can use to download it. Now, we're talking about threat to Ukraine imposed by the fact that the Wagner Group has moved to Belarus. Well, I'd like you to look more broadly at current trends related to the war. Now, let me mention certain facts that took place between June and July this year, which seem to me very characteristic and that illustrate certain trends. On the 24th of June, the rebellion of Yevgeny Prigozhin started, and then his group was 200 kilometers away from Moscow, and then Lukashenko declared officially that the Wagner group started moving towards Belarus. Now, on the 11th of July, a NATO summit took place in Vilnius, and despite the expectations of the Ukrainian nation and Ukrainian elites, Ukraine didn't receive. So the F-16 planes, well, there was no date on which the planes would be delivered to Ukraine. We remember this emotional post by President Zelensky on Telegram on the 11th of July. Now, on the 14th of July, Valery Zaluzhny, well, an interview with Valery Zaluzhny was published by the Washington Post, in which he spoke about the tempo, the pace at which weapons were delivered to Ukraine. Then there was shelling of Odessa that lasted a couple of days. So it wasn't just the infrastructure in the port, but also the center of the city that was shelled. And that was really ruthless. Now, on the 18th of July, we heard about Russian army gathered in the Kharkovsky Oblast, and at the same time, there were two statements by Lukashenko and Putin about Poland. So first, Lukashenko said that the lands that Poland regained, that was a gift from Stalin, and then Putin said that the Wagner group went and took an excursion to Rzeszów or Warsaw. Why am I listing all these facts here? Well, they show one very unpleasant trend, namely that the West, understood in broad term, is not ready for an escalation and for this conflict. It is very conservative when it comes to this war. The West doesn't want to escalate the war, and it doesn't want this war to go beyond the borders of Ukraine. Secondly, Putin, well, Lukashenko is treated as a pawn of Putin, and Putin, with Lukashenko's hands, is building tension in Western European countries and also in the countries bordering on Ukraine. Hence the statements about Poland, and also the shelling and terminating the crops agreement. So Putin is building tension all the time. Now, this relocation of Wagner's group to Belarus will also serve the same goal, to incinerate tension. Now, let me now speak about Wagner's group. Before I do this, I'd like to present to you one more historical fact, namely the Wagner Gate. So what happened in 2020 and was covered by the media. So at that time there was this special operation of the Ukrainian intelligence forces, which was supposed to lead to arresting Wagner's group in Ukraine. Well, this operation failed and they were stopped and arrested in Belarus, and then they were taken to Russia. In 2021, the results of a journalistic investigation were published, and we have to bear that in mind because the Wagner's group is still in Belarus, and there are very many of them. And if some of them said in Belarus, well, yes, we were in touch with the office of the president of Ukraine, well, that could cause another political scandal in Ukraine, which we really don't need during the war. So that's how people of the Wagner Group could be used in Belarus. Now, when it comes to direct military threat, well, first and foremost, Prigozhin's rebellion and relocation of Wagner's group to Belarus means that they are not on the front line, and this is actually something positive for the Ukrainian forces, because according to experts in military experts, they used to be, they are one of the strongest forces of Russian army. Now, in the media, in the social media, there were speculations that Wagner's group could be used for another attack from the territory of Belarus. However, this doesn't seem credible because in February 2022, before the Russian invasion, there were around 20,000 soldiers in Belarus, and that didn't lead to permanent occupation. So neither Chernihiv nor Sumy or Kiev were taken. So they were present in northern parts of Ukraine. They were present in Bucha and in Irpin. The crimes were committed by them, but then they withdrew. Currently, there are 5,000 members of Wagner's group, and these are not soldiers who would be ready to conduct any offensive. And now Ukrainian forces, I believe that was said around 6 months ago, that military objects in Belarus were this legal target for Ukrainians, and that Ukraine could target these objects as a form of prevention, and that would be legal. Another issue, well, this would be the return of Wagner's group to Africa. This would be, of course, beneficial for Ukraine. And even if this happens, but this base for Wagner's group stays in Belarus, and it serves as their office, then still tension will be created if they stay in Belarus close to the Ukrainian border. Following Prigozhin's death, I reject all the scenarios based on the subjectivity of Wagner's group. So this possible second march against Moscow after Prigozhin's death is absolutely impossible. And any military confrontation with Minsk that would serve this group and its subjectivity, well, is excluded, is not possible. I believe that they can be used by the Russian government. Now they are simply subject to the Ministry of Defense, to the Russian Ministry of Defense, and this way they can be used in Belarus. Now let me sum up, as my time is coming to an end. When it comes to realistic military threats from the Wagner's group, well, they're not there. Most probably, the group will be used to create tension in Poland, Lithuania, and Latvia. They can be used to create another migration crisis. This would follow Putin's logic. And that's all from me. Thank you.
Proszę Państwa,
Thank you very much indeed. So we now received the perspective and insight of the Wagner's group in Belarus and Ukraine. The second voice was a little bit broader. Now, let me ask the audience to address our speakers with their questions. There is one voice that has already been notified to us, Ponomariow. Thank you very much indeed.
On jest włączony, proszę mówić.
Halo. Po pierwsze,
First and foremost, let me say that I'm a representative of Russian opposition. Thank you for this fantastic presentation of the report. Warm congratulations to Jan Molicki for this profound analysis. Let me just add a few words. I would like to offer the perspective of Russia's opposition. With all the postulates that my colleagues, my honorable colleagues have expressed, I agree. But let me emphasize one thing. Wagner is not posing any threat to Poland at all, for various reasons. The arguments have already been quoted. But I also know for sure that in Russia, the government is very much disappointed with Poland's position vis-à-vis the war in Ukraine. The Russians and Putin's elites were expecting Poland to become party to this aggressive Russian invasion, and Putin was counting on Polish people joining the Russians' effort. Putin was thinking that Poles will grab a chance and get in conflict with Ukraine, maybe joining in other countries of Eastern Europe. So Russians were hoping that Poland would support Russia in their war on Ukraine. And the very fact that all the Polish nation was standing with Ukraine and at the side of good is a huge disappointment for the Russian regime. That is why there's been a number of various provocations against Poland. It is happening in Poland, it's happening in Lithuania. Some provocations have already been extended, and there is more to come. And second, from the point of view of Russia, certainly Wagner's rebellion, followed up by putsch, has demonstrated a number of important factors. First, Russia's elites are not homogeneous. Wagner's group and Prigozhin as a leader is very extreme right and radical right, but there are other ideas as well. Similar situations may keep reappearing. That's one thing. On the other hand, we know more or less what was happening during the Wagner's Group rebellion. We were all at our phones. We were following Prigozhin's march towards Moscow, especially in Rostov. It was clear that the Russians, as I'm saying, are not homogeneous in their approach. They are not that supportive of the Wagner's Group, or they're not that supportive of President Putin's and his war waged on Ukraine. Putin is not enjoying such a support as he used to have from the beginning. And third point, well, this rebellion has started and the putsch has already started, offering a signal to the real Russian opposition, the genuine Russian opposition, which should wake up and cease performing just peaceful initiative, but must take to fight and face Putin. We should be incorporating, consolidating, and strengthening the corps that are already fighting hand in hand against Russia, such as Legion and other Russian-based groups supporting Ukraine, including Russian partisans. And the last comment. Prigozhin is dead. He's dead for sure. And he's dead because of the fact that he was supporting Putin. That means that Putin does not deliver on his own promises. When this rebellion and march stopped in front of Moscow, he promised that Prigozhin will live. He will survive, and so will his political leaders. But Putin's lied. He cheated on Prigozhin. It was a treason. So that means we cannot trust Putin. There is no way we can go on believing in what Putin says. The Russian opposition was always saying that we mustn't engage in any talks with Putin because he will lie to you. He will lie to your face. He will cheat on you. And definitely there is no way we should ever trust in what Putin's saying. What about Prigozhin's family? Is his family alive, or have they killed his family as well? Apparently, one of the elements that was used there was Prigozhin's granddaughter. Hard to say, really. During Prigozhin's funeral, they were doing everything to keep it secret so that nobody knows where Prigozhin is even buried. There's a lot of gossip going on about Prigozhin's family. But maybe the most important thing is that the Wagner's Group is over in terms of what it's done in Russia. Would you like to respond to that, Mr. Shevchenko? I do agree with what you've just said, sir, namely that Wagner's Group rebellion was a huge compromission of Putin, and so was Rostov's and mobilization to troops in Rostov. Is it good news for us? Well, I'm not sure. For Ukrainians, this is not such a good news. It doesn't really make any difference. I mean, Prigozhin's was bad, but there are other devils there as well. Unfortunately, I can't agree with your optimistic approach, namely that the Russian opposition will use this. Maybe they will. I think straight after the rebellion, Khodorkovsky wrote that we need to invest in to more action and so on. In our report, and maybe Agata, you can put one slide up for me. So in our report, there is this very interesting text by Dr. Rust and Natalie Mazur about private and state-owned companies, whereby we read that the richest Russian entrepreneurs are using some 80 private military companies for their businesses. And, you know, they can do mergers and acquisitions. So basically, private military companies are serving large business and Russian oligarchs in Russia. Not all of them, obviously. Not all the oligarchs are now turning towards the opposition. Of course, there's Khodorkovsky and so on, but there are many other oligarchs that are reaping the benefits of Russian private military companies. So when there's turbulence and political trouble in Russia, these military companies may come into play. Will there be liberals such as Khodorkovsky? Will they come into power? I'm not sure, and I'm not really very hopeful about that. So here, this is the QR code from the cover of our report. Here we are. You may want to have a look at the texts that we have published, half of it and then the remaining, but use the QR code and you will have an interesting read, I think, of our report on the Wagner's Group. Thank you very much to Mr. Shevchenko. I suggest that Professor Pamaliov did not really mention or did not really mean the Russian opposition embodied by Khodorkovsky. I think he was mentioning other type of Russian opposition, namely the right wing, I understand. Not liberal, by right-wing radical threats, if I'm right. Are there any further questions here? Can we get the microphone to the audience, please? Dr. Karpacz. I have a question. I'm a layman in the area of Wagner's Group. You calling it the Wagner's Group? This is 5,000 people, and that is exactly how many soldiers Russia loses every week. So in terms of military power, it is simply insignificant. So would the Wagner Group be a unit, or is it a co-op, if you like, that includes many different units, and one of them is a 5,000 people army in Belarus? Do we know anything more about that, about the structure thereof? Well, the Wagner's Group is a unit that is now deployed in Belarus. They're there together with their own leadership, military leadership and commands. Today, the commander of the Wagner Group is Sergei Chubkos. He is a Ukrainian. He is now the commander-in-chief of the Wagner's Group in Belarus, replacing Prigozhin, so to speak. We don't really know too much about what's going on within the Wagner's Group. We just get some info every now and then. Sometimes a representative of the Wagner Group would approach journalists asking to be interviewed. Belsat was recently talking to one of the Wagner's Group members who was complaining how hard it is to live in Belarus. They saying they're not getting the money, they're not being paid, the only thing they want is to go back home. I think not all of the Wagner's Group members would be military, would have any military experience, looking at the group of 5,000 recruits. I know they cooperate with Belarusian special forces, with the Belarusian intelligence, military intelligence. They also training Belarusian riders, and they also create military groups together with Belarusian soldiers. Even before the war, Belarusian army intelligence was organizing trafficking of Russian between Russia and Ukraine, trafficking of human beings. I mean, 10 people in a group were smuggled through the Ukrainian border and got into the Lviv Oblast. So they were cooperating beforehand. There was a lot of cooperation and collaboration going on between the Belarusian military intelligence and the Wagner's group. They are also training Lukashenko's private military group. In the year 2000, a private military group under the command of Viktor Sejmu, well, the closest advisor to Lukashenko, under the name Guard Service, that was supposed to protect assets of Lukashenko and Sejmu as well as what they own in Africa, and this is now protected also by the Wagner's group. Wagner Group is also training special units and secret service as well as military special squads who are trained to pacify any rebellions that may appear in Belarus, prospective as they are. We may expect that if things go on the way they do, and if the Wagner's group is not deployed and dispersed around the country, then there may be some other rebellions in the pipeline. We would wait for another month to see what's happening with the Wagner group. It will certainly cease to exist in the shape it is now. There will be some transformation going on to the members of the Wagner's group. I'm sure there will be the so-called Wagner specialists, namely those who did have experience in fighting, with military experience in Ukraine or in Serbia. They may be, Syria rather, they may be part of the Belarusian army. I'm sure they will simply sign a contract for the Belarusian army. They are needed for Lukashenko. They are valuable soldiers for Lukashenko. He wants to have them in his own army. Now, having said that, I don't know about the way Putin will react, but this is about Wagner's group in Belarus. What interest would Putin have to keep the Wagner's group in Belarus and to keep them together as formation rather than to have them dispersed among various military units in Belarus? Well, I think Putin wants to have additional control over Lukashenko, and this can be exerted by the Wagner's group. So killing Prigozhin, well, I don't think Putin is not sticking to his promises. No, what he did by killing Prigozhin was that he demonstrated he's so powerful. He's saying, nobody's going to attack me. If you attack me, I'm going to kill you. That's what Putin's saying. You will never take any power away from me. That's what Putin is saying, demonstrating his fully fledged power, also his power over Lukashenko and over one of the most influential politician in Russia, Ramzan Kadyrov. I think after Prigozhin, he is the owner of the second largest military army that can be used. So, if there is decentralization, but in my views, Putin's take on Wagner's group is that he wants to have this internal control of exercising his influence over Lukashenko. As Alexander said, some new attacks will probably have to be stumbled through the Wagner's group presence. But when the war is still in place, as the war continues, this threat will always exist, because Putin, because of the mentality, because of his mindset, he cannot afford to lose this war. If they are ready to deploy nuclear weapons, if they are ready to have dirty weapons and to have dirty bombs on Zaporov, on the nuclear stations, well, that's just to save themselves, their power, and maybe force Lukashenko to open the second front. And here the Wagner's group can be used as an additional resource and as additional tool for the internal control over deployment and for the creation of firewalls, if you like, during the attacks, say military attacks launched by the military units. So, I wouldn't be as optimistic as you, sir, because this war will bring a lot of surprises still.
Czy są jakieś pytania może?
Are there any questions? Well, I said that the Wagner group itself wouldn't attack, but the fact that Putin can attack and use whatever is left of Wagner Group to attack others, well, this is of course possible. Thank you very much. I don't see questions from the audience. The presentation of the 9th report on Wagner Group has come to an end. The previous reports are available. We also have a report on Ukrainian refugees in Poland. Thank you very much. Congratulations. And this way, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the 4th Warsaw Conference. And let me now ask Speaker Kuchciński to officially declare it closed. Maybe we'll do it together, because well, Jan Malicki is closing this conference right now, and I'd like to turn to those watching us on TV right now and those who have stayed with us till the end of this conference. I'd like to end and close and sum up the 36th conference, Europe of Carpathians. Well, it has become one of the oldest such conferences in Poland. It seems that it's a format of, maybe unofficial, but still a format of collaboration in the entire region, also in this region of the Three Seas Initiative. As you know, the topics have been very interesting, starting with geopolitics, through axiology, to economy, security, and pro-family topics. The topics concerned current affairs and the situation of the nations in the countries of this region, but we have also heard about recommendations for the future. Very many postulates and conclusions have been presented, also statements serving as food for thought. Thank you very much for it. Thank you for your attendance. We've seen very many new faces in the audience and among the speakers. It seems that we are going in the right direction. Our young colleagues, leaders of Europe of Carpathians, have served as a good example, showing us the direction in which we should go. And this means that we are getting ready in passing responsibility to the next generations. I wish you a safe drive home, and I already want to invite you to successive meetings. This year we will have a big meeting on values and collaboration in this area, and also search for identity. So I'm inviting you to Ružomberok in Slovakia, the turn of November and December, and also next year to Krasiczyn. Thank you.
Niezapomnianą podróż Via Carpathią w poszukiwaniu skarbów w malowniczych krajach Karpat otwieramy drzwi do świata, gdzie historia, przyroda i kultura splatają się w kolorową mozaikę, pełną niesamowitych doświadczeń i wrażeń. Nasza przygoda rozpoczyna się nad samym brzegiem Bałtyku, w Kłajpedzie, miejscu, gdzie morska bryza spotyka się z urokiem Starego Miasta. Tuż obok znajduje się Mierzeja Kurońska, czyli unikatowy przyrodniczy obszar, który oferuje niezapomniane widoki i możliwość obcowania z dziką przyrodą. Kłajpeda to nadbałtyckie miasto pełne uroku i historii. Stare miasto urzeka malowniczymi uliczkami, kolorowymi kamienicami i atmosferą pełną tradycji.
Zapraszam, przepraszam. Prosiłbym wszystkich współpracowników i pracowników i z Kancelarii Sejmu, i z Kancelarii Premiera, i innych instytucji, którzy nam zapewnili przeżycie.
Can I ask all those who are part of the Chancellery of the President of the Council of Ministers?
Jadźwingowie stanowią tajemnicze świadectwo dawnych czasów, a pozostawione przez nich pamiątki pozwalają wczuć się w ducha tych ziem i poznać ich historię, a także obrzędy i wierzenia. Muzeum Marii Konopnickiej to miejsce, które pozwala lepiej poznać życie i twórczość wybitnej polskiej pisarki. Zmierzając na południe Via Carpathią, odwiedzamy Lublin. Zamek w Lublinie to majestatyczna warownia wznosząca się nad miastem. Ukazuje piękno i potęgę średniowiecznej architektury. Stare miasto Lublina zachwyca wąskimi uliczkami, malowniczymi kamienicami i zabytkowymi kościołami, tworząc naprawdę wyjątkową atmosferę. Kaplica Świętej Trójcy to arcydzieło renesansowej architektury, gdzie wspaniałe freski i detale wnętrza z pewnością zachwycą miłośników sztuki. Naszym ostatnim przystankiem w Polsce jest Przemyśl i jego okolice, które są skarbnicą historycznych i kulturowych atrakcji. Zamek Kazimierzowski, położony na wzgórzu, wznosi się dumnie nad miastem, zachwycając zarówno architekturą, jak i widokiem na panoramę Przemyśla. Rynek z imponującą wieżą jest sercem miasta, gdzie tętni życie, a z wieży rozciąga się widok na malownicze zakątki. Zamek w Krasiczynie to klejnot renesansowej architektury, przyciągający swoim urokiem i kunsztownymi zdobieniami. Podróże w czasie kontynuują się w zamku w Łańcucie, perle architektury polskiego baroku z przepięknymi wnętrzami i ogrodami. Sanktuarium w Dukli, miejscu pielgrzymek, emanuje duchową atmosferą i wspaniałymi widokami. Muzeum Ropy Naftowej w Bóbrce to ciekawy przystanek dla miłośników nauki i historii, gdzie można zgłębić tajemnice polskiego przemysłu naftowego. Kontynuując naszą podróż Via Carpathią, odwiedzamy Koszyce. Malownicze miasto na Słowacji, które oczarowało nas swoim urokiem. Wizyta w katedrze świętej Elżbiety była podróżą w głąb religijnych tradycji tego miejsca, gdzie architektura łączy się z duchowym pięknem. Przechadzając się po urokliwych uliczkach Starego Miasta, przenieśliśmy się w czasie, odkrywając fascynującą historię tego regionu. Ulice wypełnione warsztatami rzemieślniczymi to prawdziwa kopalnia lokalnej kreatywności, gdzie można zanurzyć się w atmosferze słowackiej kultury i sztuki. Przemierzając dalej naszą trasę, wjechaliśmy do Węgier, gdzie zobaczyliśmy zamek Szaroszpatak. Mistyczne miejsce, które przenosi nas w czasy dawnych dynastii, odsłaniając historię kraju. Następnym przystankiem był Debrecen, gdzie plac Koszut przyciąga uwagę monumentalnością i symbolem narodowej dumy, stanowiąc serce miasta i centrum życia społecznego. Wieża wodna oraz park to wyjątkowe połączenie natury i historii, gdzie z wysokości można podziwiać piękno okolicy. Natomiast Wielki Kościół reformowany jest znakiem nie tylko religijnej tożsamości, lecz także wizualnym świadectwem umiejętności architektonicznych. Jadąc dalej, zdecydowaliśmy odbić nieco od zaplanowanej trasy, aby zwiedzić jeden z najbardziej malowniczych i bogatych w skarby regionów Karpat – Marmarosz w Rumunii. Sapanta to miejsce, gdzie kościół i kolorowe cmentarze są nie tylko wyrazem wiary, ale także unikalnym zapisem kultury ludowej. Deseti, choć droga prowadzi krętymi ścieżkami, nagradza podróżnych niezwykłym urokiem przyrody i spokoju. W Budestii kościół to mistyczna przestrzeń, w której wibrują tajemnicze historie przeszłości. Barsana, kompleks skalny, jest wyrazem głębokiej wiary i